Welcome back to round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. To our premium members, we are live from Houston's high-speed playground, Speedsportz Racing Park. A kid that has a lot of laps around this place, is Aiden Rudolph, who's joining me here up in the booth. You put it on pole position in KA 100 Senior. I mean, you seemed a little bit desperate hopping in that seat, trying to get everything out of the go-kart. Did you think that was the lap that was going to put it on pole?
Honestly, yeah. In the middle of the lap, I looked out of my micron. I was up a few tenths, and I was excited. And trying to get everything at it, I definitely succeeded in getting everything out of it. So, really good pace in that CRG I have.
Yeah, I mean, the team. It's the first year that we see them back. You know, after a couple-year hiatus. You know, whenever you got the call from you and Jeffrey, hop back into the seat with CRG. You know, left Burrell. Went to CRG, a team that, you know, your dad's pretty familiar with. He raced for PSO whenever they were CRG. I mean, what's it like? You know, it seems like a family affair being back in the CRG now, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, honestly, being under the tent, it's like a big family. I actually really enjoy it. Everything's super professional, and I like how things are ran. I'm a big fan of that type of thing. And, you know, it helps when, you know, the chassis is as good as it is. You know, that KT5 is always on rails. You know, I can never really complain about it. And of course, you and Jeffrey being like almost like a father figure over there under the tent. So, you know, every time after sessions and, you know, all the positive vibes we have, feels really good. So I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I know you're seeing Ewan a lot more than usual, maybe even more than your actual dad now, right? You're working over at the CRG shop, 20 minutes from here, working over there. You know, driving over for that team as well. I mean, what's that like spending so much time with Ewan and coming to weekends like this, right? Wherever he's like, all right, like. Cool, you know, he's your boss also, and I guess like you said, you guys have a very friendly relationship, like you were saying.
Yeah, for sure. It's always fun. You know, I get to see him at 8 o'clock every morning. You know, and then we spend a lot of time together, especially at work, and you know we built this pretty strong relationship, and I think that actually helps a lot when we get to the racetrack. You know, it's the conversations are really easy, and you know we sometimes, you know, when we need to find some pace, we can have a serious talk about it. But I mean, until then, you know, we're laughing and joking and having a great time.
Yeah, sounds good. And so double duty for you this weekend, right? I mean, it was going great in the KA, but 206, I think you put it 4th or 5th. So you put it 5th in 206. I mean, just talk to me a little bit about that, right? It seems like you're struggling there on that. Well, not struggling because you're still in the top 5 in a very field, but only top 5. What do you think you're missing right now to the top 4?
Honestly, we're just missing a little bit of pace overall. You know, at the beginning of the session, I think we were all top 3. You know, the pack I was working with, we were pretty fast at the start. And, you know, towards the end of the session, we kind of fell off a little bit. I think that was based on some lap traffic and, you know, track position and stuff. You know, the people in front of us had a better track position, you know, at the end of the session. That helped them out a lot. And that's what we were kind of lacking. So chassis-wise, you know, go-kart-wise, I think we're okay. But you know, just track position and, you know, making sure that we get out front is the biggest deal right now.
Sounds good. And lastly, to end things off here, I mean, I know your dad has a team of his own to manage this weekend, but is he going over at all, checking up on you, or, you know, I see him on the fence line whenever you're out there on the racetrack, so I know he's still watching. And what is Big Alan telling you here this weekend?
You know, I think he realizes that, you know, I kind of want to do my own thing.
Yeah.
You know, step away and, you know, kind of grow myself. But yeah, he comes over and checks up on me. You know, he'll come say good job and stuff. So no love lost from my dad, but you know, it's still a good relationship. So
that's good. That's good. Well, Aiden, thank you for coming up here, taking the time to speak to me a little bit.
Yep.
You know, two very, very stacked classes, the 2 headline classes here this weekend. So best of luck to you this weekend, and I'm gonna let our friend Rocco get back in. But Aiden, you know, thank you for coming up here and talking to us a little bit.
No problem.
Well, Rocco Ruzic back in the booth with me here. We get set for the first racing action of round 2 here at Speedsportz Racing Park. We're going to get green with our mini Swift class, a very stacked field. But Rocco, what are we to expect for the next 4 hours of racing here at Speedsportz, right? It seems like it's going to be super action-packed. So we are going to be live from 1:15. Well, we were live a little bit earlier there. Spoke to Aiden. We're going to be live until 5:50, bringing you all the action, all the racing action. So for the next 4 to 5 hours, what are we to expect with the racing coming up?
Looking at a lot of overtakes, specifically in the back of the end of the back straight, infield hairpin, and here in the boot hairpin, turn 13. Yeah, a lot of tight, close racing. We saw in those qualifyings that we had a lot of close qualifyings, a lot of very close deltas. Once you have that draft in play, it should be very tight indeed. Yeah,
and I mean, if for the lower speed classes, right, where the ones that are more draft dependent, we have seen a lot of side-by-side action whenever they get out of turn number 15, out of the boot. And we have seen a lot of, drag racing to the line. I mean, what can you tell us about that, right? Because like you can be ahead out of the last corner, but whenever you get to the line, you could get passed out of nowhere by a handful of carts.
Well, back whenever I raced TSRS, that's exactly what happened. The two guys, 1 and 2, I was in 3rd place, were fighting for P1 going in the last corner, and I was able to set up turn 14. And, yeah, on the end, it was a 3-wide finish. I mean, you can really set up the last corner to get a run on this front straight right here.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be something to watch as we get set to go green here for the first time, and we're going to get racing at Speedsportz Racing Park. Your first pole sitter, who won the first pole of the weekend, was Alex Chandler in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. So Alex Chandler is going to lead us away on the front row, away from Pasha Ali, who I think got a slow exit out of the pits. But Pasha Ali starting on the front row alongside Alex Chandler, Royce Vega, P3, Aston Wyatt, P4, and more here in this one, in this mini Swift class. As timing updates, so it's Chandler on pole position on the outside. It's going to be Pasha Ali on the front row. Royce Vega and Tucker Tribbs here the 2nd row. Wyatt and Chambers on the 3rd row. Nacho Wadi, who just announced he's joining Sodi Racing USA 15 minutes ago. So good to see Nacho Wadi there with Nicholas Orbezo starting on the 4th row. Kate Casper and Colton Schiegenberg on the 5th row. Tanner Barsh and Wonderlay on row number 6. Bergman and Johnson on row number 7. Lane and Lavin on row number 8. Hughes and Klein on row number 9. Sofia Sadagova and Aldo Iturga in row number 10. Red Johnson and Vargas in row number 11. Oh, I think Johnson got a late start here. So I think it's just Johnson here, and we don't have Cowell, and we don't have Vargas here in this race. As we get set to go green here for the first race of the weekend. Alex Chandler and Pasha Ali starting side by side for the first time this weekend from Houston, Texas. It's Iron Rock Motorsports versus CRG Nordum on the front row. Aston Wyatt in this group, as well as Tucker Tribb. Alan Rudolph Racing Academy driver, Royce Vega, the Benek driver, on the 2nd row as they go into the tram lines. The green flag is out, and for the first time this weekend, we are racing here at Speedsportz Racing Park. Alex Chandler with a great start. Ali on the outside, not able to stay ahead. Vega up at a P2, and problems further back in the field for one of the Burrell Art machines. Not too sure who that is, but Royce Vega already to the point of the field here with Alex Chandler in 2nd. Aston Wyatt's at 3rd. Ali looking for a move already on Aston Wyatt. Ali down the inside into turn number 6. Can he get clear? He does. Pasha Ali up in a P3. Further back, it's Sawyer Chambers going side by side there with Tucker Tribb, I'm pretty sure, and Chambers able to stay ahead. Not the best start for Nicholas Orbezo, who stays pretty much stagnant here in this one further back in the field. But leading us away, Royce Vega and the Benek to the point of the field.
Out of turn 11, Royce Vega leads the field. Chandler in 2nd and Ali in 3rd. Down into the boot hairpin. Vega still with a commanding little half cart length. I don't think Chandler's going to be able to send it on him. They're all still single file. I don't think they'll be battling this much early in the race. They may work together. Then again, it is the heat races, so they will be joshing for position.
So like you said, a lot of drivers going to be, shuffling for position here in this one. It's still Royce Vega who leads us away. Chandler in second. Ali able to get around Wyatt at the opening lap there. So he's up in a third, and seems the two on back seem to be losing a little bit of touch there with Royce Vega, who has a monster exit out of turn number 4. Ali down the inside on Alex Chandler is able to get the move done and clear for Pasha Ali, who's up in a P2. So Ali, his first race with CRG Nordam, up into second and closing down that gap to Royce Vega at the point of the field. Chandler still in third, Wyatt down in a fourth, and Chambers pushing him along here in this race. As there goes Chambers down the inside on Aston Wyatt. Can he get the move done? And he's clear side by side between Chandler and Ali. Ali stays ahead, but Chandler lost a little bit of time there, sticking the nose on the inside of 11.
Yeah, that train of 3 right there is going to, he looked for it, but that train of 3 is already caught up to Pasha Ali. Hopefully they can catch back up to Royce Vega, but that is, definitely Vega in the lead. Ali second, Chandler third, Chambers fourth, and Wyatt fifth as they cross the line into turn 4 and 5 down the back straight. They're still single file. I wonder if there'll be any overtakes here. They're all in the draft. Let's see.
Yeah, so down the main straightaway we go. Sawyer Chambers still behind Alex Chandler and pushing his way forward. They are trying to get They're trying to get back up to the front of the field with Royce Vega, but not able to close down the gap as of yet. The fastest man on track, though, Sawyer Chambers in the Intrepid, a 59.282 for Sawyer Chambers here at the moment, continuing to push his way further and further up the field. He started sixth, and now he's up 2 spots from where he started, up in a fourth for the young driver there, older brother Josie, out here this weekend as well, and looking to do just as good as his brother did last weekend here at the club race. Still Royce Vega opening up the gap little by little. Last time by at 59.302. What's it look like this time by? A 59 flat for Royce Vega. And I tell you what, Ali and Alex Chandler closing down the gap to Vega ahead. And what a move there by Sawyer Chambers. Set that up perfectly. Textbook pass into turn number 3. And Sawyer Chambers already ahead of Alex Chandler. Chambers closing down the gap to Ali ahead. Ali, a big draft down the back straightaway and closing the gap by the second to Vega, who is still out ahead. There goes Chambers. Another move down the inside on Pasha Ali. Sawyer Chambers is absolutely flying here in this heat race and is going to get to Royce Vega here shortly. Last time by, ran 100th of a second quicker than Vega in the lead of the race. What can Chambers do? What can he throw into this variable? Ali, Chandler, and Vega have raced with each other multiple times, and Chambers looking to mix it up and become a new variable into the battle of these 3.
Sawyer Chambers on the move. You can visibly see him closing that gap, but he's still being trailed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of Ali, Chandler, and Wyatt. There no Satale going into the S's. I don't think we're going to see. Too wide for the lead, and
wow,
Sawyer Chambers goes for the lead.
The same move, 2 laps in a row. Sawyer Chambers gets it done into turn number 3. What a move there by Sawyer Chambers. At NOLA, he had a moment that went almost viral, calling his shot whenever he made a move around the outside of turn number 3 at NOLA Motorsports Park. This time, calls his shot at turn 3 again and gets the move done on Royce Vega. For the first time this weekend and for the first time this year, Sawyer Chambers is going to lead a race here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This young driver yesterday, after the racing was over, went over to the rental track side here at Speedsportz Racing Park and was setting laps and laps and laps. This is why it makes a move down the inside on Ali. They go side by side for a second. But for Sawyer Chambers, he was done racing all day yesterday, done with practice, decided to go to the rental side as Vega goes for a move down the inside on Chambers. So Vega retakes the lead, but for Chambers, just practice here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series wasn't enough. So he went to rentals and put a gap on all these other senior drivers that were out there with him. He is obviously, lighter and than the rest and more aerodynamic, but good to see Chambers in good spirits here. Up 4 spots from where he started, and is putting on a clinic here, a passing clinic in turn number 3. Vega looking back, going a little bit defensive mid-track there by Royce Vega. Is Chambers close enough? No. But Chambers going to get the push from Alex Chandler behind. For Aston Wyatt and Pasha Ali, they seem to be falling off a little bit. It seems like they just got caught up by the group of Tucker Tribb, Liam Nachawati, and more there. Nicholas Orbezo not in this group. He's currently down in 10th. Josh Bergman, though, up 6 spots from where he qualified. A good drive so far by the Trinity Karting Group driver here in Texas. So Josh Bergman up to 7th, up 6 spots, but it's still Royce Vega who leads us away, the Dallas, Texas native, back in his home state of Texas and back at the Texas Sprint Racing Series for the first time in almost a year. So good to see Royce Vega back here racing with 2 laps to go, and guess what, Rocco? It's officially crunch time.
Yeah, the group of 3 in front Royce Vega's still leading, but I don't think it'll last for long, especially on this back straight. They'll definitely start overtaking each other in these last 2 laps. This is usually where you see them start to hammer down and start overtaking each other. Into Switchback City we go.
Not close enough for the rest of for the group of Chambers and Chandler, who were pushing each other forward here. So not close enough for Chambers to get the move done, but still very much closing down the gap and still in drafting range here. 2 kart lengths what separates Vega and Chambers in first and second. That gets closed down to half a kart length here, and Chambers very much in tow to Royce Vega here. It seems like Vega just has a little better exit than Chambers here, who has a little more entry speed than Vega here in this one. But Vega still out in the lead of the race. We see all those signals by the mechanics there on the fence line, continue to push forward here. Still 1, 2, and 3, and now it's 2 laps to go. I'm sorry. So 2 laps to go this time by. I was mistaken last time. It looked like they threw up the two sticks in the air, but just not as of yet. So I think the time is just not sure what's going on. 2 laps to go this time by. There goes Chambers looking for a move down the inside. A deep send by Sawyer Chambers. Gets the move done. Still side by side. Switchback City. Not close enough. Vega gets it done again. And Alex Chandler out of nowhere to the point of the field. Still side by side in between the two of them. But the Iron Rock Motorsports driver to the point of the field here with 1 lap to go in this race. Is Vega close enough to get the move done? Again, not as of yet. The fastest lap of the race, though, still to Sawyer Chambers, who sits in third and continuing to push Royce Vega further and further up to the rear bumper of Alex Chandler. What a move there by Royce Vega down the inside and clear. Turn number 15, side by side in between Chambers and Chandler. Chambers up to second. Chandler still in third. 1 lap to go. The white flag is in the air. Is Royce Vega able to hold on to this one? Chambers looks to set up turn number 3. Not close enough as of yet. Chandler still very much in play here in third. Closing down the gap with a good draft for Chandler there in third. Vega goes defensive to the bottom of the racetrack. Chambers to the top of the racetrack is going to get help from Chandler here, who splits the two of them down the inside on Chambers. Can't get it done. It's still Vega in the lead. Chambers going up to second. A little bit of a bump there to Royce Vega. Still side by side in between the two of them. And Chandler can't get the better of them. 2 more passing zones here into turn number 11. 1 in there and then 1 into the toe of the boot. Can Chambers get it done here? He's going to stay defensive and continue to follow Vega. Chandler looks for an over-under move on the two of them. And he's able to get it done. What a move by Alex Chandler. An over-under crossover move. They both went low. Chandler went high and got the move done at the end of it. Vega with the bumper there to Chandler. Can Chandler stay ahead and take away heat race number 1? It's going to be Alex Chandler who wins heat race number 1. Royce Vega second. Sawyer Chambers third. Liam Nachawati in fourth. Aston Wyatt fifth. Josh Bergman up 7 spots. Your hard charger here in Mini Swift. So Josh Bergman up to 6th. Kate Casper 7th. Pasha Ali 8th. Nicholas Orbezo 9th. Colton Schneegerberg stays stagnant in 10th. Emerson Lane up 4 spots into 11th. Tucker Tribb 12th. Tanner Barsh in 13th. Cameron Johnson 14th. Rodolfo Lavin 15th. It's going to be Simon Klein 16th. Nathan Hughes 17th. Sophia Sadagova up in 18th. Jack Cowell 19th. Rhett Johnson 20th. Aldo Ituriga 21st. Adrian Vargas in 22nd. And Oscar Gus Wonderley not able to close this one out here for heat number 1 of your Mini Swifts. So what a race did we have there on our hands. A crossover move in a turn number 11. We see that time and time again around here because you can do that, right? Whenever you go defensive in 11, you can set up that crossover move. A lot of crossover opportunities around this racetrack, Rocco.
What really surprised me was an overtake from Chambers in the S's. I was very impressive that he did it 2 laps in a row. I said it right before he did it. I said, I don't think I'm going to see an overtake, and then he did it. And, yeah, that was very impressive.
Yeah, usually whenever you don't think they're going to do something, they usually end up doing it.
They do, yeah.
Right? But we're going to take a quick commercial break. We had an action-packed first race, and we're going to get set to go. Coming up next, your Honda Kit Karts, presented by Gallery Furniture. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years, and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motors.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park from Houston, Texas. We are live here for round 2 of the spring roundup of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We get set to go green for our Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture. It's Bodie Bayer starting on the pole position in the number 10 top cart. Brody Brown alongside him on the front row. Beckley Anderson starting third. Not sure what happened to Rayfall Lee here in this one. He was slated to start on the pole position. So got a DQ. We're just getting intel that he got a DQ for fuel, incorrect fuel. So unfortunate there for Rayfall Lee, who's starting 9th now here in this one. So Beckley Anderson starting 3rd. Caden Tudor 4th. Holden Henson in 5th. Your round 1 winner starting 5th. Liam Lofton starting 6th. Trevor Knight 7th. Dusty Strayer in 8th. And Rayfall Lee rounding up your field. Shotgun Charlie on the field in 9th on his lonesome on row number 5 here. So going to be a red flag for these young guns as we get them slowed down and ready to go green here. Standard calling here with these kid karts who are gonna get set as a little bit of a bumping already as they slow down so we can line them up and putting them in correct track position. I mean, Rocco, I know that one of your favorite classes is the Honda Kid Kart class.
I love Honda Kid Karts.
I mean, I know how excited you are. There's actually a video that also went viral about you, working a camera 2 years ago here at Texas Racing Series. A kid goes off right in front of you, and you help him get back out on track. How was that?
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't get yelled at for that. Yeah, I learned then that I should leave that up to the corner workers. Yeah. And I should stay behind my camera.
Smart. So that's pretty good that you did that. You're just a hopeful guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the club dad in me, dude. I want to go help.
Club dad.
I'm a club dad.
Yeah, that's great. Racing dad, I guess you could say, right? So good to see from Rocco, local hero, hometown hero.
Local hero.
The Croatian sensation is what they call you.
Maybe one day.
So Bodie Bayer and Brody Brown starting on the front row here. Anderson was super quick at NOLA Motorsport. I know you weren't with us for the first round, but a little feedback. Beckley Anderson was super quick in the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Who's contending for a podium place, just wasn't able to get it done. Bodie Bayer though is definitely one to watch. He swept the entire weekend up until the main event where he wasn't able to get it done. As we see our race director Matt keeping up with the kid karts here as they get set to go green and into the tram lines they go for the first time this weekend. The youngest class that we'll see all weekend long. We are racing here at Speedsportz Racing Park, and a good start so far by Brody Brown, who's on the inside there, side by side in between him and Bayer. Brown takes the lead, and to the point of the field, Bayer in the top cart falls back to second. Anderson looking racy already, looking to get the move done on Bayer. Isn't close enough as of yet to get the move done. She's going to have a big draft down the back straightaway. Bayer tucks his head down. There goes Beckley Anderson down the inside on turn number 6. She's able to get clear even before the corner, and already on the rear bumper here of Brody Brown. It seems like Beckley Anderson is definitely geared for the straightaways here, Rocco.
That's a very good straightaway speed right there. Got a whole overtake before the corner, and it seems that she's working on another one right now. Brody Brown.
Brody Brown, yeah.
Yes. Okay, yeah, oh, wow, she's really close now, yeah. Coming into turn 11, I wonder if she's going to do it right here. Oh, she's slowing up. Maybe not. Brody Brown's still in the lead.
Yeah, not close enough for now. Wow, one driver goes around. I think that's Liam Lofton who went around her. That's the Margay. That's the 53. I think that's Tudor. Tudor went around there for a second. So for young Caden Tudor, has been in good spirits all weekend long. So good to see him here racing and pushing the limits here. Anderson goes a little wide there on the exit at 15, and she's continuing to push her way forward. What I love about this class, you see all the dads on the sideline telling their kids, push forward, hammer down, telling them to push. And these kids, they're like, I got to do it. I'm getting quick. And look who that is in 4th. That's Rayfall Lee up in a P4 already. This kid's absolutely flying here, Rocco.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he was started P9, and he's already into P4 by Oh my gosh, how many laps have we done so
Oh,
far?
there he goes. There he goes. Down the inside. We're 1 lap down. A lap and a half down. Ray Lee got the move done on the inside of Bodie Bayer. And now under your bumper of CRG teammate Beckley Anderson as they go side by side. And like we said, switchback city there. Bodie Bayer able to get back around of Ray Lee, who falls back to 4th here in this race. So Ray Lee falls back to 4th. Bayer in 3rd. Brody Brown all out there on his lonesome, but not the quickest man on track. It's currently Ray Lee.
Right now, what I'm questioning, he has the fastest lap time of 1:23.971. What I'm picturing at the end of this race, if he has enough time, he could possibly get ahead of these two and start battling with Brown if he can, you know, make haste and get by these two drivers.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I mean, this group isn't that far off for Brody Brown. It seems to be a second, but, you know, anything can happen. Look, and there's Brown up ahead in the field, but anything can happen in this race, right? We saw it at NOLA, and they do it again, side by side between Bayer and Anderson. Lee is going to make it 3 wide here going into turn number 1. Wow, what a move by Ray Lee out of nowhere. The speed he had down the main straightaway. Ray Lee saw that Anderson and Bayer were fighting and side by side, and Ray Lee stuck the nose down the inside and got clear of the two of them. I'll actually call that a sneak attack by Ray Lee. I'm pretty sure Beckley Anderson, she didn't see him coming as Ray Lee. Oh, I think he just passed the leader. Yeah. Brody, wow, Ray Lee absolutely flying here in this race. Takes the lead from Brody Brown, who seems to be falling off here a little bit halfway through this one.
Yeah, he thought no more play time. It's time to go.
Yeah, these kids do a lot of playing all weekend long, but this is for 5 minutes plus 2 laps is when they get super serious. You know, you see them kind of messing around on grid, pushing each other like, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to do this, you know. And whenever they get out on track, you know, it's helmets down, visors shut, and they get super serious. So good to see Ray Lee with the CRG Nordum guys here this weekend, already to the point of the field. And Big Brother Pasha saw him go out, you know, a little bit ago, and now younger brother Rafe is putting on a passing clinic here in this one. He started dead last, and now he's up to the point of the field here, Rocco. He just set the fastest lap last time by. Let's see what it looks like this time by.
It's a oh wow, new fastest lap time as he came around is a 1:19.283. You know, sometimes I wonder if these kids can outdrive their dads, you know. I mean, they're mean wheeling right now.
Yeah. So Rafe's dad actually used to drive full-size cars back in the day, open
World
wheel
GP.
cars. Yeah, so for Mr. Ali, used to drive World GP back in the day, so he's a little bit of, you know, Pasha and Rafe have a nice dad that knows a little bit about racing, right? As on our screens now is Beckley Anderson, who's ahead of Bodie Bayer, but for Rafe Ali, absolutely flying here in this race and continuing to push his way forward here at Speedsportz Racing Park.
Yeah, he's extending this huge lead right now. So I guess the only battling we'll see now is through 2 through 4. Beckley Anderson and Bodie Bayer are kind of close in that corner as they open up now. Yeah, they're all pretty evenly spread out right now, down through turn 11.
A couple of kart lengths split them up here in this one. It's still Brown in that second spot, who goes mid-track there into the toe of the boot. Not close enough yet for Brown, and continuing to close down the gap. For Ray Lee, running a second and a half quicker than the rest of the field. So good so far for Ray Lee. Let's see what it looks like this time by. Is it a new fastest lap? And it is a 1:19 flat. But Brody Brown seems to be picking up the pace here. 1:19.639 for Brody Brown. Beckley Anderson still in third. With a 1:19.775, so good so far. And having teammates like Anderson and Rafe, you know, being such a young and open kid kart class, you know, it's gonna be, you know, these parents are probably talking to each other like, hey, like, what do we need to do? You know, set up, I guess, you know, just like teammates would. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, there is one winner, but at the end of the day, all these kids are winners. Oh, wow, Beckley Anderson goes around. As and Brody Brown and Bodie Bayer get together there, and this is going to even extend the gap to Ray Lee ahead. Oh, and commentators, curse for Beckley Anderson there, unfortunately. Let's see if she can get back going. Side by side for P2 here, it's Bodie Bayer and Brody Brown, who still goes side by side, and Bodie Bayer up in a P2 here.
Yep, Bodie Bayer into P2. He basically got the good end of that accident right there up into P2. But I don't know if Brody Brown will let that stand for long. He seems to already be working on it. Brody Bayer going very defensive into the corner. That's a very good defensive line. Oh, he actually That was some good defending right there. Do you see that? That
Yeah,
placement?
so it looked like Brown wanted to stick the nose down the inside there on Bayer. Just wasn't close enough for him as of yet. So just wasn't enough there for Brown to make the move, and they continue to work their way further and further up the field. Rafe Ali they're losing a little bit of touch. Ali already on the back straightaway going into turn number 6. It was the 2-6 were in the air last time by. And this is 2 laps to go for these young guns. It's Bayer against Brody Brown. Who is it going to be? Side by side in between the two of them. Bayer going defensive here, trying to keep Brown on the outside. Brown looking to get the switchback done. Welcome to Switchback City. Brody Brown, can he get it done? And it's turn number 7 on the exit. Not close enough as of yet for Brody Brown. And isn't close enough as of yet. Goes over the curbing there. What a move by Brody Brown. Ate that curb completely. And Brody Brown on the 17 comp cart goes up in a second here. And for Brody, Bayer falls back to third as Brody Brown set that switch back up perfectly going into turn number 8, Rocco.
Yeah, curb hopping in a kid cart is dangerous business as Brody Brown almost dips a wheel coming out of turn 11. But he has about a car length and a half. He would be clear for this next corner coming up. One more lap to go as they come around. I wonder if Bayer will have anything to say about Brown's. Oh, he's actually gaining on him right now.
Yeah, so it seems like Bayer has really good run out of the last 2 corners and really good is geared for the top end here almost, as Bayer is going to be close enough to get the move done in turn number 3. We saw Chambers do it in his first heat. Not close enough for Bayer, though. Is he close enough into the double right-hander? Not as of yet. Brody Brown still leads away down the back straightaway. Up onto the steering wheel there for Brody Brown. Can Bayer close down that gap to Brown down the back straightaway? Into turn number 6 we go. Brown still leads, Rafe Ali still leads us away, who's way up the field here in this one. The white flag was out last time by. We'll check in with Rafe Ali when he gets closer to the finish line, but he's still out there and keeping it on the black stuff here at this point. It's still Brody Brown in second, Bayer in third, and Bayer closing down that gap, but just isn't enough. It hasn't been enough for the two of them to contend with Rafe Ali. So let's check in with Rafe Ali. Young Rafe has been in a league of his own so far in this one. Started 9th, qualified on pole, went back to 9th, and now Rafe Ali gonna win heat number 1 here in Honda Kid Kart. Still side by side further back in between Brown and Bayer. Looks like it's gonna be Brody Brown as they go side by side for a second, but still Brody Brown who is gonna finish second here in this one, and Brody Bayer across the line in third. Caden Tudor across the line in 4th, Holden Henson 5th.
In 6th, we have Beckley Anderson after that unfortunate accident. In 7th, it's Dusty Strayer. 8th is Trevor Knight. 9th is Liam Lofton. And 10th is Wylan
Galino. So Wylan Galino finishing 10th here in this race. So an action-packed Kid Kart race to start off by Gallery Furniture. When we come back from a quick commercial break, we're getting set to go green for our Micro Swift class. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
Well, as our Micro Swifts take to the track, it was Marcelo Flores at the end of qualifying who put it on pole position. The SLA Kart Republic put it on the pole position. Dutch Westbrook starting side next to him on the outside. It's going to be Brody Stoffel in row number 2 with Kimo Ahmad, Andrew Anastasio, and Victor Gus Wonderley are going to share row number 3. It's Bay Wyatt and Kason Sanders on row number 4. Nayeli Vargas and Rodolfo Garza on row number 5. And Tyler Blackwood, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting 11th in row number 6 on his own. But as we get set to go green here, it's Marcelo Flores from Monterrey, Mexico, who's going to lead us away here in this. Oh, we have one driver around here early. Not sure who that is as of yet. I think it's it's an OTK who went around. I'm not completely sure of who that is at the moment. So is going to be go back to the back of the field as they get to the commitment cone. So no more warming up of their tires here. It's going to be Marcelo Flores and Dutch Westbrook who lead us away here in this race. And a little bit of a quick start for Flores, who seems to be just trying to get ahead of it here in this one. The green flag flies, and we are racing here in Micro Swift. Flores with a good start so far. It's side by side in between Westbrook and Stoffel. Can Stoffel stay up in a third? Ahmad moved out there into turn number 4. Into turn number 4 we go. Ahmad back to fourth. Stoffel in third, and two very good friends in third and fourth for Stoffel and Ahmad as they are going to work together here. And the ones who aren't going to work together was down the inside of our Dutch Westbrook, with Marcelo Flores over-under move there for him, who goes to the point of the field. And just as I said, Ahmad and Stoffel were going to work together. Ahmad passes Stoffel, and up in a third for Ahmad.
Kimo Ahmad really confident on the brakes there. You saw him close a huge gap before he overtook his buddy. Now right on the back of Westbrook. He's going to go to the inside of turn 11, and he is definitely clear now. Going to keep working on that lead. Marcelo Flores still has about a kart length and a half ahead of Ahmad into the boot hairpin, and Westbrook back on the inside of Kimo Ahmad and gets back into P2.
So Westbrook down the inside on Ahmad, and Ahmad falls back to third, side by side further back, and Ahmad and Westbrook go side by side. Westbrook on the inside of turn number 2. Ahmad looks to get it done into turn number 3, still super tight into the S's, and they go side by side. A little bit of a side pod there to Kimo Ahmad, who was stuck on the outside. Westbrook gave him a little bit of a shove there, and Ahmad gets moved to the wayside and back up in a third. It's just hard racing. I wouldn't really call it a shove from Westbrook, but it's just super hard racing when you're going side by side into such a high-speed corner.
Yeah, side by side through the S's. Side by side through the S's is very difficult to do it without making contact. So it's just a bit of racing. I wouldn't call it anything malicious by any means. Yeah, so there you have it. Side by side further back as Victor Gus Wonderley looks to work his way up in a P4. Just lost it there a little bit. Stoffel going to stay in fourth here. It's Westbrook in third. Ahmad still there in second. And Marcelo Flores out there on his lonesome in his Kart Republic SLA machine. A 102.434 for Marcelo Flores. Dutch Westbrook in third now with Kimo Ahmad in second. Side-by-side action further back. That's Andrew Lee, Anastasio, and Victor Gus Wonderley, who switch positions here. So Anastasio going to lead the way from Victor Gus Wonderley and Bay Wyatt. Marcelo Flores puts down another fastest lap, a minute .651. Kimo Ahmad's the only one within two-tenths of a second of that lap time, so I'm wondering if he'll be able to close the gap. Dutch Westbrook and Stoffel still pushing down the back straight. Through Switchback City have been no overtakes so far. They're still running single file. Kimo Ahmad is working on that gap. He doesn't seem to be gaining or losing yet, but Dutch Westbrook and Stoffel still definitely nose to tail. Stoffel goes down the inside there on Dutch Westbrook. Stoffel able to get the move done side by side, and an over-under move by Dutch Westbrook. And we talk a lot about switchbacks, right? We haven't seen a lot of switchbacks being made, but we have seen a lot of crossover moves here, Rocco. For sure. There's Westbrook and Stoffel there, who are currently sitting third and fourth. So for Westbrook and Stoffel, still nose to tail and continuing to try and push their way further and further up to Kimo Ahmad in that second spot. Kimo Ahmad is gaining on Marcelo Flores. He's very close to him now. I can see.
Yeah, down the back straightaway they go this time by for Marcelo Flores and Kimo Ahmad. They continue to push each other forward. Ahmad looks to stick the nose down the inside on Flores. It got super tight there, but Ahmad was able to get it done, and Flores falls back to second. The young Egyptian absolutely flying here in the later stages of this race. 4 minutes down in this heat race, and 1 minute to go in this heat number 1 for these Micro Swift drivers. It's Kimo Ahmad from Marcelo Flores, Westbrook, and was from Stoffel, but they go side by side further back. Angel Anastasio now up in a 4th. Stoffel back to 5th.
Marcelo Flores looking to work together with Kimo Ahmad. They go into turn 11. He doesn't look down the inside. He's just pushing him, trying to get away from that second pack. But now he goes 2 by 2 down into turn 1, files back in. He's looking for it, but he hasn't been able to make it off yet. I bet he'll try and do it. Yeah, he's setting it up already. He's trying to get on the back of the straight.
Yeah, so it seems like Flores already setting up that move on the back of the straightaway. And just like you said, Rocco, already with a big draft. Is he going to stick the nose down the inside? Rocco, they call you Mystic Rocco for a reason, right? It seems like you can just tell these things just by seeing them. And Flores looked for the move, just wasn't close enough. Ahmad able to get the inside into turn number 7. And it's super hard whenever you try to make a move like that into turn number 6 because you end up staying on the outside for turn number 7, which is another left-hander.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely compromising when you go down the inside of turn 6. You really have to get ahead of them and then almost park it on them so they can't get back on the inside of you. That's why we call it Switchback City. Yeah,
correct. A very good point there, Rocco. Very good intel. As Ahmad still leads from Flores further back. Dutch Westbrook isn't able to close down the gap as of yet, but the more and more that Flores and Ahmad decide to fight, the more that Westbrook, Anastasio, Stoffel, and company close down the gap. There you have it again. Marcelo Flores, like you said before, already setting up the move in a turn number 6. Goes a little bit wide in a 1, trying to set up and get a little bit more momentum than Kimo Ahmad is here at the moment. There goes Marcelo Flores. Down the back straightaway we go into turn number 6. It's going to be a good passing opportunity for Flores. Is he going to stick the nose down the inside? Not close enough. Just gives Ahmad a big shove. And further and further for Ahmad. Just knocks him a little bit off his breaking point there a little bit. But it's still Flores in that second spot with Ahmad who leads us away. The battle further back, it's still staying a little bit stagnant. They seem to be working together, Stoffel, Anastasio, and Westbrook, to try and catch up to the 2 leaders of Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores.
There are many things you can do from second that aren't overtaking. You can definitely keep pushing and just pressuring on that first place position, hoping that they make a mistake so you don't work on your tires as much. But, going into the S's, you can see Kimo Ahmad driving a much tighter line than Marcelo. I think that's because whenever you're in the lead, driving a tighter line, it's harder to get underneath you when you drive that tighter line, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So with 2 laps to go, it's officially crunch time for these Micro Swift drivers. Ahmad leads us away from Flores. It was side-by-side across the line for Westbrook, Anastasio, and Stoffel. And there we have side-by-side on screen now for Marcelo Flores and Kimo Ahmad. Wasn't close enough there for Flores. It's still Ahmad who leads us away. It's the young Egyptian against the young Mexican. Who is it going to be for this heat number 1 race win? It's still Marcelo Flores in the second spot, and still on the rear bumper here of Kimo Ahmad. Ahmad going a little bit defensive. Flores not close enough as of yet. Ahmad with a great run there on the exit of turn number 11. It seems like he went a little bit wide there on exit, and Flores now closing down that gap. What is it going to be into the toe of the boot? Can Flores get ahead? Not enough, and Ahmad driving a little bit defensive and side by side. Flores looked to be ahead by a second, but Ahmad with a much better exit there and able to stay ahead. The white flag is in the air. This is going to be it for Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores. Further back, Westbrook still up in a 3rd with Anastasio in 4th and Stoffel in 5th. It's 1 and 2 for Ahmad. Flores with a lot of work to do down this back straightaway, Rocco.
Kimo Ahmad is doing a very good job of holding that lead. He's very deep on the brakes in turn 6 and turn 11. But I wonder if Marcelo is just waiting for him to make a mistake, and that's why he's not braking so deep.
Yeah, no, for sure. Marcelo's definitely being really patient here. I didn't see a move by him last lap by, and Ahmad just not going as defensive as we'd usually expect here. So it could be that maybe they're going to call a truce here and just try and finish this first heat and try to finish where they stand. But for Flores, seems to be losing touch here a little bit with Kimo Ahmad. Further back, still battling side by side in between the group further back. It's going to be Kimo Ahmad, though, who's going to take away heat race number 1 here in Micro Swift, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Marcelo Flores across the line 2nd. Side by side across the line for Stoffel and Anastasio. Stoffel in 4th. Westbrook in 3rd. Anastasio 5th. Wonderlay in 6th. Bay Wyatt across the line in 7th. And Tyler Blackwood slated across 8th. Nayeli Vargas slated across 9th. Kaysen Sanders across the line in 10th. And Rodolfo Garza in 11th. An action-packed race here for the Micro Swift drivers presented by Kart Racing Solution. Coming up next is your 206 Heavies presented by TB Kart. Don't go anywhere.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
.206 Heavy, presented by TB Kart, makes their way out onto the racetrack. It was Madison Knox putting it on the pole position here in qualifying. Marcus Pilion crossed the line in second. Nick Miller in third, David Roddy fourth, Lucas Hart fifth, Zeren Lee in sixth, Ross Smith not starting, and neither is Kevin Dickerson. So it's only 6 drivers here in this KA. 206 heavy race presented by TB Kart, and Madison Knox could be a breakout weekend for her. Hasn't had a podium so far in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Looking for her first one this weekend here, Rocco.
Yeah, it was quite impressive in the qualifying. She drove a very clean line, didn't make too many mistakes in the qualifying, and was able to get that pole position. I'm pretty sure she had. I mean, if she just keeps cool and works her race, she could definitely come out with the win in this heat.
Yeah, no, for sure. So for Madison Knox, her first time leading us away here in her Texas Sprint Racing Series career. As Madison Knox now going to lead us away from Marcus Pilion in the front row. It's the Maverick starting in third on that inside line with David Roddy in the TB Kart. His rookie season, I should say, for David Roddy. His first time actually racing at the Texas Sprint Racing Series was at NOLA. But we get set to go green here. Into the tram lines we go for Madison Knox and Marcus Pilion, who is not even in the tram lines. So I think the officials will take a look at that after the race. So for Marcus Pilion, who falls all the way back to fourth here, and Nick Maverick Miller already up in a second here. Pilion falls back to fifth. Lucas Hart already to get around the 3 of them. So Hart up in a P3, and it's Nick Maverick Miller and Madison Knox who lead us away for the first time this weekend into turn number 6. Is Miller going to look for the move, or is he going to decide to pass? The Maverick looks to be patient here at the moment and continuing to push Madison Knox forward. So for Pilion there, closing down the gap now to Miller in second. And David Roddy in fourth there, and continuing to look for a move there on Pilion, just not close enough as of yet. So it's Madison Knox who continues to lead us away here in this 206 heavy class.
Yeah, Madison Knox is kind of pulling away right now. She's about a 2-car gap. David Roddy, he's got to be related to Taylor Roddy.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got that actually spot on. David's actually Taylor's dad.
Oh, okay.
So David Roddy is Taylor's dad, and out here racing, trying to show Taylor, how it's done in the 206 class. So David in fourth now and looking for a move there on Pilion. Is he close
moving.
enough to get it done? He is, in fact, rolling here. David Roddy not close enough as of yet to get the move done there on Pilion. Trying to set it up down into turn number 6 as Maverick loses a little bit of touch there with Madison Knox at the point of the field. So Knox with a healthy gap so far, over a second here to Nick Miller behind. Not sure if Miller made some type of mistake here in this stage of the race, but it seems like Nick Miller fell off a little bit here of the pace that Madison Knox has here.
I think that Nick Miller must be on a shorter gear, because I just saw Marcus Pilion just close that gap down the back straight into turn 6. There was a considerable gap that was closed at the very end of that back straight, so he might be set up for the infield a little bit more. Yeah,
very, very, very good intel there, Rocco, and I think that's actually right, because it seems like Nick Miller has a really good exit out of most of these corners, but like you see, even there, right, you see him have a really good exit, and then when it gets to the straightaway, it seems like Pilion just is already on the rear bumper there of Nick Miller. Let's see what it's like this time by when they go into turn number 1, and you see it there. So I think it could be that Pilion has a little bit of more top end than Nick Miller here in this race. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but for Nick Miller, he's 5/10 off of Madison Knox here at the moment, who's running all out there on her lonesome here at Speedsportz Racing Park. And yeah, I think you're right, Rocco, as Pilion goes down the inside, and it seems to be relatively easy to get around Nick Miller, who, and like you said, I think he has some form of I guess, not the upper hand to Marcus Pilion, who seems to be on a lower gear here.
Pilion seemed to scoot right by, but now that Nick Miller's behind, maybe he can push him down that infield, and maybe they can catch up to Madison Knox. Yeah, correct.
I mean, we've seen a lot of people work together in the 206 senior. Obviously, it's more evident. But David Roddy there, not too far off. Lucas Hart right behind the 3 of them. So for all these guys and girls out there on the racetrack, going to look to see what they can do and catch up to Madison Knox. This time it seems to be a little closer for Pilion, who seems to be closing down the gap. We'll find out when they cross the stripe this time by Madison Knox across the line. And I tell you what, Marcus Pilion, 0.6 of a second quicker than Madison Knox. A 104.923 for Pilion, who goes way quicker than Madison Knox that time by. So a little bit of work to do for Madison Knox if she wants to keep the lead here in this race. But we obviously saw Marcus Pilion wasn't in the tram line when the race started, so it could be, maybe the officials will take a look at that at the end of the race.
It could be a tram penalty, but I wouldn't confirm it until,
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, true. But he is gaining considerably on Madison Knox right now. She had a huge gap before they crossed the start-finish line last time around, and now he's closed that gap by at least half.
Yeah, so that gap was at over a second, and now Pilion out of nowhere is already on the rear bumper here of Madison Knox, who is going to try to stay ahead, but it's going to be a lot of work to do if she wants to keep Pilion behind. Is he close enough into the boot? Not close enough into the toe, and Madison Knox going to stay ahead here at the moment. Is Pilion still in second? And opening up his gap little by little. Fastest lap of the race, a 104.4 for Marcus Pilion, 5/10 of a second quicker than Madison Knox in the lead, but seems to get bobbled up there a little bit into the S's.
Yeah, huge mistake coming into turn 2. He seemed to be pushing her, and then he just got a whole bunch of oversteer and killed all of his speed. You know, like I said earlier with 206s, whenever you have that big oversteer, you can't do much in the way of power.
Yeah, as David Roddy able to go down the inside on Nick Miller, who was up in a second at one point in this race, but I think that gear is really just affecting Nick Miller here in this race. It seems like he's losing a lot of time down the main straightaway. Roddy was able to go by him as well with almost no hesitation at all. So for Roddy, you see him closing down the gap, and it seems like he has more top end than Nick Miller here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Nick will definitely go back to his tent and change that gear after this race, and maybe he'll be back for Heat 2 and 3.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, there's big gaps in between the day, almost an hour and a half until they go back out into the track. You know, we know how long that can be. A lot of these guys are probably going to get desperate. You know, like, you know what? I want to try something new. I'm going to try something else. I have nothing to lose at this point, right? So for Nick Miller, started third, already losing points, starting fourth compared to Roddy and others out here. So he's going to want to try something new for Heat number 2 later today. But for Pilion, still very much in tow to Madison Knox there in the lead of the race. Pilion close enough. He is down the inside to number 6. Pilion in the red speed looks to get the move done and clear of Madison Knox. So good move by him. And new leader for the first time this weekend, Marcus Pilion, leads us away from Madison Knox.
Now, Madison Knox, if I were in her shoes, I would try and just shadow him for the next few laps and then, put some pressure on him. I mean, she isn't able to look behind her and see the mistakes he was making, but I wonder if she can keep the pressure on him if he'll make more mistakes in the future.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, I mean, one thing's following, and it's a completely different thing leading, right? Pilion can have a prey to catch up ahead, but whenever he's out there, he becomes the prey now.
Yep.
And Madison Knox becomes a predator. So, going to be interesting to see what Knox can do if she can, learn a little bit from Pilion, see his lines around here, and see if he can improve at all. So, still Pilion leads us away. A good lap by him last time by 104.850. Only 4/10 off of the fastest lap of the race, which is also owned by him. So with almost 5 minutes down, I think we got the 2.6 in the air the last time by. It'll be white flag, so a lap and a half to go in this race. It's still Pilion who leads us from Knox, Roddy in 3rd, Miller 4th, Lucas Hart 5th, and Zeren Lee and Kevin Dickerson rounding up your fields here in 206 heavy.
Yeah, she's scanning Pilion. She's really looking at where he's strong and where he's weak. Even if it doesn't, come to fruition in this heat, in the other heats, she can know where he's strong, where Pilion's strong, where he isn't.
Yeah, very, very well said, right? So this is really going to be, learning for Madison Knox to see if she can even, try and close down the gap. But I tell you what, David Roddy closing down the gap. Personal best lap time for him last time by a 104.666 for David Roddy. Went 2/10 quicker than the 2 leaders ahead. So the TV cart may be up there. White flag in the air. It's Pilion from Knox and Roddy in 3rd. Nick Miller, fastest lap of the race for him, a 105 flat. Looks to improve and go a spot better into the podium places. Not enough as of yet for Miller. Down the back straightaway we go. This time by Knox. Is she close enough to get the move down in a 6? And I think Pilion just has a little more top end than Madison Knox here too, Rocco. You see him pulling away a little bit there at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, he may just be on the limiter a little bit later than she is. Usually on this track, you want to hit the limiter around the light pole. I don't know if that's still the meta. That's what it was whenever I was racing. But, I mean, he may just be off that limiter for a few more seconds.
Yeah, so it seems to be mixing it up here, the difference in gearing by a lot of these drivers. So Pilion still leads us away. Knox not close enough as of yet to make the move. She has a good run on the exit of turn number 11. Now side by side, this is the battle for the lead. Madison Knox and Pilion. She's able to get the move done, and it seems like that lower gear helped her out with the exit. Can she keep it on the racing track? She does. Madison Knox retakes the lead. Pilion down the inside as they go side by side. Contact in between the two of them. David Roddy not too far back, and Madison Knox, your winner here in 206 heavy. Pilion 2nd, David Roddy in 3rd, Nick Miller 4th. Lucas Hart 5th, Zeren Lee 6th, Kevin Dickerson in 7th. Wow. Side-by-side action, a little bit of contact
a little bit
even.
of argy-bargy.
In between, argy-bargy is definitely the word to use there, man. In between Madison Knox and Marcus Pilione. I mean, what a barn burner of an ending there in between the two of them, right? And it seemed like that lower gear by Madison Knox helped her get the exit out of turn number 11 and helped her even stay ahead on the exit of the boot.
Yeah, in that last corner, Pilione tried to stick the nose, but I don't think Madison saw it, and that's why they had that little contact.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's
just too late.
Yeah, that's what happens. So we get set to go green. Coming up next, the first of your headline classes. It's going to be your KA 100 seniors coming up next in group number 1. We are going to run you through your field here. It's a lot to take in, so it's 2 groups. Whenever timing updates here shortly, we're going to get set to go with KA 100 senior Drew Chappell there on the grid, and with a couple of other drivers who get set to go green. That's Drew Chappell there. You see Joey Friend's dad, a little tap on the helmet there. Joey Friend there right behind Chappell, starting on the second row. Joey Friend, new colors this weekend, but not new colors overall, right? We saw Joey Friend last year on the CRG. He's back in the CRG this weekend with the MSL racing team out of Dallas, Texas. MSL, you know, a father and brother affair with Massimo Sanchez-Lara leading the charge in that team, with Father Mario helping out and younger brother Marcelo as well, doing a lot of work to try and get more CRGs out into the Dallas area. So it's Drew Chappell starting on the outside. Aiden Rudolph was your pole sitter here in this one as we get set to release him here shortly. So Aiden Rudolph is going to lead us away here. He's going to go out side by side with Drew Chappell. In third, it's going to be Xander Clements. Fourth, it's going to be Joey Friend, Diego Guillot, and Jake French. Get set to go green here. Vinny Maskelis, Beckett Friesen, Truly Adams, Taylor Roddy, Mac Parks, Justin Music, Valen Vacantesh, Chase Suplee, Sawyer Roussel, Ruben Asensio, Ace Parker, Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, Kurt Goodson, Keno Cadena, Wyatt Renfro, David Bratton, Jahan Davis, and Benjamin Egdroff, all getting set to go out for the first group of KA 100 Senior, presented by CRG Nordum. It's Aiden Rudolph who's going to lead us away at his home track, his backyard here in this one. It's going to be Drew Chappell, the reigning 206 senior champion, not in 206 this weekend, wanted to focus on the KA class, and it seems like it's done him well. And in third place, Mr. Kart Chaser himself, Xander Clements. An unfortunate end to his first race back in the seat at NOLA Motorsports Park. He looks to get a much better end to his weekend this time out as he's starting third. Joey Friend right behind him starting fourth. It's going to be Diego Guillot and Jake French who share the third row. It's Vinny Maskelis and Beckett Friesen on the fourth row. Truly Adams and Taylor Roddy rounding up your top 10 here. A crawling pace so far. Aiden Rudolph and Drew Chappell for the first time this weekend in KA 100 Senior by CRG Nordum are going to lead us away here. Aiden Rudolph and Clements seem to have a good start. We are racing here in KA 100 Senior. A good start so far by Rudolph and Clements, who get to the point of the field. In third, it's Chappell. Fourth, for Jake French, who works his way up. Joey Friend looking to make moves, not close enough as of yet. And Rudolph already with a little bit of a gap to Xander Clements there in second. There is Drew Chappell closing down the gap down the back straightaway. Is he going to make the move, or is he going to push Clements? Pushes Clements further up to Rudolph there in the point of the field. Friend still in fifth, with Guillot looking for a move down the inside there on Joey Friend. Diego Guillot up in a P5 here side by side. Chappell gets the move down there on Clements. Seems to be struggling for grip here in the early stages of this race. Jake French there in fourth. Guillot looking for another move down the inside. A deep send by Diego Guillot up in a P4 here in this race.
Guillot seriously on the move here. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts cranking down some fast laps here in a minute. He's already gaining up to the back of Xander Clements. I think Drew and Xander are probably going to try and work together to catch up to Aiden. Otherwise, he's just going to drive away right now. Yeah, it's going to be important for them to continue to work together here in this one. Jake French now going to be behind the rookie of Diego Guillot and try and push further and further up the field. For Aiden Rudolph, fastest lap so far, a 58.160. Obviously not at race pace as of yet, being the first lap there. As Chappell, a big draft down the back straightaway to Aiden Rudolph at the point of the field. A good draft there by Chappell, who is now on the rear bumper there, and Guillot going down the inside there on Clements. So Guillot up in a second
in a third here, and Chapel already on the rear bumper of Aiden Rudolph here at the moment. French and Clements as well have found each other nose to tail here further back in this field, but Aiden Rudolph in the CRG still leads us away into the boot.
Aiden Rudolph still leads. Drew Chappell is gaining, but Diego Guillo is flying right now. Coming into the last corner. Oh,
and I think French was able to go on the inside of Clements there into the boot. So French up in a P4 here. Clements falls back to 5th. And like you said, Diego Guillo was going quickest and just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he set a 55.426. Definitely flying right now. He's going to be up to the back of Drew Chappell at any moment now.
Yeah, so Guillo absolutely flying in the early stages of this race. Only 5 minutes plus 2 laps in this one. Chappell already on the rear bumper of Aiden Rudolph. Not close enough there for Chappell to get the move done. The Dallas local hasn't been able to race as much as he'd like to this year for Drew Chappell. Going to school over at TCU and just hasn't been able to put in as many laps as he has in the past, but trying to do his best. He had not the best showing at NOLA, but is doing much better here at Speedsportz Racing Park. But if he wants to, contend for a race win here in this heat, he has to beat a kid who's racing in his own backyard here of Aiden Rudolph, who is still lapping a little bit quicker than Chappell. Chappell obviously having the draft, so 2 seconds quicker than Rudolph, but let's see what it looks like this time by when they cross the stripe. It's Rudolph who goes 55.497. Jake French now in the factory car to 55.195. French struggled over at NOLA, and after that weekend, he told me, he was like, you know what, I was a little bit down on power, but I think it's looking a lot better this weekend.
Yeah, Diego Guillo already gaining on the back of Drew Chappell. I wonder if he's going to send it right now. He might. There he goes into turn 6. Will Drew Chappell answer it? No, he files up behind Diego Guillo, and they're already back to Aiden Rudolph now.
Yeah, and Joey Friend looked to go down the inside on Xander Clements there as well. So I think Joey Friend up in a P5 now. Clements falls back to 6th. So still Aiden Rudolph who leads us away. Guillo now up in a 2nd. Rudolph has had a lot of time last year, coaching Diego Guillo, who used to be one of the drivers in his dad's academy, still a driver at the AR Academy for Diego Guillo. And there goes French down the inside on Chappell. A late send there by Jake French. Gets the move done, and up in a P3 there by Jake French, who's charging and seems to have really good pace in that factory kart. Not able to go purple, but he was quickest a couple of laps ago. As they continue to cycle through, Vinny Maskelis up in a 6th there, and Chappell still in 4th here at the moment. French there, you see him tucking the head and trying to close down the gap to Diego Guillo in that 2nd spot. Not as of yet, but Guillo seems to be closing down the gap to Aiden Rudolph in the lead here. And there he goes down the inside and clear for Diego Guillo, who goes to the point of the field.
That was a good move by Diego Guillo now into P1. I wonder if Aiden Rudolph is going to send it into turn 11. Maybe, maybe not. If you can put a cart in between him and Jake French, that'd be probably good for him. Out of turn 11 they go. They're now 4 nose to tail, very close. They're probably going to start getting feisty in this boot right here, Caleb. Yeah,
let's see if Rudolph decides to make the move. Is he close enough? Not as of yet for Aiden Rudolph. A little bit defensive from Jake French behind. So Rudolph still in that 2nd spot. Guillo, in the first time in his rookie career, leads a senior race here at his home track of Speedsportz Racing Park. So for the driver who just signed a USF Juniors contract, they did his first race at the Juniors Academy, and now his 2nd KA100 senior race here. The rookie leads away from Aiden Rudolph. Down the inside for Rudolph. Can he get clear? He will. So Aiden Rudolph back to the point of the field. French in 3rd, and it's really crazy to see Rudolph, who a guy who taught him a lot was Jake French when they were under PSL, and Rudolph as well with Diego Guillo, almost a teacher and a student at the same time here. Aiden Rudolph, who leads away from one of his old students and an old teacher behind, as that student now goes back to the point of the field, and Chappell gets past French here.
Yeah, that was some instinct by Aiden. You could probably hear him coming down the inside there and moved. Oh, down the inside goes Jake French on Drew Chappell, but he can't get. Oh, Diego Guillo and Aiden Rudolph side by side down the front straight into the S as they go. They're holding it side by side. Diego Guillo takes the lead, and Aiden Rudolph files behind.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the more and more fighting that the top 4 did, Joey Friend closed down the gap, as well as Vinny Maskelis and Xander Clements now back into the party. So 7 karts in this front group. Diego Guillo leads away. Aiden Rudolph continuing to push him forward. Guillo a little bit defensive. Rudolph on the outside. Can he get it done? Not close enough. Still side by side between Chappell. French looking to stick the nose down the inside on Chappell. Can he get it done on Rudolph as well? He's not even going to get it done on Chappell, though. So French losing a lot of time and back in a 4th there. Still jockeying for position further back. It's Maskelis who leads that 2nd group there, and there goes Rudolph side by side, and wow, a big gaggle of karts there into turn number 11. Aiden Rudolph, the leader here as it stands. 5 minutes are up, so it's going to be 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe this time by. It's Aiden Rudolph from Diego Guillot, Jake French further back and forth. It's Friend from Friesen and Clements here when they cross the stripe. Aiden Rudolph with 2 laps to go, officially crunch time, but it seems like it's been crunch time since the green flag was dropped at the start of the race. The hometown kid looks to continue to lead here in this race, and it seems to be issues further back in the field for another driver.
Diego chooses to push Aiden down the straight. Oh,
wow, a send there by Jake French, who gets it done on Drew Chappell. So French able to get up to 3rd here. Friend to 4th. It's Drew Chappell in 5th. In 6th, it's going to be Beckett Friesen. And further back in 7th was Ander Clements, but I think he had some sort of issue. Fell back further in the field, and there goes down the inside for Joey Friend. Back in the CRG. French off the racetrack. Drops the tire there. Chappell getting a little bit aggressive here with Jake French. Friesen going to push him through. Friesen gets up and ahead of Jake French now. It's still Aiden Rudolph who leads from Diego Guillot. The white flag is in the air this time by. Still Aiden Rudolph and Diego Guillot leading away. Joey Friend in 3rd for the MSO Racing team. It's Drew Chappell in 4th. Beckett Friesen 5th. Jake French 6th. Vinny Mascella 7th. Truly Adams 8th. Xander Clements in 9th. And Keno Cadena rounding up your top 10 here, Rocco.
Yeah, Diego Guillot on the outside of Aiden. Aiden goes defensive into Switchback City. He keeps covering the corner down. Okay, he was looking for the inside there, couldn't get it. Aiden Rudolph still leads into the double right-hander. Through the infield straight down into turn 11 they go. I wonder if he's going to throw a overtake into this corner.
Yeah, all good. There he goes. Rudolph goes defensive there from Diego Guillot. Guillot looking for the crossover move. Not close enough. He may get the inside there into the boot. Not as of yet. But there he goes into the boot, into the toe. Still Aiden Rudolph who leads us away. And staying ahead here at the moment. Aiden Rudolph getting set to cross the line and taking away heat race number 1 from Diego Guillot, who finished 2nd. Joey Friend in 3rd. Beckett Friesen 4th. Drew Chappell 5th. It's going to be Vinny Mascella 6th. Jake French 7th. Truly Adams across the line in 8th. Valen Vakentesh in 9th. Sawyer Roussel 10th. Justin Music 11th. Mac Parks in 12th. Taylor Roddy 13th. Chase Suplee 14th. Ruben Asensio 15th. And Xander Clements, some sort of issue at the end of the race. Not sure what happened. Finished 16th. Kurt Goodson and Wyatt Renfro finishing 18th. 17th and 18th. Jahan Davis 19th. Keno Cadena 20th. David Bratton in 21st. Ace Parker in 22nd. Alfred Alvazo Castillo 23rd. And I don't think Benjamin Egdroff was able to get going there in that race. But there you have Alex Stanfield getting set to go green here for the second group of 2 in this KA100 senior class. Going to be an action-packed second race where we saw Aiden Rudolph already with a good start to his weekend so far. Was able to put it on pole in qualifying and a good first heat race that put him up at the front of the field and ahead in the points with being one of the favorites for pole position going into Sunday's main event.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph definitely the man to beat this weekend. You know, countless laps and also from last round, you know, really good performance. He's carrying a lot of momentum in this weekend, and yeah, he's going to be pretty tough to beat this weekend. Yeah,
going to be tough to beat there for Aiden Rudolph. I mean, like we said, we see him out here practicing
all the
week
time.
in and week out, and he practices a lot, so it's going to be interesting to see what Rudolph can do. But a little bit of cleanup set to be done here on the racetrack. We get set to go green here shortly with our second group of KA100 Senior. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Well, an action-packed first race for the first group of KA 100 seniors, and we expect the exact same for the second group, as Alex Stanfield, who qualified 4th overall, is looking to start on the front row here alongside either Jesus Vasquez Jr. or, it is Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the pole position here in this second group. So Vasquez starting on the pole. It's going to be Stanfield alongside him on the front row. Landon Skinner and Michael Leavitt on the second row. Faulkner and Robertson, row 3. Pico and Phillips, row 4. Cruz and Howell are going to round up your 5th row here. It's going to be Dunlap and Summers on row number 6. Lamping and Trejo in row number 7. Din and Altman in row number 8. It's going to be Barry and Ropke in row number 9. Columbus and Bamrou in row number 10. McCarthy and Good in row number 11. It's going to be Knight and Pope rounding up your field here in KA 100 Senior, presented by CRG Nordham. It's Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, and Alex Stanfield, a multiple-time Texas Sprint Racing Series champion, looks to go back to the front. An unfortunate DQ after the first round. That's obviously, you can't drop a DQ, so unfortunate start so far by Alex Stanfield. But for Landon Skinner, one of the breakout stars here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, his rookie season in the KA senior class. We saw him across many series last year, and we look to see what he can do against some of the best senior drivers in Texas here as we get set to go green. It's Jesus Vasquez Jr. against Alex Stanfield starting off here. So it's California against Dallas, Texas. We get set to go green. Into the tram lines we go. We get set to take the green flag. The green flag is out, and we are racing here once again in KA 100 Senior. A good start for Alex Stanfield, who is going to take the lead here early on. Vasquez slots back in a second. Skinner able to stay ahead in third. Leave it up in a fourth. Side-by-side Robertson there. Looks to get ahead. He does. So up in a fourth for Braden Robertson. A good lead for Alex Stanfield, and a good jump there at the start that he had. And like we said, starting on that outside ultimately ends up being a little better than starting on the inside here.
Yeah, but Vasquez on that start didn't get the push he needed from the inside line and was kind of swallowed by that outside line.
Yeah, so unfortunate start so far by Jesus Vasquez, but still in second, not too bad for him. But Alex Stanfield with a good lead so far, and for the first time this weekend, and for the first time this year, and for the first time at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, a TB Kart leads us away here. The Amarillo Kart Complex-based team is going to lead for the first time here as Peyton Phillips. A good move down the inside and late there by Peyton Phillips. Saw the opening, he went for it, and was able to get ahead of Michael Leavitt. I think Faulkner able to get the move there as well. So Faulkner up another spot. Stanfield at the point. Vasquez in second. Skinner third. Robertson fourth. Phillips fifth. Faulkner sixth. Leavitt seventh. Howell eighth. Lamping ninth. And Preston Pico rounding up your top 10 here. The two teammates of Trackside Karting Services working together here at the moment. I should say three teammates because Robertson, Skinner, and Vasquez all under the same tent here this weekend. And the only TB kart there at the point of the field is Alex Stanfield. His closest teammate is Jake Faulkner, who finds himself back into the fifth spot in a tight battle there between Peyton Phillips and others.
Yeah, I talked to Peyton Phillips right before this race. He told me that his setup wasn't very amazing in the qualifying, and that's why he was so far back. But he said to watch him because he will be coming through the field today. Yeah, so he already made up 3 spots so far by Peyton Phillips and continuing to close down the gap to the top 4 ahead. You see Vasquez closing down the gap to Stanfield there into the first turn. Fastest lap of the race there for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Went 0.3 quicker than Alex Stanfield. Could be a good start here and a good battle going into the straightaway here. Let's see what it looks like in turn number 6. Is Vasquez close enough to get the move done? Stanfield doesn't go defensive. Vasquez going to go through. Skinner right behind his teammate looking to go through as well. Side by side in between Skinner and Stanfield. Stanfield's going to stay ahead. Robertson looks to stick the nose down on Skinner and is able to get it done. So Braden Robertson up in a P3. Stanfield slows back to second. And Vasquez, your new leader here in KA 100 Senior. Alex is going to try and suck back up to Vasquez as quickly as possible and probably get him in between him and Braden Robertson because, I mean, if you put somebody in between you and another driver, it's easier to not be, dive bombed on, I guess. You put somebody, it's just a barrier, basically.
Yeah, for sure. So going to be important there by the two of them as Robertson all these drivers have really raced with each other for a very long time. The only one is Jesus Vasquez Jr. He joined the Texas Sprint Racing Series last year, and right off the bat was making impressions in Odessa, Texas, which was his first race, and then won here at the season on Championship Sunday at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. But it was Peyton Phillips who was the champion at the end of it. Alex Stanfield still up in the second, Robertson there in third. It's Skinner in fourth, and Phillips closing down the gap. And you said he felt good coming into this race, a 55.162. It seems like that setup's working out here for him, Rocco.
Yeah, that is the fastest lap we have of the session right now. He is flying. If they stay single file, they may prolong the time it takes for him to catch, but I think inevitably he will definitely catch this front pack.
Yeah, and we have seen a little bit of a more tame race here in between Group C and D. So going to be sure to see when Stanfield decides to go back on Vasquez Jr. here at the moment. It seems like Vasquez just has a little bit of an upper hand compared to Stanfield here, who looks to continue to push his way forward. And once again, Peyton Phillips, a purple lap time of 55.058 for Peyton Phillips. He goes even quicker than he did the lap before and is closing down the gap to the 4 ahead of him. So what can Peyton Phillips do with a minute left in this heat race?
Well, he's got to get through. Oh, down the inside goes Alex Stanfield and Vasquez Jr. Side by side, Braden Robinson and Vasquez, but he has the inside line. Braden gets shuffled out, and now Landon Skinner tries to go down the inside, but he gets put back into 4th place.
Yeah, so back into 4th place for Landon Skinner and Alex Stanfield. I asked where he was going to go, went into turn number 6, and was able to get it done there for Alex Stanfield, who is still leading us away. It's California, the California kid in second. It's Braden Robertson there in third. In fourth is Landon Skinner and Peyton Phillips. Welcome to the party. He has joined the battle for the lead. He looked like he wanted to make a move there on Skinner. Wasn't close enough, but he's going to go now side by side in between 1 and 2, side by side in between 4 and 5. Who is it going to be into turn number 1? Robertson going to push his teammate through. So it's Vasquez back to the point of the field. Robertson second, Skinner in 4th, and Peyton Phillips still in 5th. So, I mean, this is pretty good for Vasquez, Robertson, and Skinner because, I mean, the 3 teammates know they can work together and know that they can trust each other. So, you know, they're going to be working together the whole way through. But for Stanfield and Phillips, you know, they're all out there on their lonesome. And there goes Phillips down the inside on Skinner, trying to put an even bigger gap there to Skinner and Stanfield and them ahead.
Well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so hopefully Alex Stanfield and Peyton Phillips will hook together and try to, you know, go through this first and second.
Yeah, so there you have it. As Stanfield looking to close that gap back down to Braden Robertson. And there goes Peyton Phillips down the inside on Stanfield. A little bit of a bind there. Landon Skinner looks to get through as well. And Stanfield not happy with that move there by Peyton Phillips. But Phillips stays ahead and up in a third there for Peyton. And Landon Skinner in 4th. It's going to be Stanfield in 5th. And it's still Jesus Vasquez Jr. who leads from Braden Robertson.
Yeah, I ate my words there. I thought that they may work together, but Peyton sent it right down the inside of Alex Stanfield, and I don't think he's really looking to work with anybody right now.
Yeah.
The down through Six Drive City, no overtakes so far, but I'm pretty sure that within the next few corners, Peyton Phillips will catch back up to 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and it will be 2 laps to go. The next time they cross the stripe, it's still Vasquez who leads from Robertson. It's Peyton Phillips in 3rd, Skinner 4th, Stanfield in 5th. Further back, it's Leavitt, who just hasn't been able to close down the gap. Faulkner just losing touch a little bit there with Leavitt, and the top 5 here who continue to push each other forward. A very stacked field, and Adrian Cruz finds himself, you know, outside of the top 10, just has been, you know, not the great start of the season that he would have wanted for Adrian Cruz. We saw him super strong at the end of last year. He just hasn't been able to make an impression so far in this one. As we continue to get going here, Phillips and Robertson. Seems like Phillips closing down the gap a little bit to Robertson ahead of him. Skinner is going to look for a move, not close enough. It seems to be stagnant as of yet. You know, kind of surprising. The 2-6 were in the air, and just as I say that, moves are done for 2nd and 4th. So Phillips up in a 2nd, and there goes Stanfield back up in a 4th.
That was good timing by Peyton Phillips. If he kept behind and they kept, you know, battling, and they wouldn't be able to catch Jesus. But as they go through turn 11, it seems that now that Peyton's still the fastest driver on track, got through the rest of the pack, he's going to work on that lead gap.
Yeah, for sure. So like you said, right? I mean, it's been an up and down day so far for Peyton Phillips. Not the pace that he would have wanted in qualifying. Finds the pace here for the main for the heat race. So white flag in the air that time by. It's still Vasquez who leads from Phillips, Robertson in 3rd, Stanfield in 4th, and further back in the field, it says it's somebody else, but I'm pretty sure it's still Landon Skinner here in that 5th spot.
Second through fifth now nose to tail. They're probably going to start shuffling for position, I think, as the – are we on the second to last or last lap?
This is the white flag. White flag flew last time by. It's
Okay,
still
so this is the
Jesus
final
Vasquez Jr., who leads away from Peyton Phillips. In third, it's Braden Robertson. And there goes Stanfield. And I don't think anybody's going to be close enough to really contend here with Jesus Vasquez Jr., who got to the point of the field here early in this race, fought a little bit with Stanfield, but we've seen a very tame end to this heat race. So we know a lot of these drivers care about the points in the end when it goes to the end. And there it goes side by side across the line for Stanfield and Robertson. But Jesus Vasquez Jr. wins this first heat in Group C and D in KA100 Senior by CRG Nordam. That's Jesus from Peyton Phillips, Stanfield across the line in third, Robertson fourth, Skinner fifth, Leavitt sixth, Faulkner seventh, Lamping eighth, Altman ninth, Dallas Dunlap 10th, Ibrahim Din 11th, Cohen Summers 12th, Adrian Cruz 13th, Ian Howell 14th, Preston Pico 15th, Brooke Berry 16th, Charles Rubke in 17th, Alex Pope in 18th, Sebastian Trejo 19th, and Ian Columbus in 20th, Addy Bamrue in 21st, and James Good rounding up your field here in KA100 Senior. So as we have all these KAs come into the pits, we get set to go with our 206 junior class coming up next.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Oh, issues for Ethan Gonzalez already, the Intrepid machine. He had issues in qualifying, issues in the heat race, and more issues. That's Shelby Ramirez. Shelby Ramirez with issues. She was slated to start fourth, and Shelby Ramirez out of this race before it even gets underway. Unfortunate for the young lady there from Dallas, Texas. So Shelby Ramirez already out of this race before it can even get started. It's Chris Tracy starting on the pole, Robert Arena in second, Shane Reddy in third. Ramirez was supposed to start there as one driver goes around. Not sure that's a driver further back. I think that was Grayson Pilion. Ramirez was fourth. Gonzalez was fifth. It's Carter Coate, Pilion, Oaks, Johnson, Wargo, Blem, McCurry, and Doros, who get set to go green here in this 206 junior class. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 junior for the first time this weekend. Chris Tracy with a good lead so far. Arena slots back to third, and up into second is Shane Reddy there. As not the best start for Mel Curry, who falls back to ninth here, I believe. So there goes Arena, who's going to push. And just as I say push, is looking for a move on Shane Reddy. Just wasn't close enough there as they close down the gap to Chris Tracy with an early lead here in this one, Rocco.
Yep, 1, 2, 3. Oh,
wow. Was that one driver around? It's her number 6? So I think everybody made it through. Yeah, sorry about that. So everybody made it through. It looked like one of them just went a little bit sideways there, but was able to save it. Not too sure who that was. But as now on your screen, Robert Arena looking for a move on the inside of Reddy. He's able to, just as I say that, Reddy able to have a much better exit there than Robert Arena, who's going to have to stay in third and try and push up to his teammate of Chris Tracy and lead this race.
Yeah, at first we had a top 3 breakaway, but then after that little battling, the P1 kind of got away from that second pack. If they want to catch back up, they're going to have to work together and not battle out.
Yeah, no, for sure. So Chris Tracy, your leader here at the moment, Reddy in second. And just as you say that, right, they're already catching up to Chris Tracy at the point of the field. It's Carter Cote fourth, Peleon fifth, Blem up in a sixth. She started outside of the top 10 and 11. McCurry up 5 spots, up in a seventh for him. Jacob Oaks in eighth, Mia Johnson ninth, Samuel Doros in 10th. Shelby Ramirez and Ethan Gonzalez unfortunately not able to get underway here in this race. So still Chris Tracy, who leads from Shane Reddy. Fastest lap of the race for Chris Tracy was the first lap, so obviously not going to be up to race pace, but let's see what it looks like this time by when they cross the line. It seems like Arena and Reddy have just been content to stay together and push each other to try and catch up to Arena's fellow Trackside Karting Services teammate of Chris Tracy. And for Shane Reddy, he's in a Trackside Karting Services GFC sandwich here at the moment. So going to see what Reddy can do in it and see if he can put the 2 Trackside GFCs behind him.
Yeah, these top 3 drivers are playing it very smart right now, not trying to fight each other and hold each other up. They're gradually pulling away from the rest of the field right now. The laps leading up to the checkered flag don't really have any meaning a part of your position. It all depends on that final lap.
Yeah, and last time by, Robert Arena went purple, 103.767. No moves made as of yet. A very mature drive by these top 3 junior drivers who have been content to push each other forward. And there, just as I say that, Robert Arena is like, you know what? I think it's time to go behind my teammate and make the move on Reddy. He does, and there you have it. Arena up in a second now and getting in tow to his teammate of Chris Tracy up into the lead. Reddy falls back to third, and Arena had the fastest lap that time by, so I would see why he thought it was time to go. So it's a good move there by Robert Arena. And now with his teammate, they're going to look to get together and just push each other forward and try and get away from Shane Reddy in that third spot.
Yeah, I guess you could say Shane wasn't ready for that, but Robert Arana now is going to push for his teammate and probably block as well. They've already put a huge gap between them and Reddy. Wouldn't be surprised if they work for the rest of this race.
Yeah, no, for sure. We saw it at NOLA, right? These 2 drivers worked together almost all weekend long. They were able to push each other forward, and this is what they do, right? We saw them go out in qualifying. I was here a couple of weeks ago, I think last week, and I saw the 2 of them doing the same thing that they're doing now, running laps, just pushing each other the entire time. These guys have a lot of experience, being nose to tail around this place. So, they're going to know how to really open up the gap to Shane Reddy behind. And it seems like Reddy already losing time to the 2 Trackside Karting Services GFCs of Arena and Tracy.
Yeah, I think Tracy was being followed by Shane, but once Robert got behind him and started working with his teammate, they really took off.
Yeah, no, that's insane. But because Robert Arena, I think the reason that they're continuing to work their way up is because Arena is currently the fastest man on track, a 103.547 last time by. And just as I say that, Chris Tracy goes even quicker. So this group right here, this is Ava Blem with John Paul McCurry, 4th, 5th respectively. John Paul for his first race here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and it was coming to town, so he was like, you know what, I think it's smart if I race for my first Texas Sprint Racing Series event. With Ava Blem ahead of him, her younger brother, Drew Blem, racing this weekend as well. So good to see the brother and sister duo out here this weekend. Ava in the Kart Republic, and there you have John Paul McCurry in the Santa Ana Racing Burrell Art Machine there in behind Ava Blem. So good to see them continue to push forward. It's Carter Cote in 6th, Grayson Peleon in 7th, Samuel Doros in 8th, Jacob Oaks 9th, Mia Johnson 10th. And that's your field because, unfortunately, Ramirez and Gonzalez not able to get out here in this one as McCurry and Blem continue to push each other further and further up the field.
Yeah, for the lack of experience that on this track that Mulcoria has, he's doing a great job right now keeping his position, A lot of people run a lot of laps at this track, and, whenever you're not coming to a track, very well you're at a severe disadvantage.
Yeah, no, for sure. McCurry is from Houston, Texas. So he's I'm not sure if this is the only racetrack he's been on, but he's still relatively new to the sport. So good to see him out here, in his first Texas Sprint Racing Series, like I said. So good to see him, pushing his way with Ava Blem here in this one.
Yeah, they're still pushing together. I don't think he'll really try to. They may be even catching Shane Reddy.
Yeah. So we're gonna look at the gaps here. John Paul McCurry and Ava Blem set a personal best lap time. They're still lapping. They're lapping half a second, 0.8 quicker than Shane Reddy. So let's take a look at that gap there to Shane Reddy. It's pretty big. I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't able to make it, because they will get the 2.6 in the air this next time by, as the 5 minutes are up. So for Ava Blem and John Paul McCurry, I think they're just going to run out of time here at the end of this heat race to Shane Reddy. Chris Tracy and Arena cross the line this time by, and I think it's going to be 3 to go well, it's going to be 3 to go, I'm pretty sure, in this race. The flagman has the sticks in the air, hasn't thrown them up yet. So it's going to be 2 to go. And for John Paul McCurry and Ava Blem, this is good if they want to catch up to Shane Reddy, who currently sits in 3rd.
Yeah, Robert Arana, he's still pushing his teammate, but I feel like once those 2 sticks come up, he may totally change his game and start trying to go for that lead.
Yeah, because, Tracy was able to get the pole position from his teammate, so Arena isn't going to want to play second fiddle, all weekend long, right? He was working with his teammate. Teammate got the pole, and Arena's going to want to, go one spot better here and try and, take a win for himself, right? But I wouldn't be surprised to see him just continue to push the entire way through. Because they do have a really, really big gap to the rest of the field, and they've worked beautifully together so far in this heat race.
True. Yeah, definitely. Once they get through all these heat races and they gather all these points, if they keep working the heats like this, they'll be in very good shape for the final.
So the white flag is flying this time by. So it was 2 to go last time by. So the white flag flies now, and for Chris Tracy and Robert Arena, let's see if they decide to pass at all. It seems like Arena loses a little bit of touch into the double right-hander of turns number 4 and 5. Not close enough as of yet. In good drafting range is he going to go down the inside for Robert Arena, side by side in between the teammates. And there goes Robert Arena getting the move done. Down the inside on Chris Tracy, who's going to fall back to 2nd. So Arena knew it was time to go and went. So up to the point of the field for Robert Arena.
Yep, Robert Arena. I thought he would start, he saw white, but I'm pretty sure inside he saw red and went for that lead.
Yeah, so a good move so far by Robert Arena there, as he made the move on his teammate with, a little bit under half a lap to go. Just 3 corners left here for Robert Arena and Chris Tracy, and the rest of the drivers out there on the racetrack. So it's going to be Robert Arena if he doesn't get, beaten out by his teammate at the finish line. And it is going to be Robert Arena who takes the checkered flag in heat race number 1 in 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. Chris Tracy across the line in 2nd. Shane Reddy in 3rd. Ava Blem. And just as I say that, it was John Paul McCurry across the line. 8 spots made up for John Paul McCurry, your hard charger here in 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. Carter Coate in 5th. Grayson Pilio in 6th. Samuel Doros in 7th. Jacob Oakes in 8th. And I think issues for Ava Blem, who hasn't crossed the line as of yet. So not sure what happened to Ava Blem, but hasn't crossed the line yet. Mia Johnson in 9th, and I think Ava Blem may be out of this race. Not sure where she ended up.
She's there.
But I think she's on the either that or maybe a transponder fell off.
She just pulled in behind Melcory. I'm pretty sure it was just a transponder issue.
So could have been a transponder issue, and I'm not seeing things, so that's good to know. All right, so that was a 206 Junior presented by Seville Electric. And while we have pickup for Shelby Ramirez and Ethan Gonzalez, we're going to take this advantage to take a quick word from our sponsors.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
KA 100 Masters take to the track now. KA Masters presented by High Five Performance. It's Pierce Baldus on the pole position. Kyle Walter starting second. Miguel Mir, the 7-time champion, starting third. Shane Burkett fourth. Adam Caligaro fifth. Doug Foxworth sixth. Brent Harper seventh. Evan Kozak in eighth. David Pregande ninth. Jer Gasper in 10th. Kogan Wright in 11th. Neil Faulkner in 12th. Tam Nguyen 13th. It's going to be John Melfi in 14th, Janae Den 15th, Brandon Strayer in 16th, Keith and Hutchins in 17th, Scott Cherry 18th, Nicholas Bergstein in 19th, and Anthony Harwin rounding up your field here in KA 100 Masters presented by High Five Performance. Miguel Mir was on the pole position for a couple of seconds there, but was able just wasn't good enough compared to Pierce Baldus, who took that away. Kyle Walters starting in that second spot, but for Miguel Mir, looking to get back up into the top step here this weekend. An unfortunate end to his SCUSA Winter Series championship berth after an unfortunate end to a complete rear axle failure there by Miguel Mir, but looks to repeat his previous success here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, starting third and on the inside into turn number 1. Into the tram lines we go for the first time this weekend. We are racing here in KA 100 Masters. A good start so far by Pierce Baldus, who is able to stay ahead of Kyle Walter there. And side by side further back in between a lot of drivers there, all getting gaggled here in this one. But Miguel Mir already with a good lead. One driver off the racetrack there in the ditch of turns number 4 and 5. And Miguel Mir already looking for the move and able to get it done. So Miguel Mir, your new leader here in KA 100 Masters. Further back drivers going side by side, 2, 3 wide. Further back into turn number 7. For a lot of these Masters drivers, but Miguel Mir to the point here early on.
If I remember correctly, in the qualifying, the top 3 were separated by only 14 hundredths of a second, and I'm pretty sure that third driver's still in third. He didn't get swallowed by that group behind him, so if he can catch back up, this will be a really tight race between the top 3, Caleb.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really tight race in between the top 3 whenever they cross the line. Oh, a lot of drivers off the racetrack there into the entrance of the boot, so that's going to end the race early for a lot of these seasoned drivers. So unfortunate there by these guys who aren't going to be able to contend anymore. It's Miguel Mir at the point of the field. Pierce Baldus second, Kyle Walter third, Adam Caligaro fourth, Shane Burkett fifth, Doug Foxworth in sixth, David Pregande seventh, and Evan Kozak rounding up your top 8 here in KA 100 Masters. A good lead so far by Miguel Mir. Knew he had to get to the point of the field and was able to get it done there in turn number 6 at start. And it seems like he's keeping Pierce Baldus at bay here early on in this one, Rocco.
If I were Pierce Baldus, I would just want to hang with Miguel Mir right now. I mean, there's not much pressure from behind. You know, he doesn't have to work on his tires that much. If he can just hang behind Miguel and keep this P2 position, he'd be really racking in some points right here.
Yeah, he'd be in really good shape, right? He's starting third in every single heat race, but if he can go 2 spots better in every single heat race, it's going to put him on the pole position whenever we get to tomorrow. So there you go, across the line. The fastest lap now belongs to David Pregande. We saw him battle for the top spots at NOLA, but finds himself further back and outside of the top 5 here at 56.995 for Pierce Baldus. The first driver into the 56 finds himself in 7th here at the moment. But for Mir and Baldus still working together there and trying to open up the gap to Kyle Walter in that 3rd spot. The two of them currently lapping a 10th quicker than Walter in that 3rd spot. So for Caligaro still in 4th and Burkett in 5th here at the moment.
Yeah, they're still running 1 and 2 nose to tail. I think I wonder if he catches up, if he'll just work together or try to get back that lead. I mean, he knows Miguel Amir is fast, so it wouldn't really make sense for him to go to the lead so early in this heat.
And I just don't think that it would make sense, but he's just not close enough at the moment. It seems like Mir has a little bit of an upper hand. Yeah, Baldus has a little bit of a gap, and just as I say that, Pierce Baldus a 10th quicker than Miguel Mir. So Pierce Baldus goes quicker than Mir. Then there, Kyle Walter is still in 3rd, personal best lap time for him. A 10th slower than the 2 leaders ahead. Is Baldus going to go this time by? You said you were interested to see if they were going to work together, and it seems like they're not. As there goes Baldus looking for the move down the inside on Mir. Not close enough. Mir going to stay ahead. An over-under move. Switchback move. Not close enough there for Pierce Baldus. And side by side, there you go into the double right-hander. And for the first time in this race, Pierce Baldus is going to lead a lap.
Kyle Walter's rubbing his hands right now. He loves what he sees up in front. He really likes seeing all this battle, and he's catching very quickly now if they keep battling like that.
Yeah, for sure. The battling in between the top 2 is only going to help out Kyle Walter, who is all out there pretty much in no man's land, right? Doesn't have the draft ahead, doesn't have a total push from behind. Does have Shane Burkett not too far off, but, you know, not a push from Shane Burkett at the moment. So he's definitely going to want to try and get a push here early on. And I'll tell you, someone who could push him forward is David Pregante, who finds himself in 5th, up 4 spots from where he qualified at 56.818, and reclaims the fastest lap of the race here as Miguel Mir retakes the lead of the race there, and down the inside in turn number 6, gets back ahead of Pierce Baldus here in this race.
Yeah, I thought they would work together, but I guess not. They're going to keep switching on each other. They're going to be slowing each other down a little bit more, and Kyle Walter is going to keep closing on that gap if they keep slowing each other down. But right now, Miguel Mir leads with Pierce Baldus in P2 and Kyle Walter in P3.
Yeah, so a good gap in between the two of them as they work their way further and further up the field. Let's see what the gap looks like this time by. Last time it was at a second in between Baldus and Walter. This time it's still out over a second, so Mir and Baldus not losing too much time to Walter. I tell you what, Pregante slowed down a little bit. Seems like he caught up to the rear bumper of Shane Burkett and Kyle Walter in that battle for P3 on the racetrack there. I think Kyle Walter actually still in no man's land there, so he's a little ways back to Miguel Mir and Pierce Baldus, but he probably will get caught up by Shane Burkett and Pregante and company here shortly. So that's the battle further back for 4th, 5th, and 6th. On your screen now is still the lead of the race in between Miguel Mir and Pierce Baldus. Mir just in a class of his own so far in this heat race. He struggled for pace at NOLA, seems to have found it here in Houston. So it seems like he's in good shape here for the rest of the weekend. That Cruise Racing Development LM Kart seems to be dialed in here in this first heat race. As 5 minutes are up and not yet, as we don't have a 2.6 in the air. I think it's going to be 3.5 laps to go here in this one.
Yeah, I thought that Pierce Baldus was struggling to close that gap, but as they came through the S's, he got ever so slightly closer. And I mean, he still has 2 laps to go. He could definitely get onto the bumper of Miguel Mir and make this overtake.
Yeah, so not too far off for Pierce Baldus, you know, but is very much in tow, like you said, to Miguel Mir. Seems like Miguel Mir is keeping him a little bit at bay, but when we get to the 2 laps to go, it's going to be something to watch whenever we see these two fight for the heat race win.
Yeah, Miguel Mir still in the lead. I think I made a mistake. I thought that it was 2 to go last time by, but they'll come to the 2 sticks this time by, and then it will be 2 laps to go in between these 2, and they'll try and settle it in these last 2 laps. Kyle Walter isn't making any progress on that gap, as
I tell you what, Pierce Baldus was quickest there for a moment, and David Pregante retook the fastest lap of the race. Pierce Baldus lapped a second quicker than Miguel Mir in the lead of the race. Is Baldus going to be close enough this time by, going into the back straightaway? Not as of yet. It's going to be a late send, and no, Baldus going to stay patient. For Pregante, still in 5th. We'll check in with him at the last lap of the race. So for Pregante, still in 5th, Burkett in 4th. Just kind of stagnant so far for this KA 100 Masters class. This one driver into the pits here early.
Yeah, Miguel's pretty comfy with that lead right now. I'm pretty sure Pierce doesn't really I mean, he is pretty darn close to Miguel Mir, but I don't think he really he probably knows he doesn't really need to close that gap so much. You know, P2 isn't far off of P1.
Yeah, correct. And I think Baldus also realizes, he has the pole position coming into the second race, so he's going to have to, see what he can learn from Miguel Mir, who has a lot of laps around this place, won a lot of championships with the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So for Baldus, like we've said, whenever you're in second, could be a learning experience, or could be, even a moment where you look like you can make a move. Last time Miguel Mir set his personal best lap time. Just wasn't enough, though, to keep Baldus at bay, as Mir now going to go defensive side by side into turn number 6. Mir's still ahead here at the moment as they go side by side, and Baldus not able to get the switchback done here on Miguel Mir, who still leads us away. And for Kyle Walter now, you see him start to come into frame, and closing down the gap. The more and more Miguel Mir and Baldus continue to fight as Mir goes defensive once again into turn number 11. Baldus looks around the outside. Can he get the crossover move done? Not as of yet, and Mir able to stay ahead. Just a front nose bumper there by Baldus that gets in, just not close enough. Mir still defensive, and it looks like it may be Miguel Mir to take away heat race number 1 here at Houston. So it's going to be Miguel Mir who takes away the first win in KA 100 Masters presented by High Five Performance. Pierce Baldus second, Kyle Walter third, David Pergonde in fourth, Shane Burkett fifth, Evan Kozak sixth, Drew Gasper in seventh, Kogan Wright eighth, Doug Foxworth ninth, Neil Faulkner in 10th. Neil Faulkner, dad of Jake Faulkner, so we see a lot of dads and sons, racing here this weekend. So that's good to see. Adam Arcaligro in 11th, Janae Din. Also, his son's racing. Ibrahim Din is racing here this weekend. Anthony Harwin in 13th, Tam Wynn in 14th, Brent Harper 15th, Brandon Strayer in 16th, John Malfi in 17th, Keithan Hutchins in 18th, and Scott Cherry and Nicholas Berkstein not able to make it out here in this heat race. A lot of father and sons, racing you can see the old guys showing the young guys how it's done. But we have a quick little break, and we are going to get set to go with our shifters.
We're at a commercial break.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. Right now on track we have the shifters by Houston Freightliner Western Star. They are just, they just got out, so they're still warming up their tires. We're doing a standing start, right? Okay, yeah, standing start is the only class where they have a standing start this week. Very fun to watch, especially when, I'm not saying it's fun to watch carnage, but it is pretty chaotic on the starts of these shifter races.
Very fun race starts here for these shifter karts as we get set to go. Luis Mendez is going to start at the point of the field on the inside and on the racing line there for Luis Mendez. So it's going to be a cleaner racetrack there on the inside. On the outside, it's going to be Vincent Cassar, the Frenchman, looking to get the whole shot here in this one. Noah Zarson third, Derek Proctor fourth, Jeff Mills in fifth, Rod Clinard in sixth, Cameron Reed in seventh, Brett Kelly in eighth, Martin Kelderman in ninth, and Martin Marcus in 10th, and Zachary Mabry in 11th. So I think what I tried to do there was combine Jeff and Derek's names together, and that did not work out at all. Hopefully the start works out for some of these guys, as I think Zachary Mabry actually may have stalled it here. Actually, no, so he seems to be good and get going here. It's Mendez and Vincent Cassard, an all CRG, row number 1. As we look to the flagger here, the green flag is out, and we are racing here in shifter. Vincent Cassard with an absolute hole shot here in this one with a good lead so far. Mendez still in second. Looking for move. That was Noah Zars, not close enough in his Sodi racing machine. He's still in third. Derek Proctor in that fourth spot, and Cameron Reed up in a fourth, looking for a move already on Derek Proctor for the third spot here. And there she goes. I think that's actually, Rod Clinard in there as well. So two of the CRGs. Cameron Reed also on a CRG, but she's behind Derek Proctor now. That was two of the CRGs. That was Jeff Mills and Rod Clinard, who were able to get ahead of Derek Proctor in the turn number 6. So a good move so far by the two of them. But Vincent Cassard, we saw him be almost perfect at round number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park, and he looks to be doing the exact same here already with a big gap to the drivers behind.
Yeah, you can see that the start in a shifter race is very important, as even though he was second, he was still in the front row, was able to get a huge hole shot through the first few corners and get a very big lead amongst the other guys and get away from that chaos.
Yeah, so like you said, right, the whole shot's super important here, and he was able to get it done. It seems like Mendez just wasn't ready for that, and Cassard really took advantage of it.
We have an issue?
Oh, issue for the 68. That's Luis Mendez. He started on the front row. No idea what's going on, but Luis Mendez, big issues here in this one, and falls all the way down the timing screens. I think the bumper fell off there by Luis Mendez, so he's going to be out of this race here early on. That's Noah Zars there on your screen, who gets promoted up in a second after Mendez has equipment issues here in this one. A little gremlin there, unfortunate for Luis Mendez for the CRG driver. Can anybody else make a move? Derek Proctor looks like he was able to get back ahead of Rod Clinard, and he seems to be making up moves here. So for Derek Proctor, back up to fourth. Derek Proctor up in a fourth, Clinard in fifth, Cameron Reed up to sixth, Brett Kelly in seventh, Zachary Mabry in 8th, Martin Marquez in 9th, Martin Kelderman in 10th, and Luis Mendez in 11th here. A good toe down the back straightaway for Cameron Reed. Is she close enough on Rod Clinard? Not as of yet. Is going to have to stake in 10th there in the 6th spot.
Yeah, for the top 3, nothing really going on. They're all pretty well spaced out, but this 4 through 6 pack, they're much closer, and they're really getting after it right now.
Yeah, and like I said earlier before, I spoke to Cameron yesterday. Yesterday. Spoke to her as she's now looking for a move on Rod Clinard, side by side, a little bit of contact, but all clean and healthy there. Cameron Reed able to get the move done into the boot and able to get ahead of Rod Clinard. So Cameron Reed, the racing Cajun, up to P5. Derek Proctor still 4th, Mills in 3rd, and was our 2nd. Vincent Cassard still at the point of the field. She was telling me, she's never had to deal with tire wear before. So she said she struggled a lot with that the first time out in NOLA. And we talked about different strategies that you can use, right? Maybe, DNF, park it out on purpose. That's probably what Luis Mendez was doing, probably, in a 68. Not sure. But unfortunate end to Luis Mendez's heat race, but, points as well, right? They aren't getting a new set of tires tomorrow for the main event, so this is all they got. They got to take care of the tires that they have on their go-kart right now.
Hey, Cameron Reed's hauling right now. She
Oh,
made that.
wow!
Whoa!
Side by side in between Derek Proctor and Cameron Reed. Reed around the outside, able to get ahead. And just as you say that, Rocco, Cameron Reed, a great move on Derek Proctor, looking really racy. That's why they call her the Racing Cajun, because she's already up into the 4th spot. Started 3 spots back in 7th, and now she finds herself all the way up in a P4 on her birthday weekend. I guess some birthday gifts for her here, right? Making up some spots so far.
Yeah, after she overtook Rod Clinard, she had quite a huge gap between her and Derek Proctor and managed to close it all within that one lap and make the overtake.
Yeah, but again, all these other guys could be managing tires, and she could really be pushing here.
True.
So all to play for here. Her lap times look to be a little quicker than the drivers ahead, a 10th quicker than Jeff Mills in 3rd, who she's now closing down the gap to here at the moment. So Cameron Reed could be pushing a little more than Jeff Mills is here, and seems to have a good exit here for Cameron Reed. Can the Racing Cajun get the move done on another CRG driver of Jeff Mills, who currently sits in 3rd? Is it going to be close enough for Cameron Reed? It seems like the back straightaway is going to be her best bet, and she's so aerodynamic. All these other guys are a little taller than her, and blow a big hole in the air for her. So let's see if she can get it done in turn number 6, and it seems like Jeff Mills has a good exit out of the double right-hander and good top-end speed there in his go-kart.
Yeah, but down this infield, you can see how aggressive Cameron Reed is. She's really wheeling that go-kart through these corners, and, you know, down the back straight, yeah, he pulled a little bit on top end, but in the slower speed corner, she seems to be pulling really hard on Jeff Mills.
Yeah, so she seems to be in good spirits here this weekend. Talked to her after qualifying today for the 206 senior class, and it seemed like they're just struggling at the moment in that class. But, you know, she seems to be doing pretty good here in the shifter class. Like we said, she's one of the only drivers who's doing shifter and 206. One of the fastest and one of the slowest classes here this weekend. Now, she's all over the rear bumper of fellow CRG teammate of Jeff Mills. Is she going to be close enough this time by down the back straightaway? She's going to have the toe. Is she going to be close enough? She's very much here in tow, down the inside, down the back straightaway in turn number 6. Is she close enough? A deep send, and she's able to get it done in turn number 6. So Cameron Reed up into the podium places here in the first heat race of the weekend for these shifters presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. So Cameron Reed, the Racing Cajun, up in a third already in this race.
You know, very, very efficient overtake, you know, late braking, got to the apex, you know, and
oh, wow! It seems like she just went sideways there, missed a braking point a little bit, and just as we see that, the commentator curse strikes again, Rocco.
Huge snap of oversteer.
Yeah, she falls back to forward. So unfortunate there for Cameron Reed, who has a lot of work again to make up the time to the drivers ahead.
That won't help her tires very much, that big mistake.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was too big of a mistake to really eat him up that bad, but it definitely hurt her gap to Jeff Mills.
Yeah, so on your screen now is Vincent Cassard. Take a look at the gap behind from Cassard. It's currently at 3 seconds, so Vincent in a league of his own here in this first heat race. I mean, we've seen Vincent at the Super Nationals. He was contending for podiums, wasn't able to make it on the podium there, unfortunately. But he looks to take a championship this year. Here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, we saw Shifter made it 3 rounds, and then when we got to the 4th round, unfortunately, the class just couldn't survive towards the end of the year. But hopefully, we have more and more shifters from wherever you guys may be. Shifters from all around. Hopefully, you guys can come out to Texas and come out to play. Right. So for Vincent Cassard already, a good gap so far at 3 seconds. Noah Zarson 2nd, Jeff Mills 3rd, Cameron Reed 4th, Rod Clinard 5th, Derek Proctor 6th, Zachary Mabry in 7th, Brett Kelly in 8th, Martin Kelderman in 9th, and Martin Marquez and Luis Mendez not able to close this race out here at Speedsportz Racing Park. For now, it's still Rod Clinard, as you see. It's still Vincent Cassard, the Frenchman, still leading us away here in this race, and an almost perfect, I guess, heat, right? Had the whole shot, was able to get ahead of teammate Jeff Mills. Luis Mendez, who started on the pole. And now, as he crosses the last couple of corners, it's going to be Vincent Cassard taking heat race number 1. So a good start so far to his weekend. Weekend that was almost perfect at NOLA Motorsports Park. I think 2 DQs ended up putting Cameron Reed on the pole at NOLA Motorsports Park. But looks to change that here this weekend. Noah Zarson 2nd, Jeff Mills 3rd, Cameron Reed 4th, Rod Clinard 5th, Derek Proctor 6th, Zachary Mabry 7th, Brett Kelly in 8th, Martin Kelderman 9th, and it's Martin Marquez and Luis Mendez not able to finish this race here in heat number 1. When we come back, it's going to be all the action for 206 Cadet as Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh go at it for the race win.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me this weekend in the booth is a hometown hero, Rocco Ruzick, as we get set to go green for 206 Cadet, presented by Rimrock Raceway. It's Aston, Fast, and Wyatt starting on the pole position. Alongside him, it's Tanner, the Texas Hammer, Barsh, starting on that front row. Drew Blem in third, Theodore Mitchell fourth. A good showing for him last time out of NOLA. Looks to do the same here this weekend at Speedsportz Racing Park. Marshall Steves 5th, Dutch Westbrook 6th, Tyler Morwick in 7th, Red Johnson 8th, Jensen Willender 9th, Micah Massad in 10th, Wyatt White in 11th, Yomanangelis Vargas in 12th, Rodolfo Garza in 13th, Simon Klein 14th, Dean Gearier 15th, Benton Hale 16th, Mace Lajesic in 17th, and Benjamin Osborne rounding up your field here in 18th. As we get set to go green, it's Aston Wyatt, moving his hand emphatically, telling the line to slow down a little bit here, and doesn't want to give Tanner Barsh any sort of advantage, and he doesn't, because Aston Wyatt already to the point of the field here in 206 Cadet. So good start so far by Aston Wyatt. Barsh slides in a second. There goes Theo Mitchell, the Iceman, looking to stay in fourth. He is able to get it done and stay in the fourth spot. Drew Blem up in the third, and making moves is Dutch Westbrook, who started 6th and now up in a 5th. There goes Dutch Westbrook down the inside on Theo Mitchell, able to get the move done, and Dutch Westbrook up another spot. I think issues for a driver who goes wide there, hand in the air. I think that's Tyler Morwick. Tyler Morwick with issues. He was in 7th, and Tyler Morwick out of this race here early on. Not sure what happened there. Had an issue on the exit of turn number 6, and this is another driver who has issues, it seems like. But Tyler Morwick, issues for him early on in this race, have put him out here early on, Rocco.
Yeah, the top 3 have broken away from the rest of the pack. P3 seems to be getting, the race just started. The gaps are still pretty even, but sorry, 4th and 5th, no Sateo, that's Dutch Westbrook and Rhett Johnson.
That's Theo Mitchell. Mitchell in the MSL Racing CRG there in 4th and 5th. So Dutch Westbrook there in the Tony Kart Car Racing Solutions, and Theo Mitchell there in the MSL CRG, the Iceman. They're in 5th and trying to make a move there on Dutch Westbrook as the front two continue to push each other forward. They've done a lot of lead and follow with each other, across the last 2 years. Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, who have contended for race wins against each other, for the past 2 years here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Yeah, they know each other very well. I mean, come on. I mean, they have to start working together at some point, right? I mean, they have to push each other. If they start overtaking now, they're definitely going to get caught by the rest of the pack. Yeah,
and I tell you what, I mean, these guys are, I guess you could say, teammates this weekend in the 206 Cadet class. They are both under the Trackside Karting Services tent. Barsh and Wyatt, you see them walking around a little bit together, and but whenever the visors go down, it's full-on competitor mode for the two of them. So this time by Mitchell, still on the rear bumper there of Dutch Westbrook, not able to get the move done as of yet. So Mitchell staying patient with Dutch Westbrook at the moment and continuing to push his way forward. Seeing young drivers at this age continue to push forward and work together is really surprising, because we're used to seeing them pass as much as we see some of the juniors pass, but seeing them push at a young age, it kind of gets them in the mindset that whenever I get to senior, it's going to be just like this, and maybe even a little bit longer to try and make a move, because it's going to be elbows out. And I really like to say that these 206 races are really a chess match when it comes to it, right?
Yeah, 206 races are a lot more tame than KA. I mean.
Oh, wow. Drew Blem got on the rear bumper there of Dutch Westbrook and went sideways there for a second. Now Theo Mitchell going to look to get the move done into the boot. And Drew Blem not too happy there with Dutch Westbrook, but it seems like Blem was just a little late on the brakes there and was on the rear bumper there of Dutch Westbrook. So now Blem with a lot of work to do, and it's going to slot in between Theo Mitchell, who taps the back of his helmet, telling him to work his way forward. So Tyler Morwick still in this race. It was another one of the Trackside Karting Services GFCs who I think had an issue, or maybe able to continue going. I'm not sure, but it was an issue further back in the field for a Trackside Karting Services GFC.
Now we have 3 of them nose to tail coming into so down the inside goes Blem.
Down the inside into number 6 goes Drew Blem, and able to get the move done on Theo Mitchell. And he's able to get ahead and points his helmet to Theo Mitchell and telling him, he was like, hey, let's work together and try and catch up to the front 3 as Dutch Westbrook out with a good gap in 3rd. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Tanner Barsh, who currently sits in 2nd at 102.643 for the 2 trackside karting services Burrell Art Machines of Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, who continue to push their way further and further away from Dutch Westbrook.
And as they're pushing, actually, as they're pushing away from Dutch Westbrook, this other group of 3 is pushing towards Dutch Westbrook. They're actually gaining on him right now because they're in this huge train.
Yeah, and there you see Drew Blem gave a big thumbs up behind, too. There you have it. Drew Blem giving a big thumbs up behind to Theo Mitchell. He's like, you know what? Look at this. We're catching up to Dutch Westbrook into the 3rd spot. So we get to see, you know, thumbs up. I mean, Rocco, you have a lot of experience in Miata racing, right? I mean, you guys do a lot of hand signals through the windows. I mean, this is a lot like it, right? Whenever you're catching, right? Whenever someone's pushing you, I mean, you probably give a thumbs up behind, or when someone lets you pass, you know, you like, it's kind of standard, you know?
People who aren't too familiar with Spec Miata, we push a lot, just as much as karting does in some circumstances. Yeah. Maybe not as much because, it's a much heavier machinery, but, yeah, a lot of hand signals going through the back windshield.
Yeah, and there you see Drew Blem, giving a thumbs up to Theo Mitchell. He's like, hey, look at us. Like, we're catching up to Dutch Westbrook, so what we're doing is working. And there you see Drew Blem there on the rear bumper of Theo Mitchell already. Can he get the move done into the toe of the boot? Not close enough as of yet for Drew Blem. And Drew Blem going to have to stay in 4th here. Theo Mitchell still in that 5th spot. And continuing to close down the gap. They haven't found the right spot or opportunity to get it done. As 5 minutes into this race, 5.5 minutes into this race, we will get the 2 sticks in the air next time they cross the stripe. It's still Aston Wyatt who leads from Tanner Barsh. The battle lead's been stagnant. For those of you viewers, you guys aren't missing anything. They have stayed content to continue to push each other forward. For Drew Blem, we're going to see when he decides to go here on Dutch Westbrook, because he's definitely got to see that they're not catching up to Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, and they're unfortunately running out of time here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to have to settle it amongst themselves. There's no way they can catch up to the lead pack now, but there's definitely points up for grabs with this group of 4. Whoever can get in the front will have a much better advantage in the other heats with their points.
Yeah, so he should be with a good advantage in the points here in this one. It's been stagnant for Wyatt and Barsh. Wyatt going to have the most points going to the end of the end of the day. So let's see what Wyatt can do here in this one. Is still ahead by a good bit to Tanner Barsh, and they continue to work together and push forward. Fastest lap of the race still belongs to Tanner Barsh at 102.139. Wyatt's fastest lap was a 102.157. So only 200ths of a second splits up Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt in the 1 and 2 spots. For Westbrook, who's still in 3rd, is has company now, but to Drew Blem, Theo Mitchell, and Tyler Morwick. Simon Klein still in 7th, up 7 spots. Your hard charger here at the moment. Marshall Steves in 8th, Rhett Johnson 9th, Jensen Wollander 10th, Michael Assad 11th, Benson Hale 12th, Wyatt White in 13th, Mace Lajesic in 14th, Benjamin Osborne 15th, and his rookie, I guess you'd say 206 cadet races. He's able to make up 3 spots, so good race so far by him. As this group continue to stay in the line, as Drew Blem going to go here shortly. The white flag will be in the air this time by. When is Tanner Barsh going to look for the move on Aston Wyatt? White flag in the air. So let's see if these 2 teammates decide to fight here at the end of the race. And there's fighting further back, side by side. That's Tyler Morwick, able to get around Theo Mitchell and up into P5 here. Goes side by side for a second there. And there goes Aston Wyatt, already going defensive from Tanner Barsh. Wyatt's to the bottom of the racetrack. That's Tanner Barsh to the top of the racetrack. Can Barsh set up an over-under move? Not close enough. Is going to get on the outside. Wyatt still defensive here into the double right-hander we go. And Aston Wyatt, a beautiful defensive action there by him to stay ahead of teammate Tanner Barsh, who's still in 2nd. Another defensive zone here as now Drew Blem leads the 2nd group. Theo Mitchell looking to get the move done again. Aston Wyatt still defensive. This is the battle for the lead. Let's stay with this till the end. Side by side in between Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt. This is going to be it. It's side by side into the boot. Who is it going to be? Wyatt still ahead by inches. Barsh looking to stay ahead. An over-under move. Can Wyatt get it done? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who is it going to be? Tanner Barsh ahead. Aston Wyatt side by side in between the 2 of them.
Oh.
Who is it going to be? And I think
That
it was
close.
Tanner Bars. Tanner Bars takes the win across the stripe this time by Tyler Morowak across the line and able to finish third. Aston Wyatt finished second, Morowak in third, Westbrook fourth, Blem fifth, Mitchell sixth, Simon Klein across the line in seventh, Marshall Steves 8th, Brett Johnson in 9th, Jensen Willander 10th, Micah Massad in 11th, Benson Hale 12th, White 13th, Mace Lejesic in 14th, Benjamin Osborne across the line now. So White, Lejesic, Osborne, and Yoravangelis Vargas set to cross the line next in 16th. In Guerrier, unfortunately, he was the driver with issues early in this race, not able to close this one out. But an action-packed 206 cadet race presented by Rimrock Raceway. And we do have some cleanup, so let's take advantage and hear a quick word from our sponsors.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. We are live here for round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the Spring Roundup. We get set to go green with our KA100 juniors and a star-filled lineup here as we get set to go green for the first time this weekend in KA100 juniors presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. It's Jackson Woney starting on the pole position in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting second, Chico Brown in third. It's Jackson Young fourth, Gage Bailey fifth, Santiago Duran in sixth, Tyler Roberts seventh, Graham Tremmel eighth, Eric Doan ninth, Easton Cox in 10th, David Ibarra 11th, Matthew Duquette in 12th, Carson Berry 13th, Cash Perkins 14th, Bobby Klein 15th, Joey Dome in 16th. it's going to be Pato Cadena in 17th, Davis Henry in 18th, Mason Berry 19th, Juan Jose Paramo in 20th, Shane Reddy in 21st, Brandon Siraki 22nd, Emile Gus Wonderlay 23rd, Luke Cruz 24th, Jeremiah Thomas 25th, Benham Aberthney in 26th, Hamza Anbar in 27th, Nathan Golsa 28th, Chase Varela in 29th, Hector Iturriga in 30th, and Ethan Gonzalez rounding up your 31 Kart K8 100 Junior Field presented by 4T Concrete Plumbing. But it's Jackson Woney and Tyrone Kemper Jr., your race 1 winner of the Texas Spin Racing Series, who are going to lead us away. Jackson Woney going to be one of the only races that he does at the Texas Spin Racing Series, as well as Chico Brown. But into the tram lines they go. For the first time this weekend, it's Jackson Woney and Tyrone Kemper Jr. and KA100 Jr. There we go. And the green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA Jr. It's Jackson Woney with a great start so far. Chico Brown sides up in a second. Tyrone Kemper Jr., not the best start for him, loses the spot to Chico, who is up in a P2. Jackson Young in a P4 looking for a move on Tyrone Kemper Jr. To the back straight we go for the first time. Not close enough. Jackson Young a nose down the inside on Kemper, and there goes Chico Brown down the inside on Jackson Woney. Chico up to the point of the field, and second is Woney. And up in a third now, it's Jackson Young.
Yeah, Turner Brown, fast mover, goes from third to first in half a lap up into the lead, but I'm pretty sure that after Tyrone Kemper and Jackson Young get up to the front, they'll work together and definitely get up to those top two.
Yeah, they'll for sure try and challenge Jackson Woney and Chico Brown. I mean, these are two drivers, 1 and 2, who have worked together a lot before, right? They were teammates last year. Now, after Chico made the move to RPG, it isn't teammates with Woney anymore, but we saw them work really well together at the SCUSA Pro Tour a couple of weeks ago. But Jackson Young, a Texas local here as well, is going to look super racy and try and take away, some of the hardware of these two national drivers ahead. Is Woney going to go down the inside on Chico Brown? He does. Jackson Woney looks to go back to the point of the field, and there goes Jackson Young. Look to go on Chico as well as they go side by side again. Chico wants to lead. Woney wanted to lead for a second. Not enough as they still go side by side. And there goes Jackson Woney back to the point of the field, and Chico Brown going to stay in second here. Jackson Young in third, and now Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking close, but not close enough to get the move down there on Jackson Young. Side by side further back, that's Tyler Roberts in his Trackside Karting Services GFC, who's looking to make the move on Tyrone Kemper Jr., but it wasn't close enough, and he is close enough now and getting the move done and up in a P4 here, side by side further back. That's one of the Speedsportz, if I'm not mistaken, who goes side by side with Santiago Uran further back on the field. It's still going to be Jackson Woney who leads from Chico Brown here at Speedsportz Racing Park.
Yeah, top three, Woney, Brown, and Young, all nose to tail down the back straight. If they can get a good draft, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go down the inside of Jackson Woney. I mean, yep, there they go. Down the inside goes Turner Brown and Jackson Woney, and totally gets clear by the next corner.
Yeah, and all this racing action is really just, creating an accordion effect all the way through the field. As there goes Young on Jackson Woney. Going to give him a little bit of a hip check there. And Woney on the outside of the double right-hander ended up getting passed by Jackson Young. And there goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking to go back on Tyler Roberts. Is close enough and is able to get the move done. So Tyrone Kemper Jr. back up in a P4. Tyler Roberts falls back to fifth. For Chico Brown. Still leads us away in Jackson Young there. Tyler Roberts looking for another move on Tyrone Kemper Jr. up in a fourth again for Tyler Roberts. And further back in that fifth spot's one of the Speedsportz racing entries of Eric Doan, who's up 3 spots from where he started. So good drive so far by Eric Doan. Graham Tremble further back outside of the top 5. With Santiago Uran and company there trying to push their way further and further up the field to try and catch up to the top 5, who seem to be pulling away a little bit from the second group of another one of the Trackside Karting Services GFC here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, they're all in one big train now, the top 5. And, I just saw Tyler Roberts had a really good send on the last boot hairpin on Tyrone Kemper Jr. But if they keep arguing with that position, they're going to keep hurting their pace.
Yeah, for sure. I know Tyrone Kemper Jr. is going to want to be at the front of the field. I mean, he was at the front out at NOLA last time out. A little bit of a mistake there by Jackson Young. Goes a little bit wide on the exit of turn number 11, and Jackson Woney going to take advantage and is going to take no prisoners here. Going to go up to second and try and catch right back up to his ex-teammate of Turner Brown, who is still out at the point of the field here. Jackson Young falls back to third, but has help from behind. Tyler Roberts, his teammate, a fellow GFC, in 4th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. still in 5th, and one driver off the racetrack here. No idea what happened to him, but one driver off the racetrack there and getting no idea, but getting help there by our assistant race director Neil as he is okay. So good to see him still doing well, but it's still Jackson Warney. There goes Kemper looking for a move down the inside on Tyler Roberts into the double right-hander. Turns number 8 and 9, able to get it done. And Tyler Roberts drops the tire there and is going to get passed by Eric Doan, who makes up a spot. Jackson Warney, and there goes Santiago Duran as well on Tyler Roberts after that little bobble by Roberts. Duran takes advantage and able to get behind Eric Doan now as it stands. So it's a Speed Sense up there in Arcane Motorsports. A Speed Concepts Racing, Trackside Karting Services entry, a Gillard privateer entry of Tyrone Kemper Jr. So a lot of kart manufacturers here in this one, a lot of OTKs, some GFCs, a little bit of everything here in this one, Rocco.
Yeah, back in the day, it used to be a lot of Tony karts, but now you see a bit of everything,
Yeah.
A lot of TVs now, which is, quite interesting, but, well, maybe not in this heat, but, in other ones. But
a lot of different colored Tony karts,
yeah.
I guess you could say, right? And one of those is Chico Brown, who's still leading us away. That's one of the Speed Sense there. And an actual Tony kart there is Santiago Duran, who's behind Eric Doan at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Jackson Warney in his Speed Concepts racing machine, a 55.688 for Jackson Warney here at the moment. And now closing down that gap to Chico Brown. He went 0.2 quicker than Chico last time by, and now very much in drafting range to that Arcane Motorsports chassis of Chico Brown. So let's see what they can do. Tyrone Kemper Jr. was close enough to get the move done on Jackson Young that time by. So Tyrone Kemper Jr. up in a P3. Jackson Young falls back to 4th. And another one of the Arcane entries able to work his, a Speed Sense of Eric Doan, who's up in a P5 here at the moment.
Jackson Warney lays down another fast lap as he's gaining on Turner Brown. Wouldn't be surprised if in the next few corners. I mean, he's in the draft right now. He could send it, but will he? No, he won't.
Yeah, thinks better of it for now. It's going to be 2-6 in the air next time they cross the line. It's Chico Brown versus Jackson Warney, but you can't forget about some of the Texas heavy hitters. It's Tyrone Kemper Jr. I shouldn't say Texas for a young junior because he's from Louisiana, a New Orleans local. He's, I guess you could say, kind of Texas, not Texas, but Louisiana for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Jackson Young still in 4th, Eric Doan in 5th, Duran, a Houston local here in 6th, Tyler Roberts 7th, Bailey 8th, David Ibarra down in 9th, Graham Tremmel rounding up your top 10 here as we get set to get the 2-6 in the air and officially crunch time for Chico Brown and Jackson Warney as they lead the KA100 junior field here at Speedsportz Racing Park.
Yep, right on the back of Turner Brown now. We have two laps to go, so they're going to start getting feisty here. He's in the draft a little bit closer than last lap. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him send down. Oh, he goes defensive. Turner Brown goes defensive into turn 6. Jackson Warney kind of sets it up. Oh, yeah, he's still setting up. He's going a wider line than Turner Brown. Turner Brown taking a very narrow line through Switchback City.
Oh,
down
wow.
the inside goes Jackson Warney on Turner Brown, and now there's a huge gap after he kind of, shuffles him out of the way.
And a great move there by Jackson Warney, who gets the move done on Chico Brown. So Warney back up to the point of the field with Tyrone Kemper Jr. not too far away from Chico as well. So as there is Chico trying to find any time that he can, tucking his head behind the steering wheel, trying to catch right back up to Jackson Warney, who's still at the point of the field. Kemper closing down the gap to Chico as well. White flag in the air this time by. The first checkered of the weekend is going to come out for these young drivers and see who is it going to be. It's Jackson Warney from Chico Brown to Tyrone Kemper Jr. Jackson Young still in 4th and not able and not close enough to Tyrone Kemper Jr. to get a draft here at the moment. So let's see what it's like. Is Chico Brown close enough? Not as of yet. Is Kemper close enough? And he is. Down the inside for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Up in a P2 for the Cajun there. And Chico Brown able to get it done. Switchback City like we said all weekend long. And Chico Brown right back up to P2 and going a little bit defensive from Tyrone Kemper Jr. It seems like they're giving this heat race win to Jackson Warney, whose gap is opening up little by little. And there goes Jackson Young down the inside on Tyrone Kemper Jr. So Young and the GFC up to P3, and Chico Brown going to give him a little bit of breathing room behind to the GFC and the Gillard of the two of them. Not enough, though, as Young looked like he wanted to go for the move. And Jackson Warney going to be your heat race #1 winner. A side-by-side in between Young and Kemper. Not close enough, and it was Young who gets it done in the end. So Warney from Chico Brown to Jackson Young, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Eric Doan, David Ibarra up 5 spots in that last lap. Insane last couple of laps for Ibarra, finishing 6th. Bobby Klein 7th, Graham Tremmel 8th, Joey Dome 9th, Matthew Duquette in 10th, Easton Cox 11th, Carson Berry 12th, Cash Perkins in 13th, Davis Henry 14th, Cadena 15th. Reddy in 16th, Anbar 17th, Golseth 18th, Wonderlay in 19th, Siraki in 20th, Varile in 21st, Abernethy in 22nd, Cruz in 23rd, Paramo 24th, Gonzalez 25th, Thomas 26th, Roberts 27th. 20 spots lost in that closing stage of the race. So unfortunately there for Tyler Roberts in the second to last lap. Just wasn't able to cross the stripe there for Tyler Roberts. Santiago Duran, issues for him as well. No idea what happened, but for guys that were up and competing for the top 5, issues have put him out of that race. Gage Bailey out, Mason Berry out. So an unfortunate end to some of these drivers, race. But as we shift gears here and get set to go green for our 206 senior class, it's going to be Braden Robertson and Truly Adams starting on the front row with Aiden Rudolph starting 5th. It's going to be Kelvin Zing starting on the outside there in 4th. So it's going to be an action-packed 206 senior race. But we have pickup underway, and when we come back, it's going to be ready racing with our 206 seniors.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to Houston, Texas. We are live from Speedsportz Racing Park as the engines come to life now, and the 206 seniors presented by Slipstream Racing get set to go green here in this one for their first heat race of the weekend. It's Truly Adams on the outside, Kelvin Zing there in the Speedsportz Racing Park, Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, MGM there behind him, starting on the second row. But it's Braden Robertson starting on the pole position from Truly Adams. It's Landon Melson starting 3rd, Kelvin Zing 4th, Aiden Rudolph 5th, Bryce Frank 6th, Ethan Wolf in 7th, Caden Wolf 8th, Reagan Seville 9th. It's going to be Jacob Oliver in 10th, Samuel Young in 11th, Jerry Fandry in 12th, Luke Waller In 13th, Landon Fitz. 14th, Zach Rivera in 15th. Blaze Dornbaum, 16th. Cameron Reed in 17th. Parker Fitz, 18th. Alfred Alvarez Del Castillo in 19th. Ryan Long in 20th. Ian Columbus, 21st. Afton Willander, 22nd. Carter Kilgo, 23rd. Paul Braden, 24th. Gabriel McLeod in 25th. Patrick Herring in 26th. Braden Domain in 27th. Addy Bamrou in 28th. Sam Toll in 29th. Mackenzie Colum in 30th. And Josie Chambers starting shotgun. Charlie on the field in 32nd. Cooper Larson in 31st. For the first time this weekend, the 206 seniors will get going here. It's Braden Robertson who is going to lead us away from the rest of these 30-plus drivers that are hungry for some Texas hardware here, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, Braden is definitely not a stranger to 206. He's done a lot of reindeer runs and stuff like that, and on the school bus and whatnot, so he knows what he's doing at 206. I mean, he's up there in pole, so I mean, clearly,
Yeah, no, for sure. I talked to him a little bit yesterday. I asked him, I was like, hey, is it hard going back and forth from one of the faster classes to 206? He was like, it used to be, but now that I have more brain capacity, it's it's not. So I mean, a funny little comment there by Braden Robertson. So good to see him out in good spirits here this weekend and on the pole position with a lot of friends here. That he has around the paddock. So good to see him and another good friend of his, Aiden Rudolph, starting on the third row alongside Bryce Frank. So going to be an action-packed race here in this one as Robertson going to lead us away from Truly Adams in his VLR machine. It's Robertson and Adams into the tram lines for the first time this weekend in 206 Senior by Slipstream Racing. And to the start box we go, and we are racing here in 206 Senior. A good start so far by Robertson. Rudolph looking to get there as well. Side by side in between Adams and Rudolph. Can Rudolph get ahead of Adams? Not enough. A little bit of a bobble there for Rudolph, who's still going to stay in fourth. Robertson with a good lead. And at the moment, it's going to be it's going to be one of the comp carts who works his way up to second. Adams falls back to third. Rudolph fourth. It's going to be Zing in fifth. And there goes 3 wide down turn number 6. It's Reagan Seville, Bryce Frank, and one of the Wolves, I believe, who goes side by side there for a second. And Seville looking to get ahead of Frank. He will. So Reagan Seville up and ahead of Bryce Frank in his Trackside Karting Services GFC machine. But it's Robertson who leads us away, and there goes Truly Adams down the inside and clear. Adams back up to P2. Rudolph was looking to get ahead, just wasn't close enough there, and is going to stay in fourth, and a big gap to the top 3 ahead.
It was a 5-cart train until that overtake. Now that they're going through the boot hairpin, it's starting to kind of form up back into one big train. But, yep, Braden Robertson still leads as we get an update on the timing. Truly Adams and Landon Nelson in second and third, all nose to tail. We got 2 groups of 3 up in front, and then Bryce Frank alone in that 7th position.
Yeah, Bryce Frank alone in the 7th position. Robertson is going to lead us away here. Adams still in second. Melson in third. Rudolph seems to be struggling here a little bit in the early stage of this race. Just doesn't have, I guess, the same straight line speed that some of the guys ahead of him have. Not sure what it could be, but it's still very early in this race, right? So now has connected with the Landon Melson. So it's going to be a 4-cart train. There goes Reagan Seville making a move over the curbing completely. And Reagan Seville was looking to get the move done on Zing, just wasn't close enough. Seville looking to get to the front of the field and get there quick. Frank now leading this second group in 5th. So they're looking to get up now to the rear bumper of Aiden Rudolph here shortly. For Robertson and Truly Adams, they're content to continue to push each other forward. Robertson not going offensive at all as of yet. Obviously, going to push each other forward. But there goes Rudolph down the inside on Melson, able to get the move done. So Aiden Rudolph up in a P3 here in this one.
Yeah, 2 groups of 2 lead as we have Braden Robertson, Truly Adams, Aiden Rudolph, Landon Melson, and Bryce Frank as our top 5. Bryce Frank making some progress here after that start. He was a few
spots further back, but there goes Braden Robertson. Does he have some sort of issue on his rear bumper? I don't know if it's dragging at all or not. It seemed like it for a little bit, but they go side by side. There goes Truly Adams down the inside on Robertson. Rudolph is going to go as well, side by side in between the 2 of them. A little bit of contact, but Rudolph able to stay ahead. Robertson loses 2, almost 3 spots there in the span of 3 corners. Let's take a look at that rear bumper. Is it dragging? It looks like it is. I'm not too sure if Robertson's bumper is dragging, and it looks like it is completely detached. So it could be an early end to this heat race for Braden Robertson, who started on pole. As we take another look there to his rear bumper, and I think it is disconnected, unfortunately, for Braden Robertson, who looks to make the move on Frank there, is able to get it done. So up in a P4 for Braden Robertson. Hasn't gotten the meatball flag as of yet. So unfortunate there for Robertson, as Adams is going to get the move done on Aiden Rudolph, looking to get it done on Adams. A little bit of a bobble there by Rudolph, side by side with Melson, who looks to get it done down the inside of the double right. And Aiden Rudolph going to get freight trained here. Robertson goes through, Frank goes through, and Rudolph stuck on the outside there. Robertson goes low, going to get the push from Frank here, and Rudolph just going to be left out to dry there on the outside. Reagan Seville looking to go through as well. One of the Wolves looking to get through as well. That's Ethan Wolf looking to get through, just wasn't close enough to get it done there on Aiden Rudolph, who slots right back up into that 5th spot there. So for Landon Melson, and Aiden Rudolph just chose, I guess, the wrong lane there and was stuck on the outside, as now it's almost a 13-cart train here all the way back to Blaze Dornbaum and Cameron Reed. Contact between a couple of those drivers. That's Braden Robertson, who goes around, and Braden Robertson around, and that's going to put an end to his, I guess, heat race hopes here in this one. It's Rudolph so defending away, and they go side by side further back. A big pack here. Jerry Fandry in the mix as well in his TB cart, but this has released the top 3. It's Truly Adams from Landon Melson and Bryce Frank. It's a VLR from a comp cart from an MGM 1, 2, and 3 respectively.
Yeah, but look behind them. The two Wolf brothers are pushing each other. They're working together and trying to catch that main pack. I don't know how much progress they're making on that pack, but I haven't seen them that close before. As you have down the inside goes Landon Melson on Truly Adams. He is going to hold the inside if he can get in front of them. If you hang that inside and you leave them on the outside, they could get that switch back on you. As well,
and there you see
they're still switching back on each other. They're too wide coming into the double right-hander. Bryce Frank trying to go the inside of Truly Ad.
Landon Melson. So Bryce Frank went side by side with Melson there for a second, but they're going to lose a little bit of time to Truly Adams, who's still in the lead of the race here. For the Wolf brothers, who continue to push each other forward, they're going to close down the gap to the top 3 here for Zing and company. Zing leads this second group. He's behind the Wolf brothers here at the moment. Seville behind Zing, and Rudolph fell all the way back to 7th there at the end of that lap. So let's see what it looks like this time by when they cross the stripe. It's across the line this time by, not close enough as of yet for anybody to make a move in the S's here at the moment. So it's still Truly Adams who leads from Landon Melson and Bryce Frank. The fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Reagan Seville, the rookie, 102.147. As we have side by side for the lead of the race, it's Truly Adams to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to be defensive from Landon Melson. Melson not able to get the move done here at the moment. Frank, though, the hometown kid, looking to get it done there on Melson, who's going to get drop a tire there into the grass. Just not close enough for Frank to get the move done, who's going to stay in 3rd. Frank as well. A lot of laps around this place. He knows where he can pass. He knows where he has to be patient. But he has the Wolf brothers right behind him who continue to push. And there goes Frank down the inside. He's going to get help from behind. One of the Wolf brothers there going to try and push him through. And there goes Bryce Frank up in a P2. Truly Adams to the point of the field. As there goes Ethan Wolf, who looked for the move there and is able to get it done. And now behind Bryce Frank, Caden Wolf there as well. And they're going to push each other forward. And Landon Melson, unfortunate for him, going to get left out to dry in the wrong lane. And no help from behind as Bryce Frank continued to push Truly Adams forward. It's super critical to see, whenever you get stuck in the right lane or you don't have a push in this 206 senior class, you're going to be left out to dry and you're going to get freight trained by 6 or 7 drivers here at a time. Because we saw at one point it was a 13-cart train for the battle for the lead here, Rocco.
Did we just get the 2 to go?
No, so we did not get the 2 to go that time by, but we are going to get it, I believe, whenever we cross the stripe next time by.
1 to go.
1 to go. So that was 2 to go that time by. Didn't see the sticks in the air, though. It's still Truly Adams who leads away from Bryce Frank. It's Ethan Wolf and Caden Wolf, 3rd and 4th respectively. Zing in 5th. And there goes for a move. Kelvin Zing down the inside. Wolf tried to go for a move as well on Frank. Wasn't close enough. Kelvin Zing trying to get closer and closer up to his teammate of Bryce Frank in 2nd here. Can Frank look for a move into turn number 15? Not close enough. Wolf looking to go back on Zing. Wolf goes around. A big gaggle of carts. Zing goes around, and a lot of carts get slowed way down. Oh, wow. Contact in between Rudolph and another driver.
Wow.
More and more drivers collected. Absolute carnage in the end of heat race number 1. Zing looking to get his cart unstuck. The 648 is off the racetrack. Wow, big contact in between everybody, and this has released the top 3. Bryce Frank and Truly Adams pushing each other forward. Ethan Wolf as well, not too far back. Rudolph fell all the way back to 10th, I believe, here at the moment. Big contact in between a handful of drivers. Absolute carnage on the exit of the boot there. And for Bryce Frank and Truly Adams, been in good fortune for the two of them because it's pretty much released them from the likes of Ethan Wolf behind. Is Frank going to be close enough to get the move done on Truly Adams this time by? It is going to be the checkered when they cross the stripe. Not close enough as of yet for Frank. What is it going to look like through the boot? Adams a little bit defensive. Is Frank close enough to get the move done into 15? Not close enough. Over-under move. Crossover for Bryce Frank. Set that up nicely. Bryce Frank going to get the point ahead by Truly Adams. And Bryce Frank wins heat number 1 in 2:06 senior. It's Truly Adams in second. Ethan Wolf in third. Dornbaum across the line in fourth. Cameron Reed fifth, up 12 spots from where she started. Jerry Fandry up 6 spots from where she started in sixth. Samuel Jung in seventh. Zach Rivera in eighth. Landon Fitz in ninth. Josie Chambers up 22 spots from where he started for young Josie Chambers. An insane drive up the field. Aiden Rudolph crossed the line in 11th. Jacob Oliver 12th. Reagan Seville 13th. Braden Robertson 14th there at the end of it for him. Luke Waller in 15th, Afton Willender 16th, Ryan Long 17th, Carter Kilgo 18th, Addie Bamrou 19th, Sam Toll in 20th, Braden Domain 21st, Patrick Herring in 22nd, Mackenzie Colum in 23rd, Parker Fitz 24th, Alfred Abazo Castillo 25th with the fastest lap of the race. It's a 56, so cut the track there somewhere. Ian Columbus 26th, but we have a big parking lot on the exit of turn 15. Caden Wolf, Kelvin Zing, Landon Melson, Paul Braden, Gabriel McLeod, and Jensen Harrell all out of the race here in this one, not able to finish. As we get set to go green for our mini Swift, we restart again the order, and we get going again for our heat number 2. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. My name is Caleb Vieska, alongside me Rocco Ruzick. We hope to see you guys, back for these mini Swifts and the entire order to get back going again. So don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
we get set to go green. I think Chambers with issues off the grid here. So you see the 145 not able to get off and running here. So Sawyer Chambers not able to get going here. It seems like they're trying to get him fired up. And issues early on for a driver that was contending for the race win here earlier today. So unfortunate there for Chambers, who is not able to get fired here at the moment. When they get to the commitment cone, it may be unfortunate here for Chambers as they still try to get him fired up here. Unfortunate there for the Iron Rock Motorsports entry. Seems like they haven't found a solution as of yet.
They're trying the manual starter still.
Yeah, and they're still trying to manually start it. A lot of teams, helping out. That's John Burke for the CRG Nordham team. They're trying to help it out, it seems like they got him going. So Sawyer Chambers gets going. He just has to make it before the commitment cone, and I think he will make it. But it's going to be, I guess, on the back end of it, and I think he's going to go through the racetrack. Yeah, so he's going to try and get back to his starting spot, but not going to have any warm up in those tires there for Sawyer Chambers. So is gonna make it there, and is looking to slot back into his original starting spot. There you see Sawyer Chambers looking to slide in and get going here. And it seems like they are going to let him back in line. So Sawyer Chambers, wow.
Just in the nick of time.
Wow. Absolutely incredible for Sawyer Chambers. Alex Chandler starting on the pole position. Royce Vega alongside him on the front row. Aston White in third. It's going to be Pasha Ali 4th. Tucker Tribb 5th. Liam Nachawati 6th. Kid Casper 7th. Nicholas Orbezo 8th. Schnegenberg 9th. And Tanner Barnes rounding up your top 10. So interesting to see what these drivers can do as we get set to go green. Chandler puts his hand down, and a fast start, like you said. Pasha Ali gets the jump here on the start. Chandler gets shuffled way back and almost outside of the top 5 here at the moment. Westbrook looks to get through as well. Schnegenberg looks to get through there as well. Vega back into 5th here and looking to get past Schnegenberg, who already going defensive, but it's Pasha Ali from Tucker Tribb here at the moment. So Ali, the CRG Nordham entry, already leading from Tucker Tribb. And in third, it looks to be Chambers. And then, look at that, right, for Sawyer Chambers. Wasn't able to get going almost like a couple of seconds ago, less than a minute ago, wasn't able to get off the grid. Now he's fighting up here in the top 3 and already in third for Sawyer Chambers. And 4th is Nicholas Orbezo, a much better start this time out for him. Royce Vega back in a 5th. In 6th there, I think it's Alex Chandler. And there goes Tucker Tribb looking for the move on Pasha Ali down the inside into the boot. Tribb gets through, and Chambers now through on Pasha Ali as well. So Chambers up to P2. Ali side by side with Nicholas Orbezo here at the moment. Orbezo going to get a help from Royce Vega behind. And Vega decides to slot back in a line, and Pasha Ali stays ahead. So Ali up in a 3rd. It's going to in 4th is going to be Nicholas Orbezo as more and more drivers continue to go side by side there. We saw side by side shortly in between Chambers and Tribb. So Chambers now looking for the move into turn number 6. Is he going to get it done? Down the inside he goes and looks to get the move done on Tucker Tribb. Going to get a push from behind by Pasha Ali and company. So Sawyer Chambers, after a mishap there on the grid, now leading the race.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see that, that level-headedness coming from someone that young, I mean, nerves are already pretty, Aston White too wide with, I'm not sure, but as I was saying, level-headedness, when you're in pits, nerves are already very high. Down the inside goes Royce Vega on
Sawyer Chambers there. All good. So Royce Vega gets the move done there on Sawyer Chambers and gets clear. Pasha Ali only 3rd here after a great start for him. Nicholas Orbezo 4th. And 5th is there Tucker Tribb, who fell back. Nicholas Orbezo 4th, and 5th is Tucker Tribb. Further back in 6th is going to be Liam Nachawati in the Paralin.
Oh my
wow!
gosh!
Sawyer Chambers goes around and into the ditch. Backwards for Sawyer Chambers. Contact and into the fence. Unfortunate there for Sawyer Chambers after issues for him. Wow.
Yeah, just rode on the back of Royce Vega there going into turn 2, and it just pitched him right off the racetrack.
Yeah, so unfortunate. It could have been, a great drive for him after, issues for him on the grid, and he's able to, was at the lead for a little bit, and then unfortunate end to his race as Liam Nachawati finds himself up in a 3rd side by side for Alex Chandler. Pasha Ali lost a handful of spots there in this one so far, so Chandler looking to work his way back up. He started further up the field, and Chandler started on the pole position, and now Chandler looking to make... Oh, wow! Pasha Ali goes around. Pasha Ali, a wild ride for Pasha Ali, who does a full 360 and gets back going again, and he's not happy with one of those drivers further up the field. Wow! A lot of carnage so far in this one. Royce Vega still leads from Nicholas Orbezo and Liam Nachawati. That's Tucker Tribb in 4th. Aston Wyatt 5th. Alex Chandler 6th, Colton Schingerberg up to 7th, Josh Bergman 8th, Emerson Lane 9th, and Rodolfo Lavin in 10th here. Wow, carnage so far. We've lost Chambers, and we almost lost Pasha Ali there for a second, who's going to find himself all the way down in 16th, losing 14 spots in the matter of 2 corners there, Rocco.
Now look, Liam Nachawati with the fastest lap of 59.722. He's right on the back of Nicholas Orbezo, and if they work together, or if Nachawati wants to go around, he's probably going to catch Royce Vega.
Yeah, for sure. So going to be something to watch here for Nachawati and Nicholas Orbezo. Let's see what they decide to do. Nachawati still behind Nicholas Orbezo here at the moment. Can Nachawati, is he close enough to get the move done on Orbezo? Not as of yet. They continue to work together. And for Nicholas Orbezo and Royce Vega, their gap currently sits at half a second. Is it closing this time by? It's opening up a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if Nachawati decides to pass Orbezo here shortly. Royce Vega was the fastest man on track last time by, a 59.328 for Royce Vega. Orbezo still in second, a 59.523, 2/10 slower than Vega at the point of the field. Nachawati, a 59.504. So for the two of them, still 2/10 off of Royce Vega here at the moment. There goes Aston Wyatt on Tucker Tribb. So Aston Wyatt up into 4th ahead of Tucker Tribb. So let's see what these drivers can do to try and work their way further and further up the field. Alex Chandler in there as well. Chandler started on the pole position here, obviously, and fell all the way back to 6th, almost 8th at the start of this race, but now finds himself all the way back up to 6th. So let's see what the group of Aston Wyatt, Chandler, and Tucker Tribb can do to catch right back up to Nachawati and Orbezo, who seem to be working together and seem to be patient here in this one.
Yeah, they're rapidly closing in on that second group, Wyatt, Tribb, and Chandler, as Nachawati is actually losing a bit of ground to Nicholas Orbezo. Still the fastest lap this time around, again, is Royce Vega with a 59.298. As, yeah, they're still all side by side.
Yeah.
No, my bad.
You're good.
Nose to tail.
You're good. Nose to tail. Nose to tail in between these three. As it looks like Tribb was able to stay behind his teammate of Aston Wyatt there. And now they're closing down that gap to Nachawati and Nicholas Orbezo ahead. So it seems like that Burrell Art machine of Aston Wyatt seems to be working here, because he is now closing in on the rear bumper of Liam Nachawati here. Just hasn't been close enough as of yet to attempt any sort of move, and is going to get a push from behind from Tucker Tribb. So they continue to work together and push further and further up. But Royce Vega currently putting on a clinic here so far. 2 purple lap times in a row, going a 10th quicker than his competitors behind. So let's see what Royce Vega can do this time across the stripe. What does it look like? A 59.190. And only a 59.2 there for Nicholas Orbezo. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to the man in 5th here. Tucker Tribb goes quickest, the 59 flat there by Tucker Tribb. So let's see what he can do and push Aston Wyatt up to the rear bumper of Liam Nachawati here shortly.
Yeah, this pack of 2 and 3 is about to turn into one big pack of 5 as they go down the back straight into Switchback City. No overtakes just yet. Chandler kind of goes wide. Sometimes you kind of go around on the side just to get more visibility. And, you see it in F1, people pull off to the side and, get a better view of the track.
Yeah, so there you see Chandler still sitting in 6th here at the moment with some of the fastest guys there, as now that this train has now turned into 5 karts. It was 5 karts there for a second, but still 3 kart lengths in between Liam Nachawati and Aston Wyatt as they go into the boot. Not close enough for Aston Wyatt to attempt that move on Nachawati as of yet. Royce Vega still with a commanding lead so far. What does it look like this time by when they cross the stripe? Vega goes purple, but Alex Chandler goes even quicker than that. A 58.991 for Alex Chandler, who's currently the fastest man on the track. Royce Vega, the gap in between the field behind is currently at a second. So Royce Vega charging further and further away from Nicholas Orbezo and Liam Nachawati, who are 2nd and 3rd respectively.
In that last lap, Royce Vega pulled about a 10th on the second field, though Chandler was the fastest last lap. He's in the back of that field, so he needs to get in the front if he wants to make any progress with that pace.
Yeah, for sure. So for Alex Chandler, just hasn't been close enough to really attempt to move on Tucker Tribb. He knows if he goes, it's really going to slow him down a whole lot. So for Alex Chandler, it's been a waiting game as Nachawati gets tired of waiting, though. Going to go down the inside on Nicholas Orbezo into 11. And Aston Wyatt going side by side with Orbezo there into turn number 13. Is he close enough? He is. Aston Wyatt getting through, and Tucker Tribb slides out of line and goes into that 3rd spot. So Tucker Tribb in 3rd. Wyatt back in a 4th. Chandler up in a 5th. And there goes Nicholas Orbezo all the way back to 6th here. And all this is really going to release Royce Vega, who has a commanding lead over the rest of the field here. It's Liam Nachawati in 2nd. looking to close down that gap to Vega ahead. Just hasn't been close enough, and it had to wait behind Nicholas Orbezo for the majority of this race. So it was the white flag that time that they crossed the line. So all to play for here, the last lap of this race, half a lap to go. Royce Vega still leads us away, and it's Nacho Wadi in second, Tucker Tribb in third. Aston Wyatt and Alex Chandler are still fighting for the fourth spot here. Who is it going to be? It's still Wyatt at the moment. Nicholas Orbezo fell back to sixth. Further back, it's Josh Bergman, whose progress has been stagnated a little bit, who finds himself behind Colton Schniegenberg here. So for the Trinity Karting Group driver, still finds himself a little bit outside of the top 10 with Colton Schniegenberg and Emerson Lane, who are there. So what does it look like this time by when they cross the stripe? It's been all about Royce Vega, the Benek driver. Crosses the line and wins heat race number 2. Across the line next is Liam Nachawadi in second. It's Tucker Tribb third. Aston Wyatt fourth. Oh, wow. I think we had some sort of issue. Oh, that's Josh Bergman. Josh Bergman and Emerson Lane on the side of the racetrack there. Issues for the two of them. Emerson Lane and Josh Bergman off the racetrack here in this one. Unfortunate there for Emerson Lane and Josh Bergman, who put an early end to their heat 2 here in this one. So unfortunate there for the two of them. So it's going to be Nicholas Orbezo finishing 5th, Alex Chandler 6th, Colton Schniegenberg in 7th, Oscar Gus Wonderlay 8th, Kate Casper 9th, Cameron Johnson 10th, Pasha Ali 11th, able to recover 5 spots from where he ended up at the end of his little 360. Nathan Hughes in 12th, Rodolfo Lavin 13th, Simon Klein 14th, Josh Bergman crossed the line in 15th after contacting between him and Emerson Lane ended his race. Aldo Iturriga finished 16th, Sofia Sadagova 17th, Tanner Marsh in 18th, losing 7 spots. Rhett Johnson 19th, Adrian Vargas.
He went quite hard.
20th, Jack Cowell in 21st, Emerson Lane 22nd, Sawyer Chambers, unfortunate end to Emerson Lane's and Chambers' race.
He went quite hard in that fence. He got caught underneath the fence when he hit it.
So it looks like Emerson Lane's go-kart was just a little stuck there in the fence, able to get it free now. So he's going to cross the line now a little bit ways back. I think he's going to want to cross the line because a DNF will probably be better on the points for him if he can get it rolling again. But unfortunate ending as we get pickup underway. We're going to take this moment to take a quick word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, y'all, welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park of Houston, Texas. My name is Rocco Ruzick, and joining us on the track right now is the Honda Kid Karts by Gallery Furniture. Your pole sitter, Bodie Bayer. P2 in the 17 kart is Brody Brown. Number 3, the number 33 is Beckley Anderson. Number 4 is Caden Tudor. Number 5, Holden Hinson, my mistake. Number 6 is Liam Lofton. 7th, Trevor Knight. In 8th place, Dusty Strayer. In 9th place is Rafe Ali, but we know that kid has pace. And number 10th is Wylan Galano. Apologies if I got that wrong. Yeah, they're all red flagging right now. They're slowing them down. They're going to line them up for this green flag start. It's going to be a rolling start. As I said, the only standing start we have is the shifter karts today. Just getting them set up here real quick. As you can see, they're pulling on some of the engines. When these karts stop, some of them can idle, and some of them idle a little bit too low, and they could die on track. So when you see them pulling on, trying to pull start the motor, it's just because their idle isn't too high and they start to die. They're rearranging some kids real quick. Looks like we're all good to go. Start rolling real nice and slow. Oh, I think a cart died. Uh-oh. Gotta slow them all down again. We got a safety car out right now, leading the field to the green. Here we are, and we're going to get, oh, somebody's in the middle of the tram lines. I think it's okay. Do we get the green? We get the green, and it's Bodie Bayer in the lead. Top 4, I should say, are breaking away from the rest of the field. You got in the top 4, it's Bayer, Brown, Tudor, and Anderson, if I'm correct. We'll see if whenever they come back around. Oh, 2 wide for the lead. It's Bodie Bayer and Brown. Brown around the outside, makes the pass around the outside, and Bodie Bayer is now demoted to 2nd place. They're all evenly spread out as we come into turn 11. Caden Tudor was gaining ever so slightly on Brody Brown there. Oh, my mistake. Bodie Bayer. We come around into the boot hairpin. As they come around, we'll get the order of all the drivers. That's Brown up in the lead with Bayer 2nd. Yep, Beckley Anderson down the inside of Bodie Bayer into P2. Fastest lap of the race is still Brody Brown with a 1:22.110. Beckley Anderson seems to be gaining rapidly on Brody Brown. Down the inside, no. Still, she's looking for it. Looking down the inside, couldn't do it there. So your top 3, Brown, Bayer, Anderson. Actually, no. Brown, Anderson, Bayer. almost too wide. Anderson really trying to get a move on here. Oh, is Bayer going to send it? No, he's not. Anderson still holds on to that P2 position. Bayer looks down to the inside of Anderson. They're now very tight coming into turn 11. Could be a possible overtake for the lead here or for second place. They stay single file through turn 11. Still your top three, Brown, Anderson, Bayer in that order. Come across the line, and Anderson still with the fastest lap, a 1:19.788. Oh, Rafe Ali now puts down the fastest lap, a 1:18.107. That is the fastest lap of the race by over a second, I would say. I mean, he may be coming to the field very shortly. We could see him up in this top three very soon. Anderson very close to Brown. Down the back straight. She doesn't go for the move. Through Switchback City. Into the double right-hander. Still single file. Your top three, Brown, Anderson, and Bayer. Still very close racing, top three, all bumper to bumper coming into the boot hairpin. Still staying single file. I think if you look in the background, you may be able to see Rafe Ali catching up to this pack of three. Not sure if that's him. We'll see when we come around. I'm pretty sure that's Rafe Ali in P4. And puts down another fastest lap, a 1:18.106. Gaining rapidly on this pack of three right here. Anderson still decides to follow Brown down the back straight and not make that move. Still your top three, bumper to bumper. It's Brown, Anderson, and Bayer. With Rafe Ali still, I mean, now he's right there. I mean, he's a few kart lengths behind, but you can definitely see him in screen. He is gaining very quickly now, and we're probably going to see him come through this field in the next few seconds. 2 to go this time by, so Rafe needs to get a move on if he wants to make it ahead of these three drivers. Down the S's we go. Top three, still Brown, Anderson, Bayer, and the top four is Ali. Looking down the inside, Bayer on Anderson. He's going to get it, but I think Anderson might have the top end to pull back ahead here. Oh, Bayer down the outside of Anderson trying to get a run on. Oh, he gets ahead of Anderson. Wow.
And Brody Brown, you're not yet, but the white flag comes out this time by, and Brody Brown still leads us away. It's going to be Bodie Bayer, P2, Beckley Anderson, P3, Rafe Ali in 4th. So it was really close there, and Bodie Bayer able to get ahead there of Beckley Anderson, who was in that spot for quite some time there. They had to stay patient, but just wasn't enough there for the two of them, as the two CRGs are side by side there, and there goes down the inside. Look, Rafe Ali just not close enough, and Beckley Anderson going to stay ahead there of Rafe Ali. So good shuffling for position in between the two of them as they continue to try and catch up to Brody Brown, who's out there on his comp cart with a good drive so far. Led every single lap so far. So it's been a good drive so far for Brody Brown here, Rock.
Yes, indeed. And as we come to the last few corners of this lap, or of this race, I should say, the running order is still Brown up in the lead, and then we got Bayer, Anderson, and Rafe. Is he going to make any moves into this last corner? This is final chance. And no, it's still going to be Brown, Bayer, Anderson, and Rafe coming to the checkered flag. Brody Brown is going to win Heat 2 of the Honda Kid Karts by Gallery Furniture.
So Brody Brown, your big winner here in Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture. It's Bodie Bayer finishing 2nd, Beckley Anderson 3rd, Rafe Ali 4th, Holden Henson across the line 5th, Caden Tudor in 6th, Trevor Knight 7th, Dusty Strayer still latest across the line in 8th, Wyland Galino across the line now in 9th. Liam Lofton not able to finish this race, unfortunately. So looking to see if we have some pickup here. Not too sure. But either way, we're going to take this time to hear a quick word from our sponsors.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
So welcome back to round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. We get set to go green with our Micro Swifts by Kart Racing Solutions. It's Marcelo Flores on the pole. Alongside him, it's going to be Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel starting on the second row alongside Kimo Ahmad, Andrew Anastasio, and Victor Gus Wonderley in row 3. Bay Wyatt and Kaysen Sanders on row 4, Nayeli Vargas and Rodolfo Garza on row 5, and Tyler Blackwood, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting 11th here in this one. So I'm going to be interested to see what these drivers can do. We saw Ahmad get the better of Flores at the end of the first heat race. So can Ahmad repeat here and get the better of Marcelo Flores in this heat race. Ahmad seemed to have the race pace, just the one-lap pace wasn't there this morning in qualifying. So let's see what Ahmad can do, and let's see if Marcelo Flores found anything when he went back to the tent not that long ago. So let's see what the kid from Monterrey, Mexico can do here in this heat race. It's Flores from Dutch Westbrook as they are off already on a pretty quick start. Let's see if they get the green when they cross the stripe, and I think they will. So we are racing here in Micro Swift. A good start so far by Stoffel starting on the outside there, on the inside I should say, side by side in between him and Ahmad. Stoffel going to have to slot back and side by side in between Westbrook and Flores. It's going to be Dutch Westbrook to the point of the field with Marcelo Flores falling to second. Ahmad already up in a third looking for a move, bumper to bumper in between all of them. And Stoffel just pulled off a little bit. And there goes Ahmad down the inside on Marcelo Flores. And he goes down the inside on Dutch Westbrook as well. Ahmad in the span of 2 corners gets 2 spots made up. And Kimo Ahmad to the point of the field here in this one already.
Kimo seems to be on rails right now. I wonder if he'll be able to pull away. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they'll just suck right back up to him.
Yeah, so Kimo Ahmad already seems to have really good pace, and Westbrook and Flores, as Westbrook goes off the racetrack there, seemed like the two of them were fighting for that second spot, and Flores was able to stay behind Dutch Westbrook, but just a little bit of contact there in between them kind of slowed down Flores a little bit as Westbrook went off the racetrack there for a second. So let's see what Westbrook can do this time when he crosses a stripe. The gap is currently at 0.3 of a second, could be even a little more than that now. 3 kart lengths in between Ahmad and Westbrook here at the moment. Flores all over the rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook. So Flores in his Kart Republic SLA racing machine and Dutch Westbrook in his Benek racing machine. So let's see what these drivers can do. Stoffel down the back straightaway, closing down the gap to Marcelo Flores. Wasn't close enough to attempt the move there, but it can have to stay content and sit in 4th. Andrew Anastasio right behind Stoffel, who sits in 4th, and Anastasio in 5th. Wonderlay's in 6th. Bay Wyatt 7th. Kaysen Sanders 8th. Tyler Blackwood 9th. Neely Vargas fell back to 10th, as well as Rodolfo Garza, who finds himself in 11th here.
Out through turn 11, they're all single file. I think they're all figuring out that if they, I mean, they're racers. They know this, that if they work together, they'll catch back up to the lead and get back up to Kimo.
Yeah, for sure. So they seem to be working together for now, and you see a lot of signals there on the fence line. Marcelo Flores looked for the move there on Dutch Westbrook. Wasn't close enough, though, for Marcelo Flores to get the move done. And Flores is going to have to stay in 3rd and continue to push Westbrook along. For Stoffel, just 4th is as best as he can go at the moment. Losing a spot from where he started. So let's see what he can do and make quick work of Marcelo Flores here. He looks for a move down the inside on turn number 6. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Looks to get clear ahead for now and is ahead now and clear of Marcelo Flores. Anastasio looking to go as well. Side by side between Flores and Anastasio. Not close enough there for Anastasio. Going to fall back to 5th. But Brody Stoffel up in a P3 here once again. Back to where he qualified. Marcelo Flores, though, the man who started on pole position, falls back to 4th. Westbrook looking to close down the gap to Ahmad, who is setting in really good lap times. A minute flat last time by for Kimo Ahmad. Was almost 0.8 of a second quicker than the rest of the field. So a good showing so far by Kimo Ahmad.
Yeah, Kimo's putting a commanding race right now. He's still pulling a huge gap among this second group. As we come across the line, he sets another fast lap, a 1:33.1, and that gap is opened up to a 1 second 0.3 gap.
Yeah, so a second and just a little bit under a half there. The gap in between Kimo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook in 1st and 2nd respectively. There goes Brody Stoffel looking for a move down into turn number 6 at the bottom of the racetrack here once again. Did it a lap before on Marcelo Flores. Does it again here on Dutch Westbrook. So Brody Stoffel up into 2nd here. And trying to catch up to his good friend Kimo Ahmad, who is further up the field. It's Westbrook now from Flores and Anastasio in 5th. Wonderlay there sitting in 6th here in Rock Motorsports entry. It's not close enough to try and attempt to move on Flores or Anastasio further ahead. So for Stoffel there, you see him tapping his helmet, telling Westbrook and Flores to work with him and try and push forward so they can catch up to Kimo Ahmad. But unfortunately for them, they continue to fight, and there you see Stoffel on the outside, getting passed by Dutch Westbrook there, who made the move into the boot. So this is not going to help out their progress here in this one. So unfortunate there for these guys who seem to be just falling and losing touch with Kimo Ahmad. 0.4 quicker once again for Kimo Ahmad, a 1 minute flat. 0.241 for Dutch Westbrook, a 1 minute 0.603. So 0.4 of a second off of the lap times that Kimo Ahmad is running on his own. It is Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard as a move down the inside. There goes Marcelo Flores gets the move done on Dutch Westbrook as well. So just, really stagnating their progress further up the field here, Rocco.
Yeah, and Andrew Anastasio, last lap around it through turn 7, there was a huge accordion effect, and he kind of fell off the back of Marcelo Flores there. But now as they come back around, he's right back up there with that group.
Yeah, so good to see Andrew Anastasio back up with this group. Still in 5th. Stoffel was in 2nd for some laps, but fell all the way back to 4th. So unfortunate there for Stoffel. See what he can do. And you see all the signals by all the dads and mechanics telling their drivers to continue to push forward, side by side in between Anastasio and Stoffel. Stoffel able to stay ahead here in this one.
Yeah, and is that Kimo up ahead? Are they catching him? Yeah, fastest lap goes to Marcelo Flores, a 59.822. They are actually faster than Kimo Ahmad right now. Kimo was fast by himself, but now that they're working together, they seem to have some pace.
Yeah, so in the closing stages of this heat race, it seems like Marcelo Flores has found the pace. It could be, tire pressures. It could really be a lot of factors here in this one, but it seems like Marcelo Flores has found pace here midway through in the closing stages of this race. Whenever they get to tomorrow and they run that main event, it's going to be 15 laps, the longest that they've ran all weekend long. So setup's going to be a little different. They're going to try and set up for the long haul and see and hope that they have a little more race pace than what they do today.
Yeah, Kimo his car came in really early this race. He got to the lead very quickly and put a pretty big gap on them, but he may be falling off ever so slightly, and the other carts may be picking up some, performance a little bit. There's a strategy to it where if you, have a cart that comes in early and you can get away and they battle, you can sometimes put a big enough gap on the field to where you can actually just walk away.
And I tell you what, Marcelo Flores, a 59.779, closing down the gap to Kimo Ahmad ahead, 0.3 quicker than Ahmad last time by. So Flores could be there and arrive on the scene where Kimo Ahmad currently sits comfortably at the lead of the field. He has no help currently in, I guess you could say, no man's land. Doesn't have any help from ahead, doesn't have any help from behind, as Flores is definitely not going to want to work with them, as they will get the 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe next time by. So going to be one to watch here to see what happens for Kimo Ahmad and company. Brody Stoffel still very much there, so it could be a 5-cart battle. And there you see Marcelo Flores now in drafting range with Kimo Ahmad. So whenever they get to the 2 sticks, it's going to be officially crunch time, and it's anybody's race here at the moment. 2 laps to go. It's going to be 1 lap to go here. I'm sorry, the white flag in the air this time by. It's Kimo Ahmad versus Marcelo Flores once again. That's Westbrook, though, much closer than he was last time by side. Flores looking to set up the move again. Westbrook looking to go down the inside on turn number 4. Gets the move done on the exit of 5. Westbrook stays ahead, and that's going to release Kimo Ahmad, giving him a little cushion to fall back on. So Kimo Ahmad, a good gap so far. Stoffel, is he close enough to attempt the move on Flores? Not as of yet for Stoffel. Going to have to stay in 4th, and for Anastasio still in 5th. So they were closing down the gap to Ahmad, but just, that move by Westbrook really put him on the back foot there. So let's see if Westbrook's close enough this time by to get the move done on Kimo Ahmad into turn number 11 for the final time today for these young Micro Swift drivers. On the exit there, not close enough. And Marcelo Flores is going to attempt the move on Dutch Westbrook. Is going to push Westbrook up. Westbrook's close enough to get the move done. Now goes down the inside to the bottom of the racetrack into turn 15. Westbrook to the point. Ahmad still side by side with him. Westbrook going to crowd him down to the bottom of the racetrack. Side by side. It's a drag race to the line. Who is it going to be? Kimo Ahmad takes heat race number 2. Dutch Westbrook in 2nd. Marcelo Flores 3rd. Brody Stoffel 4th. Andrew Anastasio 5th. Wanderlei 6th, Bay Wyatt 7th, Tyler Blackwood 8th, Kaysen Sanders in 9th, Nayeli Vargas 10th, and Rodolfo Garza rounding up your field here in Micros, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. An action-packed heat race there, so it was definitely one to watch there. Coming up next is going to be your 206 Heavies, presented by TB Kart. As it is a super long day and a lot of racing, me and Rocco not going to go to commercial, but we are going to give our voices a little bit of a break here.
All right, y'all, welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. My name is Rocco Ruzick, and up next is the 206 Heavy by TB Kart. Rolling off the pole is Madison Knox. Alongside her is Marcus Pillen. In row 2 is Nick Miller and David Roddy. Oh, we have an issue. Lucas Hart is off of the racetrack. I think, yeah, he's done. He's taking his helmet off. He's out of this heat as far as he's concerned. Moving on to the rest of the field, we have Zarin Lee, and Ross Smith is not here now. Five cars on track at this point. And he hops the fence. There we go. So last time around, it was Madison Knox and Marcus Pillion that were battling it out for the lead, and I'm pretty sure Marcus came out on top. So it's going to be another tight race, hopefully. Some clean racing, I suspect. Oh, my mistake. Madison Knox came out with the win last race. But Marcus does have another chance to get the W in Heat 2. And green flag, they're off. Madison Knox has a good start. And Nick Miller follows her through, as I think Marcus Pillion got a little shuffled right there, and somebody's trying to go down his inside. All right, they're all single file coming down the back straight now. And, yeah, that is Madison Knox in P1, Nick Miller P2, and Marcus Pillion in P3. They're all going to put, oh, they're freight training on Madison Knox, and she's going to get demoted to P3. Now Nick Miller to the lead and Pillion to P2. Still side by side through the switchback city into the double right-hander. Nick Miller still with the point. Pillion in P2, and in 4th and 5th, that is Zarin Lee and David Roddy, I believe. They're catching to Madison Knox, and this could be a potential pack of 5 if they can work together and get up to that top 3. Nick Miller down into the boot hairpin, and Pillion sends it down the inside of Nick Miller, but he gets around and gets back to the inside and Pillion has to shuffle behind Nick Miller. Fastest lap. Down the inside goes Madison Knox, but can't get the job done. Nick Miller with the fastest lap, a 1:08.77. And, oh, I think a little mistake by Pillion as Nick Miller gets a huge gap and Madison Knox sucks right to the back of him. She going for the move? I don't think so. Down into Switchback City. This group of 5 is starting to shape back up again. Down into the double right-hander. Nick Miller still with the point. It's Nick Miller, Pillion, Knox, Lee, and Roddy in that order, your top 5. Into turn 11 they go. No change of order. Pillion kind of sends it deep on Nick Miller. Almost gets to his bumper, but he gets a little lesser of an exit as Nick Miller pulls away. David Roddy down the inside of Zarin Lee. Ooh, a little bit of contact there, I think, as they come through the boot hairpin side by side. Madison Knox and Pillion, and Knox gets ahead of Pillion, and they're still top 3, bumper to bumper coming into the S's. Lee is still ahead of Roddy. Coming to the back straight. Knox is in the draft. I wonder if she's going to push and try to help, or if she's going to go around and try to take this lead. Looks to me like she's trying to... She's pushing. Yeah, she's definitely pushing. To Switchback City we go through turn 7. No change for the lead. Knox right there, though, with Nick Miller. Through the double right-hander. Oh, she's looking down the inside. Can't get it, though. She's really aggressive now. She's really trying to get to that lead and get ahead of Nick Miller. And a fastest lap by David Roddy, a 1:05.976. Ooh. Into the boot hairpin. Pillion looking for it. Can't do it. Oh, he's looking for it still. He's down the inside. He's got it. Madison Knox and Pillion side by side coming into turn 1. Still, you're fast. Oh, an even faster lap now. David Roddy side by side with Zarin Lee as he puts down the fastest lap, a 1:05.498. Still in P5, still working on that 4th place position. 2 wide, Knox and Pillion. I don't think he's very happy with that. I saw a hand go up. Roddy now really trying hard to get around Z. Ooh, very wide for Pillen as he loses about 3 to 4 spots, I believe. David Roddy still side by side with Lee. Lee in 3rd and Roddy now in 4th. Ooh, into turn 11. Lee trying to send it down the inside of Knox. Knox not having any of it. David and Pillen still 4th and 5th. Yeah, Knox holding on to that P2 position as Lee is putting down the pressure. David Roddy right behind him. Down the inside goes Zarin Lee. If I was trying to mix 2 names right there, I apologize. I'm not too sure. Oh, they're training on Lee now. Oh, they're 3 wide coming into turn 1. Ooh, that's tight. Okay, David Roddy gets ahead of Lee and now into P3 right behind Knox. Ooh, deep down the inside goes Lee trying to get that P3 spot, but it does not work out for him. Still 2 by 2. David Roddy now into P2. Very good by David Roddy getting around Madison Knox. And I think, oh, Lee locked up big time there. You can see smoke come off his tires. Into Switchback City we go. Down the inside goes Pillen on Lee. Still trying to make it 2 by 2, but oh, look at Pillen. He just made 2 positions there on Madison Knox and on Lee. Into P3 he goes. Man, the group really spread up now after all that battling. Now it's like a group of 3 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or group of 2 now I should say for 4th and 5th. Lee still looking down the inside. Closest fight we have right now is 4th and 5th on track. Lee still looking to the inside. He has a nose, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it. He files back through the S as we go once again. But he's very close this time. If he sets it up right, he should be able to get enough of a draft to get down into the inside of turn 6. He seems to pull down the inside a little bit too early, maybe? Back in the draft now. Oh, she takes a wide line, and Lee just takes the inside there, but, I mean, she had the inside for the next corner, so he couldn't do anything about it. Still holding the inside into the double right-hander. She goes. Still holding P4. Lee trying really hard around the outside to get ahead, and I think he does. Wow, around the outside of the double right-hand. You don't see that very often. Now into P4, that is Zarin Lee, and Madison Knox is demoted to P5. They're splitting up now. Madison Knox and Lee are slightly separated by about 6 or 7 cart lengths. Is she slowing? I don't think she is now.
So I think Madison Knox has some sort of issue. Not sure. She was pointing to the fence line earlier in this race, and I think she may have some sort of issue. I don't know if it's engine or if it's go-kart or what it could be. But Madison Knox with some sort of issue here. But this is really going to release Nick Maverick Miller here in this race, who for the first time is going to take a win in a heat race here at the Texas Spin Racing Series. All out there on his lonesome, with David Roddy currently sitting 2nd, Marcus Pillion in 3rd, Zarin Lee as well sitting in 4th. Could be a good one here for Lee. Knox just issues, put her out of contention here in this one. Started on pole, but just hasn't been enough. For Nick Miller, though, on a weekend, and for a promoter of the 206 heavy class, loves to get people out here, loves to get people racing, and is really always in good spirits. He works out of the back of his truck, brings a trailer to the track here at all events of the Texas Spin Racing Series. So it's good to always see Nick Miller in good spirits, and I think he actually has a new sticker kit, but he refuses to remove the Top Gun sticker kit that he has on that go-kart. You see there, it's a Top Gun Maverick sticker kit, and it's risen up a lot of questions on Facebook, and a lot of people have seemed to like it, and that's where he gained his nickname, the Maverick, there for Nick Miller. So for the Dallas-based driver, it's good to see him out here in good spirits every weekend at the Texas Spin Racing Series, and it's good to see him leading here as he gets set to cross the line with his first ever Texas Spin Racing Series heat win, as David Roddy there and Marcus Pillion look to close down the gap. Not close enough to to Nick Miller for now. Just haven't been able to close down that gap. And Nick Miller on a perfect end to his Saturday evening. It's going to be Nick Maverick Miller who takes away heat number 2, and that's going to put him up in the points, a side-by-side further back in between Pilion and Roddy. It's going to be Roddy getting it done. Pilion in 3rd. It's going to be Lee slated across the line here shortly in 4th. It's going to be Knox across the line in 5th. And Kevin Dickerson across the line in 6th. And Lucas Hart, unfortunate, I guess you should say start to his heat race win. It wasn't able, to his heat race, I'm sorry. Wasn't able to get going here on this one. So unfortunate there for Lucas, not able to even get going here in this race. But for Nick Maverick Miller, in good spirits with the second heat race win of the 206 heavy class. Coming up next, though, it's your K8100 senior class presented by CRG Nordum. A lot of heavy hitters, and here's one of them on your screen now. That's Alex Stanfield, who gets set to go green here today. Behind him is a lot of other drivers, 20 other drivers that look to take the second heat race number 2 win here. In this one, you see track owner Alan Rudolph working his way back up here. And for Alex Stanfield, a new colors for him. You know, the first time I guess we've seen him out of the OTK for quite a while was with the GWR, the Gary Willis Racing tent for quite some time there, and made the move over to the Amarillo Kart Complex TB Kart team after what he thought was going to be a retirement from karting at the end of last year's Super Nationals. He got the call from Kyle Uchinsky, who's there on his right, left-hand side on the right side. You see Kyle Uchinsky there, gave the call to Alex Stanfield, and he was like, hey, how would you like to drive for me, and switch colors maybe a little bit into the black and green, white, and a little bit of red there for Alex Stanfield. So made the return to the seat, and what he thought was going to be a retirement ended up to be another opportunity for Alex Stanfield. So good to see him back out here, and he seems to have good pace here. Alongside him, you see only the front fairing of that CRG Nordum entry of Aiden Rudolph. So Stanfield and Rudolph, really good friends. You know, they've raced together for a very long time since they were in juniors, competed a whole lot, competed for championships even. But it's good to see them, you know, starting on the front row, sharing that front row, and new colors for the two of them. Rudolph, you know, black and orange this time as compared to the red and white that we're so used to seeing him in for so long. But he's back to a chassis that he was on when in his childhood, a team that his dad raced for. The final fist bumps from team members there, from Alex Stanfield's mechanic, and many other guys. As there you have Braden Robertson further back with his dad next to him. So getting set to go here for this one. And I think that was eye drops for Braden Robertson. I'm not sure if he wears contacts, but, you know, it looked like he was putting in some eye drops there before this race. So going to be a wild race, the second heat race and the final race for half of these drivers before we get going later today for the second set of heat races that we have set up. But for now, it's this is groups A versus D. It's Aiden Rudolph to Alex Stanfield. Xander Clements starting third again. Michael Leavitt fourth. Jake French starting fifth. Braden Robertson in sixth. Vinny Muscella seventh. Peyton Phillips in eighth. Shirley Adams ninth. Ian Howell 10th. Mac Parks 11th. Cohen Summers 12th. Valen Vakentesh in 13th. Sebastian Trejo 14th. Sawyer Roussel 15th. Max Altman 16th. Ace Parker 17th. Charles Rupke in 18th. Kurt Goodson 19th. Addy Bamrou in 20th. Wyatt Renfro in 21st. James Good in 22nd. It's going to be Jahan Davis in 23rd and Alex Pope starting 24th. As we get set to go green, Aiden Rudolph out onto the racetrack here with Alex Stanfield with teammate Xander Clements right behind him. Yeah, Michael Leavitt in this group as well. So a lot of heavy hitters here in this one. 24 drivers getting set to go green in this KA100 senior race.
Yep, as we get ready, on the pole is, like Caleb said, Braden Robertson. He is
Aiden Rudolph, sorry.
Aiden
Rudolph on the pole.
I'm used to Braden being in the CRG.
Yeah, so, new colors for a lot of these drivers, right? A lot of different team changes over the winter. And a lot of the Texas Sprint Racing Series silly season was a crazy one this year. So we saw a lot of changes, but it's still Aiden Rudolph in the CRG, you know, leading us away here on the pole position. We saw him take away heat race number 1. Alex Stanfield was able to to take his as well. So let's see what these drivers can do as we get set to go green. Aiden Rudolph very, very far up ahead of the field here as Stanfield deciding to wait. Going to have to cool down the tires for Aiden Rudolph, who's all out there on his own, and going to have to wait up for Alex Stanfield and Xander Clements to rejoin there. And you see everybody starting to file into line. It's Aiden Rudolph from Alex Stanfield starting on the front row, and into the tram lines we go for the final time today. It's Rudolph versus Stanfield here in K100 Senior. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA100 Senior. Rudolph with a good start, gets a push from Xander Clements behind, is going to get pushed up to the lead, and Clements going to have to fall back into that third spot. It's Stanfield up into second here, and there you have Jake French and Xander Clements, two of the oldest drivers in this K100 Senior class, found each other on the racetrack now and pushing each other forward. And there goes Alex Stanfield on Aiden Rudolph. So Alex Stanfield now your new leader, and for the second time here leading away from the CRG of Aiden Rudolph.
A very healthy start from everybody. I don't think I saw any accidents in that turn in that first sector. Alex Stanfield and Aiden are kind of pulling away right now together. Xander will need to work together with Jake in order to close that gap. Well, actually, no. I mean, he's in the draft. He will suck up to there by the back straight.
Yeah, he will get there, and we know that the draft around here is really, really big. So everybody just kind of getting bobbled together there. Almost 13 karts on this lead train. You see Robertson there just outside of the top 5, looking to work his way up. It's Stanfield who leads away from Rudolph. Xander Clements in third. It's Jake French in fourth. Leave it in fifth. In sixth, there is Vinny Miskelis. Robertson finds himself just outside of the top 7 and 8 there. So down the back straightaway here for the second time. Aiden Rudolph not close enough. Going to decide to stay patient here with Alex Stanfield as French decided to make the move there on Xander Clements. Went down the inside and got the move done. Clements able to stay ahead of Leave It. So only lost one spot there to Jake French. So Clements currently sits in fourth here at the moment. Miskelis now is behind Leave It. Let's see what they decide to do. And there goes Vinny Miskelis down the inside on Leave It. Is able to get the move done. So Vinny Miskelis gets the move done and up and ahead of Leave It there. So fastest lap currently for Alex Stanfield. But the more and more that they set these laps in, we're going to see the times continue to shuffle through. A side-by-side in between Robertson and Leave It. Who is it going to be? It's Robertson who stays ahead. Phillips in this group as well. Vinny Miskelis, Colin Summers, and more all involved. Truly Adams, one of the drivers in this group as well. So a lot of them continuing to cycle through, and this is really just going to release Xander Clements in that P4 spot and give him a little bit of a cushion to drivers behind. So for 5 on back, they're really going to have to start working together if they want to catch right back up to the top 4.
Yeah, I saw Peyton and Braden. Big.
That was a move for the lead. Sorry, Aiden Rudolph made the move on Alex Stanfield. Stanfield was leading. Rudolph got the move done on Stanfield, and there goes French still in tow to the top 2.
Yep, they're group of 3 breaking very far away from the rest of the field right now. Single file as we go into turn 11. I don't see any overtakes with the other group as well. Down into the boot.
Oh, wow. I just saw one driver go way off of the racetrack. It's one of the Tony karts. It looks like a Kart Racing Solutions car that went way off the racetrack. Anything off the racetrack is still super wet. We got a lot of rain earlier this week on Thursday, and it was a humid Friday morning and a humid morning this morning. So it was a lot of rain, all weekend long. So it's going to be interesting to see if you go off the racetrack here, you're going to pick up a lot of water. You're going to be wet, secondly, and you're going to mess up a lot of equipment.
Yeah, you're going to spend a lot of time cleaning that go-kart.
Yeah, that too, right? There is a hose there behind the kart barn, so, it's easy access
cleaning station.
The cleaning station, right? But you don't want to be seen back there. As the top 3 continue to break away, the battle for 4th continues to ramp up. Leave It has caught up to the rear bumper of Xander Clements here for that 4th spot. Leave It there further back as the top 3 stay a little bit stagnant. So the battle for 4th is the one behind these guys on your screen now. So let's see what it looks like for the 4th spot there. Clements still able to stay ahead with Leave It behind. And Robertson in tow there as well. So this is the battle for 4th here at the moment. It's Clements who leads away from Leave It. Able to stay ahead. Robertson there, not close enough to really attempt to move on Leave It. But for Xander Clements, found himself in no man's land there for a second. But Leave It arrived on the scene, and hopefully they can push each other to work their way further and further up the field. No push from Leave It, though. Down the inside to the bottom of the racetrack and clear of Xander Clements. Robertson looking to go through as well as another change for the lead. Alex Stanfield now to the point of the field with Jake French now still in 3rd. But another lead change in between Rudolph and Stanfield. Stanfield to the point. Rudolph 2nd. It's going to be French in 3rd. The battle further back switched up a little bit. It was Leave It who finds himself in 5th. 4th. It's Robertson in 5th, and Clements fell back to 6th. They're 7th now as Miskelis gets by as well.
Aiden still behind Stanfield as they're, not door to door, nose to tail. Down the front straight they go into the S's. I don't think I'll see anything until the back straight, but he is right there. I mean, he will be in the draft. We could see a possible change for the lead coming down this back straight.
Yeah, it could be a lead change. I mean, we've seen it already 2 or 3 times in this race for these 2 drivers. They want to put their new teams up on the top step. For Stanfield was a slow start out at NOLA Motorsports Park, but looks to pick up the pace here in this one this weekend at Speedsportz Racing Park. Both of these drivers have a lot of laps. Aiden Rudolph obviously a little more than Alex Stanfield, but wherever you put Alex Stanfield and whatever go-kart you put him in, we know he's going to be quick. So he has been quick so far this weekend. Just hasn't been able to really to pull away from the likes of Aiden Rudolph and Jake French so far in this heat race. We know the draft down the back straightaway and through these short shoots are keeping everybody together. So Alex Stanfield at the point of the field. Jake French just not close enough to attempt to move, but he struggled the last race weekend on power. He seems to be doing much better here. Talked to him today, and he was like, you know what? The kart feels absolutely amazing. It's driving itself here. So good to see Jake French in good spirits and trying to work his way further up the field.
Vinny Miskelis just put down the fastest lap in P6 of 55.208. So the fastest actually aren't up in the lead. It's back in that second group with Leavitt, Robertson, and Vinny Miskelis.
Yeah, so that second group lapping a little bit quicker. I think Miskelis getting a really good tow from Robertson ahead. They aren't bumper to bumper. There's a little bit of a gap in between them, a couple of kart lengths in between the drivers further back. But for this group here, just staying stagnant here at the moment, we know it's all about points here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. You start every single heat race where you qualify, and then from there it's just about who has the most points. So you don't want to risk anything too major throughout the closing stages of this race. The 2-6 are in the air, though, so it's officially crunch time for Rudolph and Alex Stanfield. Jake French there in third, just not able to stay in touch with the rear bumper there of Aiden Rudolph. So let's see what it looks like down the back straightaway here for the second to last time today. Rudolph takes a look behind his shoulders. French is still very much in tow. Rudolph now going to the bottom of the racetrack. Stanfield there going deeper on the brakes than Aiden Rudolph, and Stanfield stays ahead side by side in between Rudolph and French. Rudolph going to stay ahead here at the moment. Stanfield looked over his shoulder, saw Rudolph was coming. He's like, you know what? I'm going to be the last of the late breakers. So he went deeper on the brakes, and Rudolph was able to hold on to it there. And there goes Jake French around the outside. He got Rudolph. Can he get Stanfield as well? Not close enough, and French going to slide up in a second here. Rudolph going to slot back in a line. So Jake French up in a P2. Is he close enough to get the move down on Stanfield, who goes a little bit defensive? Aiden Rudolph going to have a good run here on the exit of turn 15. Not close enough as of yet. White flag in the air this time by. The gloves have been thrown off. It's Stanfield versus French versus Aiden Rudolph here for heat number 2 of groups A and D as they go down the back straightaway for the final time today. It's Stanfield who leads. French going to have a good tow and a push from Aiden Rudolph down the back straightaway. You see Jake French closing down the gap. Goes to the outside, top of the racetrack there for Jake French. Not close enough to get the move done. Over under Switchback City. Can he get the move done? Stanfield still on the bottom. Into the double right-hander we go for the final time this weekend. The group from 4 on back goes and closes down the gap. Rudolph takes advantage of that move and goes over under move on Jake French. Up in a second for Aiden Rudolph. Is he close enough to get the move done here on Alex Stanfield? Not as of yet. Still Stanfield who leads us away. French still in third, and the group of Braden Robertson and company has joined the party side by side. A little bit of contact in between the two of them. Stanfield still in the lead of the race, and there goes Aiden Rudolph around the outside, not close enough. It's going to be 4 karts across the line. Rudolph not going to be on the good end of that one, and it's going to be Jake French who takes away heat number 1. It's Alex Stanfield in second, Robertson in third, Aiden Rudolph, who looked to be promising with a heat race win, second heat race win. Just not close enough there for him. Finishes 4th. Peyton Phillips 5th. Michael Leavitt 6th. It's going to be Vinny Miskelis 7th. Truly Adams in 8th. Cohen Summers 9th. Xander Clements in 10th. Ian Howell 11th. Sebastian Trejo 12th. Ace Parker 13th. Jahan Davis 14th. Kurt Goodson 15th. Wyatt Renfro 16th. Valen McIntosh in 17th. James Good in 18th. Charles Rupke in 19th. Mac Parks in 20th. In 21st is going to be Alex Pope, Addy Bamru, and Max Allman. Not able to finish this race. And it looked like Sawyer Roussel was slated to start that race and just didn't get going. So I'm not sure if Roussel was in the wrong group or what it could be because he was slated to go out that time by in groups A and D. So just an action-packed race there in that one as we get set to go with our second group. It's going to be Jesus Vasquez Jr. and more getting set to go green here in this one.
Trying to think if I could run like another extension cord over here. Hold on, I might have some. Thing I have is this power strip. I could plug it into. I have one slot open right there. Yeah.
So we get set to go green here for groups B and C making their way out onto the racetrack now. Sorry, not onto the racetrack yet, but it's Drew Chappell starting on the pole position. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, starting on his outside there on the front row. Joey Friend starting third for the MSL CRG team. Landon Skinner in fourth. Diego Guillot starting fifth. Jake Faulkner sixth. Beckett Friesen seventh. Preston Pico in eighth. Taylor Roddy in ninth. Adrian Cruz starting 10th, Justin Music 11th, Dallas Dunlap in 12th, Chase Duplee 13th, JD Lamping 14th, Ruben Asensio 15th, Ibrahim Din in 16th, Alfred Alvarez del Castillo in 17th, Brooke Berry 18th, Keno Cadena 19th, Ian Columbus in 20th, David Bratton in 21st, Dennis McCarthy 22nd, Benjamin Egdroff in 23rd, and Carter Knight rounding up your field here in 24th. So I think for Sawyer Rousseau, he thought he was probably going out in the second group, but he was supposed to go out in groups A and D, so unfortunate for him, didn't get going, or he could have had some sort of issue. We don't know as of yet. We'll find out later tonight whenever we walk the paddock and get some intel from some of these drivers of how their days went. But as we get set to go green, it's going to be Drew Chappell and Jesus Vasquez Jr. who lead us away here in this heat race. The 1 minute mark goes up in the air, and the engines come to life here for the rookie. Landon Skinner looks to go 3 spots better from where he's starting and put it up at the front. There you see Vasquez getting ready to go out onto the racetrack. Jesus Vasquez Jr. From California, but has become almost a Texan at this point, right? Races out here so often, and it's good to have him out here as well. So as the drivers continue to cycle through and these tires continue to warm up, it's going to be an interesting one. We saw already action through the last couple of corners last race, Rocco. I mean, we can expect the same here coming from these guys, correct?
Oh, yeah. Same energy, I feel. I mean, it's A versus B, A versus D, and then B versus C. It's going to be the same thing, I feel. You know, maybe with this group it may be a little tighter. I'm not sure. I mean, we had a 3-car breakaway at one point in the last race. With these guys, I mean, based off of the start, you have no idea what's going to happen.
Exactly. No idea what's going to happen here in this race. It could be anybody's race whenever the checkered flag drops. So it's going to be one to watch here as we get set to go green for the final time this weekend in this KA100 senior class presented by CRG Nordam. It's Drew Chappell, the reigning 206 senior champion, who looks to repeat his luck here in the KA100 senior class. An unfortunate first round for him, and looks to go better here in the second round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series at Houston. In Houston, where a track that he's a little more familiar with compared to NOLA Motorsports Park. So he looks to do better than he did in that first round. And starting on the pole position in the second group is going to be a good testament to that. So let's see what it looks like for Drew Chappell and Jesus Vasquez Jr. as into the tram lines they will go for the final time today in between all of these heavy hitters here. So into the tram lines now for the final time today. Drew Chappell, an early start and got a great jump there. The green flag is out. Drew Chappell, a monster start for him. Jesus Vasquez Jr. was not expecting that at all. And there goes Joey Friend up in a P2. And third goes Diego Guillot. Jesus Vasquez Jr. down in a fourth. Landon Skidder as well. Lost the spot there to Beckett Friesen. So Beckett Friesen up in a P4 here at the moment. And there goes Drew Chappell, already defensive from Joey Friend. Guillot looked for the move over-under. Not close enough there for Guillot at the moment. Going to slot back in a third. And Jesus Vasquez Jr. in fourth.
Yeah, Guillot just got around Vasquez up in front, 1 and 2. That is Drew Chappell and Joey Friend. Landon Skinner in P5.
They're all Joey Friend down the inside, a pass into turn number 11. Joey Friend gets the move done there and able to stay ahead of Drew Chappell. Chappell gives the signal to Joey Friend, like, hey, let's work our way up. And there goes Diego Guillot down the inside of turn 15. The Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Tony Kart driver gets ahead there of Chappell, side by side in between Vasquez and Chappell. A little bit of contact in between the two of them. They went door to door. A little bit of contact, both of them were able to make it out unscathed of that one. And Vasquez in fourth, and Landon Skinner, the rookie, in tow of his teammate of Jesus Vasquez Jr. has to go down the back straightaway for the second time here in this race. Chappell not close enough there to get the move down on Guillot again. So Joey Friend who leads us away. And Vasquez there looking for a move on Chappell, able to get it done. Chappell gets bobbled there on the exit of turn number 7. One driver off, I think that's Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, who's into the grass and not able to get going. Chappell off the racetrack there a little bit, drops 2 tires into the dirt and not able to stay ahead of Landon Skinner, who gets ahead. Faulkner on the outside, Cruz, and a little bit of a side hip check there in between Adrian Cruz there, and Drew Chappell as Guillot, your new leader here. So Diego Guillot to the point of the field. Joey Friend in second. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in third. Further back, it's Landon Skinner in fourth. Guillot in fifth. Everything's shuffling through as timing updates here shortly. But it's Diego Guillot who leads us from Joey Friend and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Down the back straightaway for the third time in this heat race. There goes Vasquez down the inside on Joey Friend, is looking for the move, gets it done, bobbled. Oh, Joey Friend contact there with Jesus Vasquez Jr. and the two of them. Joey Friend loses a handful of time there to the leaders ahead. Landon Skinner up in a fourth now and pushing his teammate of Jesus Vasquez Jr. up to the leaders. There goes Beckett Friesen down the inside. Not close enough as of yet to get that move done. Just wasn't able to get the move done. And Beckett Friesen now, the rookie, up in a second place here. He put it on pole at NOLA and looks to go one spot better here, and he does. So Beckett Friesen up to the point of the field. 3 wide on the exit of 16 there, and Diego Guillot able to sail ahead. Joey Friend off the racetrack once again and into the pits, and Drew Chappell hits a big puddle of water there on the main straightaway and goes around, and that's going to end his heat race. And a lot of work to do on that go-kart overnight, as it looks like he hit the water, and that engine seemed to be smoking there a little bit. So unfortunate end to Drew Chappell's race. Who's going to have to go to the cleaning station at the end of today. But Diego Guillot, so your leader, side by side in between Friesen and Skinner. And there goes Vasquez, still in fourth here. Joey Friend did not end well after that incident there with Drew Chappell. So unfortunate end to some of these guys' race here early on. Unfortunate so far for some of these drivers.
Down the inside, Landon Skinner on Beckett Friesen. He retains that P3 spot, though. Doesn't get taken over by Vasquez. Into P2 now, Landon Skinner chasing after Diego Guillot.
Diego Guillot still there in the lead, and there goes Vasquez on the inside of Beckett Friesen, who gets moved to the outside, and looks like Pico looks to work his way through as well, and Adrian Cruz for the first time this weekend up into the top 5 for Adrian Cruz, who sits in 5th. It's still Guillot who leads us from Skinner, Vasquez in 3rd, Pico in 4th, a good drive so far up the field for Pico, who seemed to be struggling yesterday. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Justin Music all the way down in 10th. A move there around the outside goes Landon Skinner, able to get the move done. Guillot seemed to be bobbled there in turn 6, and there goes Jesus Vasquez Jr. side by side with his teammate, and the two of them able to get through unscathed. And there goes Guillot again on Jesus Vasquez Jr. A lot of lead changes and elbows out racing early on in this one. A lot more action-packed than the A versus D was here, as Landon Skinner, the rookie, leads us from Jesus Vasquez Jr. It's going to be Pico in 3rd and Guillot in 4th. It's the Trackside Karting Services 1, 2, 3. It's a rookie who leads us away from Jesus Vasquez Jr. and another rookie there. Oh, one driver goes around. That's Beckett Friesen. Beckett Friesen goes around in turn 15. Unfortunate there for Beckett Friesen. The rookie just wasn't able to get the move done and gets bobbled there. As drivers further back, it's Taylor Roddy finding himself up into the top 10, looking to work his way up. J.D. Lamping just behind Adrian Cruz on the edge of the top 5, looking in. Just not close enough as one driver gets shoved off into the grass. Two drivers together. J.D. Lamping, that's Ibrahim Din and Jake Faulkner, who are on the exit of turn number 5, and they get collected there down the main straightaway. That's going to end their hopes here. It seemed like a good, promising day for the two of them. But an unfortunate ending there as Landon Skinner still leads from Jesus Vasquez Jr. with a good gap behind to Preston Pico.
Yeah, they're starting to break away from Pico, but he's still right there in that draft range. Further back, they're still they're not spread out, but they're falling behind the top 3. Who's that in P? Is that Diego Guillot in P4?
Diego Guillot is currently P4. It's Keno Cadena who finds himself up in a P5 here at the moment. So for Cadena, a good drive up the field. I think he was in P5, but I think he's further back now. Adrian Cruz, P5. J.D. Lamping, P6. It's going to be Justin Music, 7th. Dunlap in 8th. And Keno Cadena, 9th is where he finds himself currently on the track.
Yeah, Vasquez gets to the point, and he has a little bit of a gap on Skinner right now. I think he's just going to suck to the back of Vasquez and just help him from this point on.
Yeah, so the fastest lap of the race, like you said, Jesus Vasquez Jr., 55.652. And now goes ahead of Landon Skinner. So a good move there by Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's now your new leader. Landon Skinner in 2nd. Preston Pico in 3rd. Guillot still 4th. Cruz, for the first time this weekend, into the top 5.
Yep, still your leader, Vasquez. And then it is Skinner, Pico, Guillot, and Cruz in that order. Through the boot hairpin onto the front back straight. Just the front straight, sorry. We get the 2 to go this time by. Close behind Vasquez still is Skinner right there on this back straight. We might see a move for the lead.
We might see a move for the lead here indeed, as the 2-6 went in the air that time by. So it's officially crunch time for these drivers in the B and C heat. What can Landon Skinner do here? Can he make the move on Jesus Vasquez Jr.? Not close enough. Pico, though, going defensive from Diego Guillot, who looked to get the move done. And the fastest lap of the race now belongs to Adrian Cruz in 5th, the 55.438 for Adrian Cruz. Skinner seems to be losing a little bit of touch with his teammate up ahead. So it's still Vasquez who leads from Skinner here in this race. Further back, it's side by side, and Diego Guillot down the inside on Preston Pico gets the move done. And Diego Guillot up into the top 3, and Adrian Cruz still there, continuing to charge his way up the field here. As we will get the white flag this time by, and the final time for these KA100 seniors. It's Vasquez who leads from Skinner. White flag in the air. Not close enough for Skinner as of yet to attempt to move on his teammate of Jesus Vasquez Jr., but they are going to want to beat each other here and try and finish one spot better than the other. They could be teammates. They could be with the same livery, the same team, but they are going to. At the end of the day, they're still racing drivers, right? And they're going to want to beat each other. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. still ahead. Further back, it's still Pico going side by side with Guillot. Still staying stagnant there. It's Guillot in 3rd, Pico 4th, and Adrian Cruz in 5th. A lot of action going further back in the field. A couple of TV carts and a couple of TV carts and comp carts going side by side further back in the field. That's Roddy and company there. But for now, there you have it. Adrian Cruz working his way ahead of Preston Pico. Got the move done in an 11 and able to stay clear. But all the while, the two trackside karting services drivers kept it nice and clean. And Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, is going to take away heat race number 2. It's going to be Landon Skinner second, Diego Guillot third. It's going to be Adrian Cruz in 4th, Preston Pico 5th, Dallas Dunlap 6th. It's going to be Justin Music 7th, Taylor Roddy 8th, J.D. Lamping 9th, Beckett Friesen 10th, Brooke Berry up 7 spots into 11th, Keno Cadena 12th, Chase Suplee 13th, Ruben Asensio 14th, Dennis McCarthy 15th, Ian Columbus 16th, Jake Faulkner 17th, down 11 spots, issues for him in this one. Ibrahim Din in 18th, David Bratton in 19th, Drew Chappell. Unfortunate end to his race, Joey Friend as well, and Alfred Avizo Castillo rounding up your field here in KA100 seniors. So as quite a bit of cleanup gets done here at Speedsportz Racing Park, let's take advantage of this time and take a quick word from our sponsors.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, y'all, welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. Joining us on the track next will be 206 Junior by Seville Electric. Your pole sitter is Chris Tracy. In P2, it is Robert Arana. On row 2, it is Shane Reddy and Shelby Ramirez. Row 3, Ethan Gonzalez and Carter Coate. Row 4 is Grayson Pillion and Jacob Oakes. Row 5, Mia Johnson, Derek Wargo. Row 6, Ava Blem, John Paul Melcori, and by himself in row 7 is Samuel Doros. Here they are about to get ready for the start. They're all going to queue up, come around the last boot, and get in the tram lines, and off they will go. Joining me in the booth, Taylor?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As we get set for the 206 junior category, they'll make the way into the tram zone side by side. It's going to be Tracy and Arana who will lead them to the green flag. Green is out as we're back ready to go racing for the 206 junior category as they make the run over turns 1 and 2. Rocco, I mean, we saw a lot of great racing in the previous heat race for the 206 junior, but now can we see a little bit of differences as Arana tries to hold on to the race lead as they make the way down the back straightaway?
I think that is Chris Tracy in the lead. Arana is third, right behind Sam. Is that Shane Reddy? Shane Reddy, not Sam Reddy. Yeah, the top three are breaking away right now from the rest of the field. I would say, I mean, it was a pretty clean start. P4 and P5 are side. Oh, dips a tire, P4.
Yeah, a little bit of a break right there on the brake check right there, a little bit where they have to gather it back up. But now Arana dropping back to P3, Tracy and Reddy, your top three competitors, as they work their way through that tight hairpin as they make their way over to the kink. These three starting to break away. In that second group of karts, though, it is getting like a hornet's nest from fourth on back as they make their way through the next set of corners here. But so far, no pressure for your top three. I think it's safe to say they want to just get in line, form a little bit of a gap, and see how the race plays out for them, because this is only heat race 2. A lot of points still on the line, but a lot could happen. As Shane Reddy leads them, it's then going to be Ethan Gonzalez, Grayson Filion, and then Shelby Ramirez, and then John Paul Melcori, who will be your top 5 at the moment.
Yep, that top 3 group has a really good scenario going on right now. They're just breaking away from the rest of the field, but further on back, yeah, there's still nose to tail going in. Into Switchback City, the rest of the pack, Ethan Gonzalez leads Grayson Pillion and Shelby Ramirez into the double right-hander. Let's go back up to the lead. They're closer. I say Sam Reddy is...
Go to graphics. As they work their way down, of course, through the short chute, heading down towards the final couple of corners right now. Chris Tracy, Shane Reddy, as well as the rest of the field now trying to get themselves situated as they pull away. That 324 of Chris Tracy leads the charge once again with help from, of course, Shane Reddy and Robert Arana. Timing and scoring finally decided to update for us a little bit right there, because I'm like, that does not look like Gonzalez and Ramirez inside the top 3. So close call, but we got it all sorted out. Tracy and Reddy and Arana now lead the charge as they head down the back straightaway. You see a little bit of a push right there by Shane Reddy in that bright green kart as they make their way into the Switchback City. Low call right here as they work their way, but here comes Arana. He'll dive it down to the inside and take over the second spot as the 2 KRS, I believe those are GFC karts, who are going to take the lead.
Yeah, the two teammates are now first and second. If Robert can get back up to the lead, it'll probably be a replay of last race where they just, really worked together in the beginning of the race, and then, at the end of the race, it was kind of gloves off.
It was gloves off racing, but the two teammates did work very well together to try and take control of their heat race here, in which they're doing so. The 363 machine of Arana will move up into that second place. Fourth on back, though, Gonzalez, Shelby Ramirez, John Paul, Grayson Filion, and Carter Cote are also in a very spirited battle as they come across the front straightaway here. Keep an eye on that battle for the 4th spot, as it looked like Ramirez tried to find an opening to get around Gonzalez for the 4th spot. Thought better of it. She's going to stay tucked up behind in the 5th spot with help from John Paul Melchorori.
Melchori in that sandwich between Ramirez and Gonzalez. Down the back straight they go into Switchback City. I don't see any moves yet. Don't see any moves at all. Into turn 7 they go. Gonzalez still up in the point of that second group to the double right-hander, and still no moves at all, Taylor.
No, everyone's going to now try to settle in, get themselves in a position where they feel comfortable, wait till maybe we get that 2-to-go signal before we really start seeing some boxing matches between these drivers, as we see that picking up the field as they come out of that hairpin towards the short chute to the final couple of corners right now. Gonzalez and Ramirez, as we see now to the inside. John Paul looks around to make a crossover, as Ramirez will drop back a couple of spots through out of the final corner across the start-finish line And Jean Paul moves up to P4. Gonzalez Ramirez drops back to 6th position as she is under heavy fire from Grayson Fillion.
Yes, indeed. And Shelby Ramirez right behind Gonzalez. Behind her is Pillin, Blim, and Coates. It's kind of turning into its own train of 6 as Pillin is looking down the inside of Ramirez, not in the draft. Down into Switchback City. No moves as of yet. Oh, Blim down the inside of Pillin and promote her to, what is that, 4th, 7th, I believe.
Yeah, that would be the 7th position.
Oh,
big
riding on the back of Blim. Oh, no, they're stuck.
Yeah, they are stuck.
Oh, that's bad. That's not a good spot to be.
No, it's not. Right there in a high-speed section. Blim will have to now try to figure out a way to get Pillin off as she's like, move out of the way, get out of the cart. But we'll pick up our leaders now as they work their way through. The 2 GFC teammates, they have already checked out on Shane Reddy by a good margin. 2.6 seconds separates those two from the 3rd-place car of Shane Reddy. Shane Reddy, though, he's in a good spot. He's got a 4-second lead over the rest of the field, so he's in a comfortable spot. But if those drivers start working together, they will have to start closing in.
He is in no man's land, so if this group can work together and not, argue over who's fastest and just push, they will definitely catch Shane Reddy. Still nose to tail. No, that's mine. So Mel Corey still leads Gonzalez and Shelby Ramirez in that 2nd group. Down into turn 11. Still no changes in position. Down the leg of the boot. Here they go. Still nose to tail. They're working on it. I think 2 sticks up in the air. We have 2 laps to go. Our leaders still pushing the 2 teammates of Chris Tracy and Robert Arana. Mel Corey and Gonzalez and Shelby Ramirez still nose to tail. It's going to get feisty here in a few minutes. Down the back straight they go. Still all tucked in the draft. I wonder if Shelby's right there in the draft. Is she going to push or, oh, here we go. Gonzalez down the inside of Mel Corey into Switchback City. But Mel Corey still has the inside to turn 7, and he keeps the position. Down into the double right-hander they go.
Good little battle we have right here as we watch this position for the 4th spot as Jean Paul and Ethan Gonzalez work really hard with Shelby Ramirez to try to see if they can close the gap on Shane Reddy. So far that's not working out as they are really just now battling for that 4th spot at the moment. Should be getting the 1-to-go signal this time by as the 2 GFC carts will go side by side.
2 wide into the S's they go. Oh, this is dicey. It's kind of difficult to run 2 wide through the S's. Sometimes it can get really tight. And they seem to get through just fine. Take Robert Arana and promote him to P1. Chris Tracy now in P2. Still nose to tail. Chris Tracy looking down the inside, kind of hooks the curb, but Robert Arana keeps that inside line for turn 7. Still in the lead as they come through the double right-hander. It's about half a cart length between him and Chris Tracy. Down into turn 11 they go. Will Chris Tracy make the move? He's going for it. He's sending it. Oh, Robert Arana with a great crossover. He may be clear before turn 12. He is, and he's also on that defensive line right now. Chris Tracy tucked in the slipstream. He has one more chance to take the lead, and Robert holds it. Robert Arana will win Heat 2 for 206 Junior by Seville Electric. With Chris Tracy P2, Shane Reddy never got caught by that other pack, and he finishes P3. P4 is John Paul Melcori. 5th is Ethan Gonzalez. Oh, never mind. Shelby Ramirez P5. Ethan Gonzalez to P6. Carter Coate P7. Doros P8. Oaks 9th. Johnson 10th. Pillion 11th. Blem 12th. And yeah, that was a big shame for the both of them, Pillion and Blem. That little contact they had when they got stuck on each other just totally destroyed both of their races. When we come back, it will be, I think that's K.A. Master. We'll be right back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
All right, welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. Joining me in the booth is Taylor Burris. We are getting ready for the KA Master Class presented by High Five Performance. Your pole sitter, again, is Pierce Baldus. P2, joining him on the front row, is Kyle Walter. Second row is Miguel Amir and Shane Burkett. Row 3 is Caligaro and Foxworth. Row 4 is Harper and Kozak. Row 5, Pregande and Gasper. Row 6, Neil Faulkner and Kogan Wright. Row 7, John Melfi and Bergstein. Row 8, Tam Nguyen and Judain Din. And row 9 will be Keithan Hutchins and Anthony Harwin.
Yeah, really good start. We saw Miguel Mir have a great heat race #1, looking to see if he can continue that with this season as well as they work their way through the final set of corners to get themselves situated for heat race #2. 6 minutes plus 2 laps for your drivers as they enter into the final corner, into the tram line, as Pierce Baldus, Kyle Walters, and Miguel Mir, Shane Burkett will lead them to the green flag as they enter into the tram zone. Looks clear, and we are off. Green flag.
And Walter has a good start. They're side by side still, but Pierce will get the lead into P2. Is that Miguel Mir? I think that may be Mir. Yes, that is definitely Miguel Mir. So they have a 2-car breakaway from the field. Yep, side by side. Miguel Mir down to the inside of Pierce Baldus. They are now the whole train is caught back up. It is one large train now of KA Masters. Down the double right, down the middle straight into turn 11 we go. There's a bit of a gap between Miguel Mir and Pierce Baldus, and then you have Kyle Walter in P3. Coming into the boot hairpin, it is still Miguel Mir. Further back, it is 4th place. I will let the timing update real quick, but it is still Miguel Mir and then Baldus and Walter. Fastest lap goes to Miguel Mir, 1 minute 4:20. In 4th place, that is Shane Burkett. 5th place is Caligaro.
So Miguel Mir, your leader here in KA 100 Masters, presented by High Five Performance. It's Pierce Baldus in 2nd. In 3rd is Kyle Walter, who finds himself there behind the likes of Pierce Baldus and Miguel Mir. 2 seasoned veterans here in the sport. As Miguel Mir, like I said earlier today, a seasoned veteran here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, a 7-time champion. Adamar Caligaro as well finds himself in 5th. Doug Foxworth has a history in drag racing as well. So for Doug Foxworth, who finds himself into 6th now. Good. He is 5th. Good to see. No, I'm shuffling myself up now. Doug Foxworth in 6th in the comp cart machine there. As you see the ticker on your left-hand side of the screen, tells you where he sits. Miguel Mir still your leader. And a good lap that time out. 0.3 of a second the gap in between Mir and Baldus, but that's closing down as they get into turn number 6. There you have Baldus all over the bumper of Miguel Mir. On screen, though, is Kyle Walter, Shane Burkett, and Adamar Caligaro there. Caligaro in the yellow suit in the Expree OTK, and Doug Foxworth in the comp cart right behind him. Doug Foxworth, has a history in drag racing a long time. So good to see him out here running KA 100 seniors and having a turn here, rather to go in a straight line that he used to in drag racing. So good to see him back out here. And then you have a Janae Din further back in the field as well. A lot of drivers, and like we said earlier today, right, a lot of father and son duos making their way to the racetrack here this weekend. And for some of these guys, the oldest drivers that we'll see all weekend long here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, good to see a lot of these seasoned veterans get out here and race for some hardware, right, Rocco?
Yeah, Doug Foxworth with a little bit of a mistake into the S's, and he's kind of getting caught up by Evan Kozak and David Brigand. But up in the front, it is still Miguel Amir, trailed by Pierce Baldus and Kyle Walter.
Yeah, so fastest lap of the race for Kyle Walter, 56.903, and continuing to close down the gap to Baldus ahead. So let's see what Walter can do. I think in 2 lap time he's going to be there and trying to contend for the race win here. Mir still leads us away. Baldus in second, Walter in third, and all these guys continuing to shuffle through and try and catch up to the 7-time champion of Miguel Mir, who still leads us away. Baldus seems to have a really good run out of the exit of turn number 16. Is he going to be close enough to set up a move into turn number 6 here for Pierce Baldus? Another fast lap for Kyle Walter, a 56.802 there for the High Five Racing driver. Absolutely flying here midway through this second heat race for these Masters drivers. Walter with a great run. Baldus with a great run on the back straightaway. Down the inside, can he get clear of Miguel Mir? He will. Pierce Baldus, your new leader here in KA 100 Masters, presented by High Five Performance. Speaking of High Five, Kyle Walter there in third, not too far off. In fourth, it's Shane Burkett. Fifth for Adamar Caligro and Doug Foxworth, unfortunately, losing a little bit of touch with the top 5 here at the moment.
Yep, as you said, Pierce Baldus now to the lead. I bet Miguel won't stand for that very long. He is right there in the draft. I don't know when he'll go for the move. I mean, he's within distance right now, but you might even see him push for the, try to push and put a little bit of a gap between him and Kyle Walter.
Yeah, correct. So him and Kyle Walter continuing to push each other forward. Miguel Mir has done a lot of racing in his time, and he knows that it's going to be important for him to try and push away, put a little bit of cushion back to Kyle Walter, who's super quick. Just to say that the driver behind Kyle Walter there in fourth is Shane Burkett. Currently went fastest lap of the race, 56.771 for Burkett there, and closing down the gap to the top 3. He's very much arrived on the scene, and look, just as I say that, down the inside and side by side between him and Baldus, it looked like Burkett was going to get the move done. Just wasn't close enough, and Caligro brought right back up into play. And the more and more they continue to fight, it's going to be good news for Doug Foxworth, who finds himself back in 7th. Pregande up in a 6th now, able to get ahead of Foxworth that time by.
Yeah, into the boot hairpin we go. Still 4 nose to bumper as we come through the final corner. Miguel Mir is very close behind Pierce Baldus. Making a turn through the S's is very difficult because it's a very narrow line. But he may be able to set up something here. He left a little bit of a gap there. As he gets onto the back straight, he's in the draft. We'll see what he does down this back straight.
Yeah, down the back straightaway here. Miguel Mir very much closing down the gap to Baldus ahead. Is he going to tuck out a line, look for the move? Not as of yet there for Miguel Mir. And going to have to stay in line behind Pierce Baldus. For Adamar Caligro, he's going to be, shaking, rubbing his hands together, saying, I'm not too far off of these top 4, and whenever they decide to fight, I'll definitely be here to pick up the scraps. And as well for Shane Burkett, still holds the fastest lap of the race. Miguel Mir continuing to improve his lap times. Personal best for him last time by, 57.007 for Miguel Mir. Pierce Baldus was able to go 100th of a second quicker, but Miguel Mir goes down the inside in turn number 15 at the toe of the boot, and is able to stay ahead here. So Miguel Mir to the point of the field here once again in this KA 100 Masters class. Behind him it's Pierce Baldus now. Kyle Walter still very much there, intact with the draft. It's going to be Burkett 4th, and Adamar Caligro in 5th.
Your top 5 is Mir, Baldus, Walter, Burkett. Oh, down the inside goes Baldus on Miguel Mir, but Miguel Mir holds it around the outside and gets the inside for turn 7. He will try and get the over-under on Mir, but it is not going to work into the double right-hander. Oh, down the inside goes Pierce Baldus on Miguel Mir and gets the job done. Kyle Walter's going to push Miguel Mir back up to Pierce Baldus, and Mir may send it. He does not. They stay single file through turn 11.
Yeah, so the issue for Mir there on the double right-hander, he found himself on the outside. Baldus just had a better run there on the exit of 7. And into turn number 8, he was able to get the move done. So Pierce Baldus, your leader here once again. Miguel Mir in second. And third is still Walter Burkett in fourth. And Adamar Caligaro finds himself in fifth. And I tell you what, Doug Foxworth, fastest lap of the race, a 56.7. for Doug Foxworth, who continues to try and close down the gap to Pregande, who was able to get ahead of him a couple of laps ago. This time by, the white flag did fly, so it's crunch time for these men to try and get some moves done. There goes Miguel Mir around the outside. Baldus goes a little bit defensive, not close enough as of yet for Mir to attempt to move or get the move done. Going to have to stay patient here with Pierce Baldus, who still leads us away. It was Baldus on the pole position. Miguel Mir started third, so going to help him in the points, going a couple of spots better. And for Kyle Walter as well, still in third. Going to be good for the average finishing here today. So they kept it clean, and so far it's Pierce Baldus who is set right now to take away heat race number 2 if Miguel Mir isn't able to get a run, and he isn't. So it's going to be Pierce Baldus here at the end of heat race number 2 who wins heat number 2 in KA 100 Masters. It's Miguel Mir second, Kyle Walter third, Shane Burkett fourth, Adamar Caligaro fifth, David Pregande sixth, Doug Foxworth across the line seventh, Brent Harper in eighth, Evan Kozak ninth, Kogan Wright in 10th, Neil Faulkner 11th, Tim Wynn 13th, Jer Gasper across the line in 13th, Anthony Harwin across the line in 14th. John Melfi slated across the line next, and I think unfortunate Janae Din crossing the line here shortly. He finds himself in the 16th spot. So there goes John Melfi across the line. And Janae Din now sets across the line next. And he does. Keithan Hutchins across the line next. And Nicholas Bergstein can round out your field here in KA 100 Masters presented by High Five Performance. Coming up next, though, we have our shifter class where it's been all about the Frenchman, Vincent Cassard. Vincent has he was perfect out at NOLA. He's been perfect so far this weekend. Put it on the pole position and is going to get a push there by Mattia Jeffrey, who's right behind Vincent Cassard there. The Italian driver, sorry, that is Vincent Cassard. So the French driver there going to get pushed there by Mattia Jeffrey and get the cart into gear. To see if he can repeat his same luck that he had in the first heat race. So let's see if Vincent Cassard can do it again and get the whole shot from Luis Mendez, who had an unfortunate end to his first heat race at the start there earlier today. Noah's R starting third, Derek Proctor in fourth for the High Five Racing driver. It's going to be Jeff Mills starting fifth, Rod Clinard in sixth. The Heart of Texas Kart Club, Waco, Texas track. Rod Clinard, actually the president there, so good to see Rod Clinard out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and racing. Cameron Reed starting seventh, Brett Kelly in eighth, Martin Kelderman in ninth, Martin Marquez in 10th, and Zachary Mabry rounding out your field here. Shotgun Charlie on the field there for the CRG Nordum driver of Zachary, who's starting 11th here in shifter, presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. So Luis Mendez looking to go. Looking to actually, finish this second heat race because that would do a lot to him in the points. But he does have fresher tires than everybody else here, Rocco.
Yeah, and nobody had anything for Vincent last race because, Lewis didn't finish the race. He had a technical issue. But now with those, as you said, those fresher tires, he may be a serious problem for Vincent Cassard.
Yeah, it could be a serious problem for Vincent Cassard if Luis Mendez is able to get a better hole shot than him. We saw him struggle off the line, but that's obviously due to the issue that he could have had at the start of that heat race. So he looks to do better than what he did earlier today and hopefully finish this race in this second of the heat races. So let's see how it goes for Luis Mendez and Vincent Cassard as they continue to push each other. You know, a lot of these guys under the same tent, the likes of Luis Mendez, Cassard, as well as Jeff Mills, Clinard, all under the same tent. Zachary Mabry under that CRG Nordum tent as well, made up by a lot of shifter drivers here. Vincent Cassard also has done a lot to push the shifter class, bring more friends out here. Rod Clinard as well wanting to come out and race after some time out of the seat. I talked to him out at New Orleans, and he was telling me, he was like, man, I'm just trying not to fall out of the go-kart because I've struggled so much physically so far. This is definitely a workout for these drivers to get going. And I think Cameron Reed stalls there. Cameron Reed stalls. Her hands are waving up in the air, and they're going to try and get her going again. So Cameron Reed stalls there. The cart shuts off, so let's see if they can get her back into gear. They're going to have to wait for her. And she does get fired up, so Cameron Reed getting set to start.
as we get set to go green here. Visors down and wait for the flagman to give us a green flag. Looks like a little bit of a head start there by Luis Mendez, but Vincent Cassard once again perfect off the line and hole shot there for Derek Proctor as well, who gets ahead of Luis Mendez. So Derek Proctor, the high five racing driver, up ahead of Luis Mendez here and up in a second. Mendez in third. Noah Zars in fourth. Let's see what Mendez can do. We know he has fresher tires than a lot of these drivers. There on your screen is Vincent Cassard, who's there on your screen. Derek Proctor in second. More and more drivers, a big gaggle of go-karts going through the turn 6 complex, and they get all shuffled through. There goes Rod Clinard and Jeff Mills in there as well. Cameron Reed, who looked to get through. Noah Zars currently fourth. It looks to be Jeff Mills up in a fifth and Rod Clinard in sixth here at the moment.
Yeah, Luis Mendez went very defensive down that back straight because he doesn't want to waste any time catching back up to Vincent Cassard. Did he just... Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we have two drivers stuck together here on the entry of the boot. One driver there off the racetrack already. Let's see if we can get a number on that. That's the 18. Or it could be the 19 of Martin Marquez. So Marquez out of this race here early on. He had issues, I think, got together with another driver, and that's going to put him out of contention here in this race. So unfortunate there for Marquez, who ends his race here early. For Vincent Cassard already down the back straightaway, but Luis Mendez looks to have some pace there in his CRG and closing down the gap to teammate Vincent Cassard ahead. There's Derek Proctor, who got passed by Mendez that time by. It was Zars right behind Derek Proctor. So Mendez, a lot of pace in his go-kart. Zars, a lot of pace in his go-kart and trying to catch up to Derek Proctor here and maybe make a pass on the the high five. Oh, stalls it there. Just a misshift there by Derek Proctor, and is going to get passed by the Sodi Racing Machine of Noah Zars.
Back up in the lead, Vincent Cassard and Luis Mendez. The gap is closing indeed. You have the fastest lap, that is Luis Mendez with a 51.639, about, I want to say, 0.6 seconds faster last lap than Cassard.
Yeah, correct. And then you see him now closing down the gap down the back straightaway. And like you said, right, rapidly closing. It seems like he was almost going to make contact there with Vincent Cassard, but he was deep on the brakes and is all over the rear bumper here with the Frenchman.
Yeah, through the double right-hander they go. Luis Mendez now breathing down the neck of Vincent Cassard. He may send it into turn 11. I don't know how shifter karts really handle down into turn 11. It is the slowest corner on the track, and you know these heavy go-karts kind of, they don't handle as well in these slower corners.
Yeah, we've seen how difficult the exit up there is. We saw Derek Proctor already, a little bit of a misshift for him, and he struggled to get out of there, and he ultimately lost the spot to Noah Zars for the third spot there. So Luis Mendez and Vincent Cassard still pushing each other forward. Mendez again sets the fastest lap of the race at 51.585 for Mendez, a tenth quicker than Vincent Cassard in the lead. The gloves are going to be thrown off here shortly. Is Mendez going to decide to make the move on Cassard? Not close enough for Mendez, who's going to probably decide to take care of the tires here a little bit, as well as Vincent Cassard. These guys know how to drive a shifter. They've driven it for a long time, and they know tire wear is definitely going to be something to look out for here at the end of the weekend.
It is his teammate, and I mean, for Heat 3, he still will have the pole position. So, I mean, I get what you mean. He may not be trying to work those tires too much and may just be trying to hang behind Vincent for now, unless he sees an opportunity open up later on in the race.
Yeah, no, correct. Luis Mendez still lapping a little bit quicker than Vincent Cassard, just hasn't been close enough to make the move there, hasn't attempted it even at that. So Derek Proctor now is falling under fire a little bit to Jeff Mills in the fifth spot. Cassard now, he has an answer for Luis Mendez and goes quicker than Mendez did that time by. They're on your screen as the drivers continue to pass through. That's Cameron Reed and right behind Derek Proctor. So let's see what Reed can do down the inside into turn number 4. Reed gets ahead, and Cameron Reed
is, a pass back from Derek Proctor. Back on Cameron Reed. Into turn 7 they go, still ahead. They're side by side for just a second, but Derek Proctor gets a better exit out of turn 7.
Yeah, sorry about that. The allergies out here at Speedsportz Racing Park have been something else. It's already the start of spring, bringing the spring roundup. We've seen a lot of bees out, pollen's out as well, so a lot of allergies for a lot of people around here at the paddock, and I'm unfortunately one of those people, so I apologize for that. But there goes Cameron Reed, who's currently ahead of Rod Clinard there in that. They are 6th and 7th respectively. Reed was looking for a move there on Proctor, just wasn't close enough to get it done. They went side by side for a second there, just wasn't close enough there for Reed to get the move done as Proctor went a little bit defensive. The battle for the lead though, still continuing to kick off. Luis Mendez in second, 51.493 here, a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Vincent Cassard here at the moment, who still leads us away. And I'm really wondering what you and Jeffrey's thinking there on the sideline. Seeing his drivers go at it,
for the lead of the race. I wonder what signals he's probably throwing up to them here from the fence line.
You know, I feel it's much harder to follow closely in the corners with shifter carts just because, you know, I have to change gears, get on the brakes, all that. Going into most of the corners, Lewis seems to pull a little bit on Cassard, except for right there. But going on to turn 4 and 5, it is very hard to follow in these things, I would suspect. So you see that he would get really close into turn 5, but then Vincent would pull away on the back straight.
Yeah, no, for sure. So there you see it. You know, Vincent pulling away a little bit there from Luis Mendez, who it really could be. You know, Mendez could be. You know, either lacking. You know, that shifter. I guess you could say kart fitness, right? Maybe a little bit, because we know Vincent Cassard has a lot of laps in these shifter karts. It's really you know, one of his biggest passions. You know, speaking of Vincent Cassard, he was telling me that driving a shifter, you know, there's nothing else like it. He drove KA 100 Masters here a while ago. He's like, no, it's nothing like the shifter. So he wanted to get back out there. So you have one driver on the side of the racetrack against Martin Kelderman, who finds himself there trackside and with an early end to his heat race here.
Or another thing, what if Lewis is just not accelerating hard to preserve those rear tires?
Yeah, it could be as well, right? But I think he's still pushing, because he just went a purple, a 51.223 for Luis Mendez, and Vincent Cassard still leads us away. It's Mendez with the fastest lap of the race at the 7th lap. So Mendez definitely still pushing here a little bit, and Cassard still in the lead. These tires are probably going to end up bald, sorry, not only bald, but probably corded by the end of the weekend with how much these guys are pushing each other here in this race. But, you know, all in good spirits here for Vincent Cassard and Luis Mendez, who continue to work their way up the field. And there you see Kelderman on the side of the racetrack there on the main straight. Issues for him. I put him out of contention here in this one. Checking in further back with Derek Proctor. Finds himself in 5th. Lost a spot to Jeff Mills. This time by, it's going to be the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go for Vincent Cassard and Luis Mendez. Noah Czar still in 3rd. Jeff Mills finds himself in 4th. Derek Proctor finds himself in the 5th spot. Cameron Reed in 6th. Rod Clenard 7th. Zachary Mabry 8th. Brett Kelly in 9th. And Martin Kelderman, unfortunately, not able to finish this race, and as well as Martin Marquez, who we saw him on the side of the racetrack there early on in this one.
Luis Mendez laying down purples earlier in the race seems to be falling a little bit behind Vincent Cassard right now. I think Vincent did improve on his last lap as well, so maybe either Luis is just preserving at this point or his kart has started to fall off.
Yeah, for sure. So definitely some struggles here for Luis Mendez, who just hasn't been able to get around his teammate Vincent Cassard. The two of them will get the white flag this time by. Is Mendez going to decide to push? He has a good run there on the entry of turn 15. Is Mendez, what can he do against the Frenchman, who has been almost perfect all weekend long? He was perfect out at NOLA. He looks to be perfect here this weekend, so let's see what he can do. Vincent Cassard is still leading us away. Mendez decided to stay patient a little bit with Vincent Cassard. Down the back straightaway we go for the final time today for these 2 CRG Nordam drivers. It's still Vincent Cassard who leads away from Luis Mendez, who isn't close enough to attempt the move as of yet, and it's still Mendez who sits in 2nd.
Yeah, Luis Mendez, I think he turned on the afterburners, though, in that last lap, because he is now much closer than he was before. I mean, early in the race, he was very close, but he's closing that gap considerably now. Out of turn 11, I don't think he'll have enough time to make the overtake, but it'll be Vincent Cassard who will come around to take the checkered flag and win Heat 2 for the shifter class.
Yeah, so Vincent Cassard, been perfect day for him. Whole shot in both of the heat races, and he's going to win heat number 2 here in shifter, presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. Luis Mendez across the line 2nd. Noah Zars 3rd. It's going to be Jeff Mills slated across the line 4th. He does. Cameron Reed finishing 5th here. Derek Proctor only 6th, losing 2 spots there in the end. Rod Clenard in 7th. Zachary Mabry 8th. Brett Kelly 9th. Martin Kelderman, unfortunately, and Martin Marquez not able to close this one out with pickup getting set to take place here shortly. We're going to take a quick break before we go green here in a couple of minutes' time with our 206 cadet class. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. We are live from Houston, Texas. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
these 206 cadets are out on track now, presented by Rimrock Raceway. It's Aston, Fast, and Wyatt on pole position. Alongside him, it's going to be Tanner, the Texas Hammer Barsh. We saw the two of them go at it in the first heat race. Aston Wyatt able to get the better there of Tanner Barsh. It's going to be Drew Blem in third, Theodore Mitchell fourth for the Iceman. Marshall Steves going to start fifth. Dutch Westbrook sixth. Tyler Morwick ninth. It's going to be Rhett Johnson in eighth. Jensen Willander ninth. It's going to be Micah Masad in 10th. It's going to be Wyatt White 11th. Yoramangeli Vargas 12th. Rodolfo Garza 13th. Simon Klein 14th. Dean Guerrier 15th. Benson Hale 16th. Mace Lejesic in 17th. And Benjamin Osborne rounding up your field. Shotgun Charlie here starting 18th.
How did Mitchell get the nickname Iceman?
Not sure how he got it, but I know he has it.
Okay.
It's on his helmet. It's on his helmet. So if we take a quick look at Theo Mitchell's in the CRG, he's in the CRG second row there, right on the forehead. I guess how you say eyebrow. It's Iceman written on his helmet. And I saw it a couple weeks ago at a club race. So it's good to see him out here. In good spirits as well as Dad, feeling good about the weekend, having him up there in the top 5. So good to see them here as we go out. So a lot of good drivers here in this one, as Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh getting set to go green. A little bit of a shuffling there. Not sure what happened, but they get shuffled through, and it's going to be racing here in 206 Cadet. It's Aston Wyatt with a good lead so far. Tanner Barsh still in second. A couple of drivers there able to make it through. Looked like they went a little bit sideways there for a second, but they don't, as Aston Wyatt now your leader from Tanner Barsh in second. It looks like Drew Blem is going side by side for the back with Theo Mitchell. The battle for P3 continues to ramp up. There you have it. That's the battle for P3 as they try and go through. That's Drew Blem in third. It's Theo Mitchell fourth. It's Dutch Westbrook in fifth, and that's Marshall Steves who finds himself in the sixth spot here at the moment.
Yep, Mitchell leading that pack with Westbrook right behind him. They go single file through turn 11, down through into the, I call it the leg of the boot, I would say, into the boot hairpin.
Call it the shin.
The shin? Okay, I'll call it the shin. Down the inside goes Westbrook on Mitchell, promote him up to P4. Hopefully they can work up and get to Blem, and hopefully they can work up and get to the leaders, Caleb.
Yeah, so Westbrook, a good move for him, and able to get around Theo Mitchell there. So Mitchell in fifth now. Marshall Steves still behind him in sixth. Tyler Morwick in seventh. Jensen Willander eighth. Simon Klein ninth. And Rhett Johnson there, in 10th. So they continue to work their way through, and there goes Theo Mitchell. Looked like he wanted to make the move there on Dutch Westbrook. Wasn't close enough there as of yet to get the move done, so he's going to have to stay in fifth and continue to push young Dutch Westbrook up to the rear bumper of Drew Blem, who is a little bit further up the field than these guys. The gap in between Blem and Westbrook currently sits at a 0.6 of a second. It could be at half a second, so a couple of car lengths in between the two of them. 5 car lengths in between Westbrook and Blem here at the moment. The battle for the lead staying stagnant. Well, we saw Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh push each other in the previous race. So we'll see what these drivers can do here this race.
Westbrook, Mitchell, and Steves are definitely catching Blem as he's in that no man's land, and I would say definitely that. I guess Steves kind of fell back there, but 3 carts will definitely be faster than 2.
Yeah, for sure. So Steve's still pushing Mitchell and Westbrook ahead. There you see Mitchell and Westbrook closing down the gap to Drew Blem, and you see what pushing can do around here as Westbrook now finds the move down the inside of turn number 6 on Drew Blem, able to get ahead. So Dutch Westbrook here, up in a third, and Theo Mitchell still in fifth, and looking to get around the nitro of Drew Blem in fourth.
And all while this is happening, our leaders are just flying away right now, not fighting at all and working together. They're already out of turn 11, as you can see them fly by on the screen right now. This second group needs to, they need to stop fighting so much if they want to catch up to that lead group.
Yeah, and I really want to take a look at the gap here because Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh have been working together. No passing in between the two of them. They stay stagnant, and they have created a big gap further back. It's almost at 2 seconds, the gap in between Dutch Westbrook and and Tanner Barsh in second and third, respectively. There you see the gap. Those two karts further up the field, that's Aston White and Tanner Barsh, and barely making their way onto the main straightaway. That's Dutch Westbrook and company. So you see what fighting can do to gaps here and how it can affect you. So for Westbrook and company, they haven't worked together too much here. They've decided to pass each other, and Aston White and Tanner Barsh have been able to get away from them.
Yeah, Westbrook, Blem, and Mitchell leading that second group. They're all still single file. I think they kind of figured it out that they can't be battling right now if they want to have any chance of catching that lead group. Down into turn 11 they go. Westbrook still, down the inside. He looked for it. Blem and Mitchell takes advantage of that and tries to go side by side with Blem, but does not get the position. Down into the boot hairpin. Will there be any moves? Oh, way in the back. Couldn't get it done. Or can he? He's still too wide, and I guess the door closed on.
Couldn't get it done, and still side by side in between Tyler Morwick and Simon Klein further back. They're behind, Marshall Steves and Tyler Morwick, who are further back, and behind Theo Mitchell here at the moment. So let's see what they can do. Still not able to overtake here for now. So for them, still staying stagnant, not able to move further or backwards. But for Dutch Westbrook, who's still in third, leading away the second group. The battle for the lead, though, it's still no movement in between the two of them. It's a 102.426, though, fastest lap of the race for Tanner Barsh, who's still pushing Aston White along and giving them enough room to fight whenever the 2.6 go in the air here shortly in this race. As 5 minutes are going to get down, and they will have, I think, 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe this time by. 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe this time by. So it's going to be crunch time for Tanner Barsh and Aston White here shortly. Still Dutch Westbrook, who leads the second group. Blem there in fourth. It's Theo Mitchell in fifth. Further back, it's Marshall Steves and Tyler Morwick, who find themselves 6th and 7th respectively. And in 8th is Simon Klein, who looks to close down the gap as well to the guys up in 6th and 7th. So let's see what they can do here. Still pushing each other forward. Aston White, though, fastest lap of the race for him now. A 102.347 for Aston White. The Trackside Karting Services Burrell Art Machine is flying here so far in this one. Both Trackside Karting Services Burrell Art Machines here having a league of their own so far as they've pushed each other forward. For Dutch Westbrook, the Kart Racing Solutions driver, still in third with Blem and company behind. Not much movement in between the two. I guess you could say the 6 of them. They haven't decided to fight as of yet, so it's going to be 2 laps to go when they cross the line. 2 laps to go when they cross the line. I see the flagman with the 2.6 in his hand. So let's check back in with Tanner Barsh and Aston White as they're going to get set to fight here for I guess you could say the spoils in heat race number 2. So White and Tanner Barsh there cross the line. For the last time they'll see the 2.6 in the air today, Aston White and Tanner Barsh now. Let's see if they decide to fight here with 2 laps to go. Barsh is going to be the first passing zone he's going to have is in the turn number 6 down the back straightaway. Will he be close enough to get the move done this time around? Tanner Barsh there in good drafting range. Can he get the move done? Is he going to tuck out of the way? Not as of yet. Going to stay content to continue to push Aston White along. We've seen them contend for race wins many times before, and this is just another chapter into the Aston White and Tanner Barsh story. Fastest lap of the race went back to Tanner Barsh that time by a 102.310. Is Barsh going to be able to get the move done here? Not close enough as of yet. Still Aston White who leads us away and into the shin now, I guess we can say, right, Rocco? They're passing the knee now. I guess you can say, the knee, the little kink, and they go into the shin now, and then I guess you can say they go into the toe of the boot.
Oh, man, we're coming up with names of everything. We should call turn 11 the buckle.
Wow, I guess you can say that, right? That
was good.
That was great. I guess we'll have a talk with Alan after this.
We're gonna get some names up on there.
We're gonna copyright some names and start naming some of these corners, right? Because it's due time.
Yeah.
But into the S's for the final time for these 206 cadet drivers. Let's see what they can do here down the back straightaway for the last time for Tanner Barsh and Aston White. Is Barsh going to continue to push, or is he going to look for the move on Aston White? We know points has been one of the big talking points here this weekend. Barsh still staying patient here with Aston White, who didn't even go defensive there. So I don't know if they had team orders or maybe talked before this race even went out, as there's passing further back. That's Tyler Morwick and Marshall Steves, who look to have made a move there on a driver further back. But for your leaders, they're still staying stagnant, so I'm not sure if it was team orders, and I guess it wasn't, because Tanner Barsh now down the inside there on Aston White. They go side by side into the knee. Who's going to be out ahead? It's Aston White by inches here. They're both on the steering wheel. back onto the seat. Aston White stays ahead for now. Tanner Barsh goes in down the inside in turn 16. Over-under move by Aston White. Can he stay ahead? It's going to be a drag race to the line, and it looks like Aston White may be able to get it done, and it is Aston White who gets it done. It's Tanner Barsh finishing second. Dutch Westbrook in third. Drew Blem fourth. Theo Mitchell in fifth. A little bit of shuffling there. So Dutch Westbrook third. Drew Blem in fourth. Theo Mitchell fifth. Marshall Steves sixth. Simon Klein seventh. Tyler Morwick eighth. Rhett Johnson ninth. Jensen Willander and 10th. Benson Hale across the line on 11th. Dean Guerrier 12th. Mace Lejcek slated across the line 13th. He does. White in the Kart promotion across the line in 14th now. And Benjamin Osborne finishing the race here in 15th. Michael Massad 16th. Yeramangeli Vargas not able to finish this race here, unfortunately. She finishes in 17th. So unfortunate there as Rodolfo Garza wasn't able to get going. But that was your 206 cadet class presented by Rimrock Raceway. Coming up next, it's going to be your KA100 juniors, where it was all about Chico Brown and Jackson Warney in the first heat.
We're at a commercial break.
Well, as the engines come to life and these KA100 juniors make their way out onto the racetrack, it's going to be Jackson Warney who leads us away from Tyrone Kemper Jr. It's Chico Brown who is going to start third, Jackson Young in fourth, Gage Bailey in fifth, Santiago Duran starting sixth, Tyler Roberts in seventh, Graham Tremmel in eighth, Eric Doan in ninth, Easton Cox in 10th, David Ibarra starting 11th, Matthew Duquette in 12th. It's going to be Carson Berry starting 13th, Cash Perkins in 14th, Bobby Klein in 15th. It's Joey Domi in starting further back the field here in 16th. Pato Cadena in 17th, Davis Henry 18th, Mason Berry 19th, Juan Jose Paramo in 20th, Shane Reddy in 21st, Brandon Siraki 22nd, Amelia Gus Wonderlay 23rd, Luke Cruz 24th, Jeremiah Thomas 25th, Benham Abernethy in 26th, Hamza Anbar in 27th, Nathan Golseth 28th, Chaz Varela in 29th, Hector Ituriga in 30th, and Ethan Gonzalez rounding up your field here in KA100 Junior, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. We saw Chico Brown and Jackson Warney push each other in the first race, and we saw Tyrone Kemper Jr. try and mix it up with the two of them, as well as Jackson Young, who's in this group, and looking to battle here with some of these drivers as into the tram lines we go for the final time in KA100 Junior today. It's Jackson Warney with a good start, Chico Brown in second, as more and more drivers continue to try and jockey for position there for that fourth spot. Not sure who made their way up in a third. It's not Young. Young is fighting there, though, for that group. So I think it's Gage Bailey who has worked his way up there. Tyler Roberts in this group as well. Tyler Roberts actually has found himself up in a P3 as Chico Brown now down the inside on Jackson Warney. Chico was ahead for a second, but Jackson Warney able to get him back.
Down in that P4 spot is getting pretty feisty. I see a few drivers trying to josh for position or
one driver way off the racetrack and a tire completely off his go-kart and going across the racetrack here. Wow, a big off for one of those drivers. Not sure who it was, but off the racetrack, and you see that tire there just rolling and rolling and rolling there on its lonesome where it comes to a stop and unfortunately flops over there. So a very anticlimactic, tire roll there. But still Jackson Warney and Chico Brown will lead us away. It's Gage Bailey who's up in a P3. Jackson Young, P4. It's Tyler Roberts, P5. Eric Doan, P6. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in 7th. It's Easton Cox in 8th. Santiago Uran in 9th. And David Ibarra in 10th here. Let's see what Chico Brown can do. Down the back straightaway. Again, looks for the move. Down the inside there for Chico. Gets the move done in turn number 6 and able to stay ahead this time from ex-teammate Jackson Warney, who's currently in 2nd. Young still there in 4th, looking to close down the gap to the top 3 here at the moment. And he is doing so. But the fastest lap there, Chico Brown, had a great run down the back straightaway and was able to get the move done there on Jackson Warney.
Yeah, this train of 3 and 2 is about to become one big train of 5, and you know KA juniors are very feisty, so I feel like if we can have a 5-cart train by the end of this race, we're going to have some good battling.
Wow.
Who's that?
That's a big move there. Tyler Roberts able to go down the inside on his teammate of Jackson Young. So Roberts up another spot and goes better. Gage Bailey looked to go down the inside on turn number 2 on Jackson Warney. Just wasn't close enough. It's a Trackside Karting Services GFC 3, 4, and 5. So the GFC's out, looking into the top 2 of Chico Brown and Jackson Warney. So let's see if Bailey is close enough to get the move done here. Down the inside on Jackson Warney is able to get it done. So Gage Bailey up another spot, and Jackson Warney, Switchback City, like we've said many times this weekend, able to get it done again there on Gage Bailey. Fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Tyler Roberts, who finds himself in 4th here at the moment. 5th now after losing the spot to Jackson Young that lap. 56.460, the lap time that Tyler Roberts currently holds and is purple. Let's see if he wants to go on his teammate. Not close enough. That battle in between Bailey and Warney really shuffled them back and has released Chico Brown here a little bit. Warney's still in drafting range, just not close enough to attempt any sort of move. So just giving him a little bit of a prey there to try and catch up to Tyrone Kemper Jr. There goes quicker, 56.113 for Kemper Jr., who currently finds himself in 6th. He started further up the field, but after an unfortunate start for him, finds himself down in 6th, started on the front row, and there you have side-by-side action in between some of the Trackside Karting Services GFCs. That's the battle for 3rd. I'm pretty sure that was Roberts there on Bailey, if I'm not mistaken, who slots back to 4th, and it's going to be Jackson Young up in a 5th, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. there looking to pick up the scraps as the teammates continue to fight. Then side pod in between the two of them. Jackson Young gets together with his teammate, and into the water he goes, picks up a lot of dirt, and brings it onto the racetrack. So contact in between Roberts and Young, and they find themselves once again on the racetrack further back and almost outside of the top 10. Tyrone Kemper Jr. was rubbing his hands together, saw that they were fighting, decided to go, and wow, out of nowhere, one of the berries gets the move done there on the two of them. So that's further back. But still, Tyrone Kemper Jr. has worked his way up in a P4 here after issues there in between. Sorry, that was Gage Bailey and Jackson Young who got together as Bailey and Roberts look very similar here. Same suit, same helmet, same cart, so it's hard to tell them apart here.
Yeah, they're twinning out here this weekend. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in P4, as you said. Eric Doan right behind him.
If the two of them continue to work together, the speed sense of Eric Doan, we saw him have a lot of pace in the first heat. So we're seeing that again here as he continues to work his way up the field. And after that incident between the two Trackside Karting Services drivers, after they got together, they were able to make up a couple of spots here. So Tyrone Kemper Jr. there, still working his way further and further up the field, looking to close down the gap to Roberts, Warney, and Chico Brown. With the lead, a little bit of a check-in for Chico Brown and Jackson Warney. That gap closing down little by little. It was at over a half a second last time by. This time, Chico Brown is his gap is being diminished here by Jackson Warney, who went purple last time by, a 55.689 for Jackson Warney. Roberts still in 3rd, losing touch a little bit with the top 2. But for Chico Brown, he is going to have company here shortly. Jackson Warney is catching up and closing down the gap to young Chico Brown in the lead of the race.
Yep, Jackson Warney is closing down on Turner Brown, same as his race is starting to close. We're getting into the end points of this race. Jackson Warney gaining, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to make a move in these next few corners.
Yeah, so this time when he crosses the line, not going to be the 2 sticks in the air, but is going to be 3 laps to go, I'm pretty sure, here left in this one. So 3 laps to go that time by.
And for Chico Brown and Jackson Warney, they find themselves fighting again for another race win. Another chapter in the book of Chico Brown and Jackson Warney. The ex-teammates now turned rivals after Chico Brown made the move to the Rawson Performance Group cap. And there you have it, Jackson Warney down the inside on Chico Brown, able to get the move done there in a turn number 6. And it's clear now, so Jackson Warney up to the point of the field. And second, though, Chico Brown. They're in second. Tyler Roberts still holds on to third.
Yeah, Tyler Roberts pushing really hard to try to catch up to them. I mean, he's very close on the lap times. He just doesn't have a pushing partner or any draft. He's kind of in no man's land right now. He could even be swallowed up by that group behind him if he cannot catch up to the leaders.
Yeah, so isn't able to close down the gap to the leaders here at the moment for Tyler Roberts, currently in no man's land. And there goes Chico Brown down the inside on Warney. Warney able to get the over-under move, and a great move there by Chico Brown. So 2-6 are in the air this time by, and officially crunch time for these KA100 junior drivers presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. So let's see what Warney and Turner Brown can do this time by. Roberts now continuing to catch up to the top two here at the moment. The more and more that they continue to switch positions here. Warney going defensive. Chico Brown goes to the outside. Can he get the over-under move done? Welcome to Switchback City here, Chico Brown. Not close enough to get the move done as of yet. Still in second. But Tyler Roberts now going to join the party here shortly. And an over-under move is set up there nicely by Chico Brown, who's going to move Jackson Warney off, who drops the tire and kicks up a little bit of dust onto the racetrack there. Chico Brown now going defensive there. Tyler Roberts, can he take advantage of these two fighting ahead of him? Not close enough as of yet for Tyler Roberts. Still fighting for the lead of this race here. It's a three-way battle all the way to the end. And there goes Jackson Warney down the inside of the toe of the boot. Tyler Roberts looks to get an over-under move. He is going to get it done. Tyler Roberts out of nowhere picks up the scraps. The Trackside Karting Services driver is now leading into the final lap. White flag in the air, and this is going to be it. For these drivers. Tyler Roberts picked up the scraps out of nowhere when Jackson Warney and Chico Brown decided to fight. And let's see if they decide to work together and catch up to Tyler Roberts. It looks like Warney's still going defensive. Chico Brown still going to go for the move. Down the inside, goes even lower than Jackson Warney was going and defending there in a turn number 6. And Chico Brown now closing down the gap to Tyler Roberts ahead. Let's see if he can get there by the time the checkered flag waves in the air. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has arrived on the scene as well. So now turned in to a 3-kart battle for P2 as Chico Brown. Does he have enough left in the tank to try and close down the gap to Tyler Roberts, who picked up the scraps when Warney and Brown decided to fight? I don't think it's going to be close enough for anybody else as Warney makes a move there on Chico Brown, who finds himself on the outside, 3 wide in between the 3 of them. And Tyler Roberts is going to win heat race number 2 in KA100 Junior. Chico Brown second, Kemper Jr. third, Jackson Warney fourth, Easton Cox in fifth, Santiago Duran in sixth, Graham Tremmel seventh, David Ibarra eighth, Gage Bailey ninth, Joey Domi in 10th, Cash Perkins 11th, Jackson Young 12th, Davis Henry across the line in 13th, Juan Jose Paramo 14th, Nathan Golseth 15th, Luke Cruz in 16th, Hamza Anbar up 10 spots, your hard charger here finishing 17th, Shane Reddy in 18th, Brandon Siraki 19th, Eric Doan 20th, Emilio Gus Wonderlay in 21st, Hector Iturriga in 22nd, Matthew Duquette in 23rd, Jeremiah Thomas in 24th, Benham Abernathy in 25th, Ethan Gonzalez in 26th, Carson Berry. Unfortunate end to his race, down 14 spots down from where he started in 27th, Mason Berry 28th, Bobby Klein in 29th, and Pato Cadena and Chase Varile not able to get going here in this one. But let's shift our focus as we close that chapter of the KA100 Junior class presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Let's shift our focus to 206 Senior presented by Slipstream Racing. We get set to go green here. It's Braden Robertson who's going to lead us away from Truly Adams. There you see Kelvin Zing further back. Getting set to go green with teammate Bryce Frank further behind. Aiden Rudolph starting 5th there on the inside lane, and Melson starting 3rd. Going to split the entirety of them. Issues for Kelvin Zing at the end of the first heat race. You know, we saw him make contact here on the exit of 15, and that put him out of contention for the race win. So let's see what Kelvin Zing can do as Truly Adams gets a last bit of encouragement and advice here from a mechanic there trackside. So let's see what these drivers can do as they get set. I mean, Rocco, the last race of the day, you know, your thoughts on the day so far, and what are you expecting going to this final race?
Well, you know, Kelvin, he's a very smart driver. You know, he thinks a lot when he's driving, you know. He doesn't really, you know, some drivers, you know, they want to lead, they want to be in front, you know, even if it you know, they feel like they're quicker because they're in the slipstream, you know, Kelvin will be patient and he'll hang behind, you know, and he'll kind of be hidden until those last few laps where he starts to poke out and make positions, you know?
I really wonder if Kelvin can hear me. Kelvin, you know, he's probably listening us talk to him about him up here. I know he's going to be wanting to go a little better than he did in the first race. So there you see Truly Adams giving a little wave, hopefully to us, but it could have been to someone else. So Truly Adams there track side. Let's see if any of these guys. I mean, I'm interested to see if they can hear me with their helmets on. So if they can, that'd be pretty cool. You know, maybe a thumbs up would be nice. You know, acknowledging us up here as we see some encouragement by Bryce's mom there. So a very, very interesting race that we're having coming up just here shortly as they finish up some cleanup. We are going to get set to go green for the final time today at the Texas Sprint Racing Series round 2, the spring roundup. We are at Houston. We're in Houston at Speedsportz Racing Park, and it's going to be an action-packed final heat race of the day for these 206 seniors. So don't go anywhere. You are watching live on Kart Chaser. Last race of the day, we just wait for the go-ahead here from the Texas Sprint Racing Series crew to give us the 1 minute mark, and we're going to get set to go green here for the final time today. It's Braden Robertson who's going to lead us away from Truly Adams on the outside there. It's Aiden Rudolph. Sorry, not Aiden Rudolph. He's starting 5th. It's Landon Melson starting 3rd. Kelvin Zing starting 4th. Rudolph starting 5th. Price Frank in 6th. Wolf in 7th. Caden Wolf in 8th. Reagan Seville starting 9th. Jacob Oliver in 10th. Samuel Young 11th, Jerry Fandry in 12th, Luke Waller in 13th, Landon Fitz 14th, Zach Rivera 15th, Blaise Dornbaum 16th, Cameron Reed in 17th, Parker Fitz starting 18th, Alfred Alvarez El Castillo 19th, Ryan Long starting 20th, Ian Columbus 21st, Afton Willander in 22nd, Carter Kilgo 23rd, Paul Braden 24th, Gabriel McLeod in 25th. It's going to be Patrick Herring in 26th, Brayden Domain in 27th, Addy Bamrou in 28th, Sam Toll 29th, Mackenzie Colum starting 30th, Cooper Larson 31st. It's going to be Josie Chambers 32nd, Drew Chappell not starting here today, neither is Jensen Harrell. So all to play for here in this 206 senior class presented by Slipstream Racing. It's Braden Robertson leading us away from Truly Adams in his VLR machine. And there you have the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers on the edge of your screen getting set to go green. The engines come to life, and they take the track for the final time today. Not the final time in the weekend, but for the final time today. A lot of drivers looking to go a little better than what they did after the first heat race. A lot of contact, a lot of carnage that collected a lot of drivers. The likes of Kelvin Zing was involved in that one. Aiden Rudolph made contact with Robertson there, and a lot of drivers ended up on the bad end of the stick there at the end of that race. So let's see what these guys and girls can do here in this one. But it's Braden Robertson who leads us away from Truly Adams. So what are you expecting here in this one, Rocco? We know it's going to be action-packed and going to be one to watch for sure.
I love watching these 206s race, you know, especially when you have such good drivers up in the lead. You know, it's probably I'm expecting a huge train of go-karts. You know, that's how we usually see them at these regional races. We have enough of those quality drivers so we can have, you know, really long trains at a time.
Yeah, going to be really long trains here.
in this one. So we're going to see what these guys can do as we get set to go green. Landon Melson, a little bit of warm-ups in their tires after the commitment cone. And we get set to go green here in this one. It's Braden Robertson from Truly Adams on the front row. Kelvin Zing starting alongside Landon Melson. It's Rudolph and Frank in row number 3. The Wolf brothers are going to share row number 4 there. As we saw the two of them, not the best end of their race after the first one. So let's see what they can do here. And a quick start so far by Braden Robertson. Rudolph still not on the rear bumper of Landon Melson. Let's see what it looks like when we cross the line. This time by green flag in the air, and we are racing here for the final time today in 2:06 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. A good start here by Braden Robertson. Oh, wow! Wow, Aiden Rudolph goes off the racetrack. Samuel Young collected, and a lot more drivers. Reagan Seville collected in this one. Wow! Carnage into the first turn. Landon Melson collected. A lot. Oh, wow, one driver up and over. That's Sam Toll, who goes up and over. Unfortunate there. It seems like he's all right, is able to get up and going. But unfortunate end to a lot of these drivers' races before they even get started here. Wow, carnage into the first couple of corners. Insane so far in this one. It's still Robertson who leads us away from Kelvin Zing in second. It's Frank in third. I think that's Ethan Wolf there, or Caden Wolf in fourth. It's going to be Jacob Oliver in fifth here at the moment. It's going to be Blaze Dornbaum there further back in the field with Willander Rudolph, who was able to get going again, but big contact and carnage into the first couple of turns. Luckily has been cleared, so these drivers will be able to get going here in this one. So unfortunate there by these guys, but they're able to get going, and everybody looks to be okay, which is why we haven't gotten the red flag yet.
Jerry Fandry up in P6, just got around Blaze Dornbaum. I think that's the highest position he's been all day, I hope catching the leaders. But here in this front pack, you got Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank. Those two, I'm assuming, are going to work together. Same kit. They worked with each other most weekends. They're probably going to try and get around Braden Robinson before they start settling their own disputes.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank, they both share a garage here at Speedsportz Racing Park, so they know each other very well. They spend a lot of time together and a lot of time, practicing and testing that MGM chassis that's developed by April and Paul Rice over in North Carolina. So we've seen these drivers out at the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals a couple of times, and they're here again at Speedsportz Racing Park, one of the only races that they have at home here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So the only home race that they really have. So for Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank here, continuing to push each other forward. Robertson still leads us away. It's Caden Wolf in fourth, Jacob Oliver in fifth. The first time that Oliver finds himself up into the top 5 this weekend. It was a breakout rookie season for him last year after he was able to put it up into the top 2 at the Texas Sprint Racing Series season closer last year here at Speedsportz Racing Park. But new colors for him this year. He moves to the Trackside Karting Services GFCs, leaving the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy at the end of last year. And he goes off. A little bit of a bobble there by him. Commentators curse, unfortunately, there for Jacob Oliver. So I'm sorry about that, Jacob. I'm sure he'll be watching back and be like, you know what? Caleb messed me up on that one.
I thought Ethan had a white helmet, but apparently that's Caden Wolf on the timing, at least. That's what it says.
I think they both have white helmets.
No.
I think the karts could be what's different here in this one. So I'm not sure, but Robertson still leads us away. Zing in second, Frank in third, and still happy to push Robertson further up the field. It's Wolf in fourth, Oliver fifth. It's Fandry in sixth, 6 spots up from where he started. Blaze Dornbaum, a good start for him as well. But the fastest lap of the race still belongs to Bryce Frank, a 102.625 in this one, Rocco.
Yeah, he's hauling right now. That top 3 is definitely starting. They're working together so well right now. They're really pulling away from the rest of the field, except for Caden Wolf. Caden Wolf in no man's land right now. No, he has no pushing partners unless Jacob Oliver can get back up to the back of him. But your top 3 being very smart right now. None of them working together at all. All they're doing is working together, and they're pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're pulling away from the rest of the field here at the moment. They haven't made any moves, and we've seen it all weekend long, right? Whenever you decide to get the egos out of the way and decide to work together, push each other forward, they're going to make up time to the rest of the field and create a cushion for them to be comfortable in which they can fight. The gap further back, so let's look at the second group now. It's led by Jerry Fandry in the TB kart, currently in sixth. Aiden Rudolph behind him. He was able to get ahead of Blaze Dornbaum, so Rudolph started fifth, went all the way back almost to the edge of the top 10, and now he's found himself back up in eighth and has teammates around him. Cameron Reed cracking into this top 10 as well. I talked to her earlier today, and it seemed like she was struggling for pace in this 206 class. And she's, a very physical weekend for her, right, running double duty. There you have Jerry Fandry, the TB Kart, leading away the CRG to the Burrell Art, Blaze Dornbaum, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy entry, and Cameron Reed, the Reed Motorsports CRG. So a lot of different kart manufacturers, right? And then we're usually used to we see a lot more of American-made chassis as Aiden Rudolph there makes the move on Jerry Fandry. So Rudolph up in a 6th here after an unfortunate start to his second heat here in 206 Senior.
Yeah, you love to see it, all these different brands of go-karts out here. It's like somebody spilled a bag of Skittles all over the track. Really pretty to see instead of, maybe 1 or 2 kits once at a time, like one. Oh, there we go. Blaze Dornbaum down the inside of Jerry Fandry. Can't get it done. Jerry dips a few tires, but he keeps that position. And Cameron Reed now down the inside of Blaze Dornbaum. She tries. They're still side by side. Ooh.
Yeah, so still side by side in between them. Fandry wasn't too happy with the move by Blaze Dornbaum. Wants them to work together. Fandry's there telling Blaze, he's like, "What are you doing, man? We got to work together." But Blaze just wants to pass. And side by side in between the two of them, and they make a little bit of contact. That's Landon Fitz in the Kart Republic machine. That was made contact, and Landon Fitz there gets bobbled by Blaze Dornbaum, who just doesn't want to work with anyone here at the moment. But Dornbaum still pushing his way forward and losing touch a little bit. There goes Cameron Reed, sticking her nose down the inside on Jerry Fandry. Can Reed get the move done? And I think she will win a turn number 6. Fandry going to have to stay content and push the CRG up to the other CRG of Aiden Rudolph, who currently sits in 6th.
Well, as timing says, Caden Wolf has now been caught by Jacob Oliver and now has a pushing partner. Oh, Jacob Oliver, never mind. He's going down the inside of Caden Wolf. Hopefully they can hook up, though, and catch up to this lead pack.
Yeah, so a lot of pace in that GFC of Jacob Oliver, who seems to be closing down the gap. His teammate Reagan Seville out of this race here early on, not going to help him out in the points. When we go to tomorrow, he is the championship leader at the moment, was able to take away the first race win of the year at NOLA Motorsports Park. A 2.6 imp in the air this time by, so it's officially crunch time for these boys and girls. It's Braden Robertson who has led every single lap as of now. Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank are 2nd and 3rd. What can the teammates do here? Are they going to decide to make the move on Braden Robertson? Zing staying patient, knows that Frank is there, just not making the move as of yet on Braden Robertson. I'm going to be interested to see when Zing decides to go. He's obviously going to be playing a little bit conservative. He didn't finish. He did finish the race. Actually, I don't think he finished the first heat race. So it's all about points here for him on what's going to be a drive up the field for him all weekend long after an unfortunate end. And there he goes. He decides to go. Frank going to go through as well. So it's an AR Academy 1-2. It's an MGM 1-2 as well. And Robertson falls back to 3rd. And it seems like Frank and Zing already losing touch a little bit with Robertson in 3rd. So if these guys decide to work, I'm going to be interested to see if the teammates decide to fight here with the white flag in the air this time by.
It's the last lap. They're going to fight. I mean, you see Bryce pointing forward to Robertson thinking he's right behind him. He's going to go for it on this back straight. If not there, he will go into turn 11.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So Seville's still out on the racetrack. He didn't DNF of this race. So I'm going to be interested to see if Frank decides to continue to push his teammate. He knows Robertson is there. Bryce is in contention for a pole position start tomorrow, Sunday, for the main event. He had a good first heat race. He was able to win. And if he finishes 2nd, he's going to be ahead in the points to anybody else after Robertson had an unfortunate end to his heat race 1, finished further back in the field. So for Frank, currently one of the favorites to start on pole tomorrow for the main event. So I really don't think Frank's going to make the move on his teammate of Kelvin Zing. He's going to push him through because Zing needs the points, and Frank knows that he just needs to keep it clean the entire way through. So I really think the 2 AR Academy MGMs are going to work together here from here on out, and it seems like they will. So Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing are going to do a team effort here for the AR Academy. It's going to be a 1-2 for the two of them, and Zing, a little bit of a thanks there to Bryce Frank and teammate who pushed together all the way to the end. So Kelvin Zing wins heat race number 2. It's Bryce Frank finishing 2nd. Braden Robertson 3rd. Caden Wolf in 4th. Jacob Oliver across the line in 5th. Aiden Rudolph across the line 6th after we saw him have an off-track excursion there early in this race. Josie Chambers up 27 spots from where he started. Cameron Reed up to 8th. Ethan Wolf to 9th. Zach Rivera in 10th. Landon Fitz in 11th. Jensen Harrow 12th. Alfred Alvaro Castillo in 13th. Afton Willender in 14th. Addy Bamrou in 15th. Patrick Herring in 16th. Landon Melson 17th. Paul Braden 18th. And I think issues for Jerry Fandry to close this one out. Not able to finish this race. So unfortunate there for the Chicago, Illinois native. Landon Melson finishing 17th. Paul Braden 18th. Mackenzie Colum 19th. Reagan Seville unfortunate end to his heat race, finishing 20th here in this one. 11 spots lost, as well as Samuel Young, who finishes in 21st. Cooper Larson, 22nd. Jerry Fandry, 23rd. Not able to finish. Neither can Blaze Dornbaum or Braden Domain. And Truly Adams, not sure what happened to the rest of them. They weren't able to finish this one, so we have almost 10 drivers here off the racetrack. Sam Toll, who was up and over, Gabriel McLeod, Parker Fitz, Carter Kilgo, Ian Columbus, Truly Adams, all not able to even get going here in this one. This has been the Texas Sprint Racing Series, round number 2, live from Houston, Texas at Speedsportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here this weekend is Rocco Ruzick. Tomorrow we go live once again and free for morning warm-up starting at 8 a.m. But if you want to watch the main events tomorrow and heat race number 3, make sure to become a Kart Chaser Premium member for $9.99 a month. You get all action live all year long to wherever we may go. And we're not just live here. We're live over at Indy and Georgia as well. And Alexander Searle and Emery Lida are over at the Rotax Trophy West out in Tucson, Arizona with the rest of our crew. But from us here at Texas, it's been a mega weekend for us. Tomorrow we stream 4 races, and this is one of the ones that we're going to be watching. From Caleb Vieska and Rocco Ruzick, thank you for joining us here today. We look forward to seeing you guys bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you for joining us here on Kart Chaser.